Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Good to see you again, dear friends. So good to see you again, dear friends. Also, we meet again, we do it again. Of course, we do it again. We are always doing it, are we not? So good to see you again. Good to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. And then if you want to join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation to join us on the screens. So if you want to join us on the screens, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. So where's the hyperlink here? Let me highlight the hyperlink. Yeah, so if you want to join us on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's your open and permanent invitation to join us on the screen. So click on that if you want to come join us on the screen. And then if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, already you know the routine. So that's there as an invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So if you do want to buy your host cups of coffee, Click on this hyperlink that says buy your hopes for cups of coffee. Then I'll just follow the three easy steps and do exactly as guided. So the emphasis is on cups, of course. If you're not inclined, then don't do it. But don't go there and just make a mess. But do that if you will. So buy your host cups of coffee. So to the headlines we're going to be contending with Akeolu rejects Rhodes Vivo, says Sanwo-Olu will win. So that's the Oba of Lagos, of course. That's the Oba of Lagos, of course. Rewanu Akeolu, who Rhodes Vivo obviously went to pay a courtesy call, and then of course he very frontal and in just where and how he is placed politically. So we'll be having a look at that. We'll also be having a look at this because this is an accusation that people keep levying. But does it stand up to the truth? Tinubu running from pillar to post to desperately get global recognition as late Abacha did. This is Atiku Abubakar now. So a lot of people have been trying to indicate that the global community, they've not been warm in their embracing of a Tinubu victory. And they especially make hay of the fact that the American president had not yet phoned him to congratulate him. I don't know what the tradition is there, but they are trying to leverage that narrative to say that Tinubu's victory does not have global acceptance. But how true is that? Tinubu running from pillar to post to desperately get global recognition, as late Abacha did, Atiku Abubakar making the headline there. So that's Atiku Abubakar making the headline there. So from that to this, so this is now something that is going on instantaneously within the political space. Breaking Kaduna Governor El-Rufai's security escorts opened fire on protesting Shiite members during procession. 5 killed. So now this was how the Buhari administration opened. You will recall when I'm not quite sure it would have been Tuka Burutai that was the chief of army staff then. His envoy was somewhat disrupted by his convoy. Was somewhat disrupted. We're going back 7 years ago thereabouts. His convoy was somewhat disrupted. I think it was still in this Kaduna state. His convoy was somewhat disrupted by the Shiite protesters, and he opened fire on them, killing hundreds of them. Even El-Rufai assembled a panel that indicated that the army was culpable. And that was what, by the way, led to all that El Zakzaki narrative. So that's how he was arrested and subsequently detained, all wrapped around that Shiite massacre 7 years ago. So the massacring of the Shiites carry on in Kaduna State. Kaduna Governor El-Rufai's security escorts opened fire on protesting Shiite members during procession, 5 killed. So it never changes out there in the north, never changes out there in the north. So it never changes out there in the north, but does it change in Lagos State? You will question. Gubernatorial election. Stay at home if you won't vote APC. MC Oluomo wants Igbos in Lagos. So there's a video clip on this, by the way. I may or may not play you it. I almost certainly will play you it because I did a video on it earlier on in the day. But that's the politics of it now. So by fair means or foul, this seems to be how this election will be won and lost. Gubernatorial election, stay at home if you won't vote APC. MC Oluomo wants Igbos in Lagos. So there it is. Politics reverts to how it has always been. So politics reverts to how it has always been. Akeolu rejects Rhodes. Okay, I think we've done that already. So there it is. And then we'll be spending a lot of time as well with Dele Alake, who is the mastermind behind Tinubu's victory, as he talks us through just how that victory was achieved. So Dele Alake dissects Tinubu's victory and plans to unite Nigeria. So that's a video clip that we will be spending some time with. So a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then of course the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So all of that. So as we set about that, let me have another micro musical intermission, and then when we come back, we delve straight into it. But of course, we go first to the care guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iko Koniriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. Iko Koniriwa Agbeshe. I cannot imagine a prayer more important than that. So Iko Koniriwa Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Tinubu running from Pillar 2 post to desperately get global recognition, as late Abacha did. Atiku Abubakar making that headline. Pardon me. Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, has berated the presidential campaign organization of the All Progressive Congress APC for allegedly shopping for endorsement and begging United States President Joe Biden to call to congratulate the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. Correspondent, and by the way, anyway, let me not pause there for a moment, because already there's somewhat of an irritation, a colonial mentality at play there. I don't think that the phone call from the United States presidency legitimizes or delegitimizes anybody within Nigeria. The Americans will partner with Nigeria, whoever sits atop that presidential seat, because Nigeria is too big a strategic partner to the United States for them not to fall in line. So whether Biden calls or not, the Americans have already congratulated Tinubu. So I'm not quite sure. This is just grasping stuff, isn't it? But I will carry on. Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, has berated the presidential campaign organization of the All Progressive Congress APC for allegedly shopping for endorsement and begging United States President Joe Biden to congratulate the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. Correspondents on Tuesday reported that world leaders, including the United States president, had not yet put a call across to Tinubu, who was declared Nigeria's February 25th presidential, that should have been winner, of course, who was declared winner of Nigeria's February the 25th presidential election. This came as the election was widely acclaimed to be poorly conducted and rigged in favor of the ruling All Progressive Congress. And by the way, it is not widely acclaimed to have been poorly conducted, no. Because all of the feedbacks, even the Nigerian Bar Association scored it an 80-something% as the most progressive yet that we've ever had. Everybody acknowledges that it's been the most transparent election we've ever had. Everybody acknowledges also that it has been the most representative of the will of the people in terms of ghost voters not being able to vote and figures not being really widely written. So a lot of what was the traditional fault lines of our electoral system, they could not come into play in this particular cycle because of the technology deployed. So this is so this tells you then that this is a hatchet piece. So this is an attack piece then by this journalist, whoever wrote this, because this is a factual inexactitude, they would call it, which is the code name for a lie. So it's a factual inexactitude. This came as the election was widely acclaimed to be poorly conducted. It's not widely acclaimed to be poorly conducted, no. And by the way, I'm going to pause there for a moment. You see all this language of widely acclaimed or the Nigerians. The fact that a vocal minority who cannot accept the laws that has been dished out to them. So the fact that a vocal minority is pushing against the elections, as it were, as it has gone, the fact that a vocal minority is pushing against it is not representative of either what the Nigerians want, what the Nigerians are saying, or the popular opinion, or widely acclaimed or anything. A vocal minority on Arise TV and all of the losing sports, they are the ones most vocal, but that is not representative. What represents the wide will of the Nigerian person, of the Nigerian people, was what happened at the ballot. So that represents the wider will of the majority, not the overwhelming majority, but what happened at the ballot represents the will of the Nigerian people. So the noise now that the vocal minority continues to agitate the space with is not representative of the popular will. No. This came as the election was widely acclaimed to be poorly conducted and rigged in favor of the ruling All Progressive Congress. So that's also factually inexact. So were there riggings in the APC? I am sure there would have been, but I've not seen an abundance of evidence that there has been rigging within the APC. And to be fair, I have not seen an abundance of evidence that there have been rigging with the PDP either. I have not seen an abundance of evidence in that direction. What I have seen an abundance of evidence of is the rigging by the Labour Party, who went wild. I think if they did a forensic look through of that election, if less than 70%, at least a minimum of 60% of the votes cast in favor of Labour Party was not cancelled, then you'd have to tell them to rerun that test. This came as the election was widely acclaimed to be poorly conducted and rigged in favor of the ruling All Progressive Congress. In contrast to Buhari's election victory in April 2015, Tinubu is yet to receive an official congratulation from world leaders, including the United States, weeks after being declared. So let's check that. Let's check that. British Prime Minister Tinubu. Wait. Let's just check that, because I'm pretty certain. That the British Prime Minister congratulated him. The French certainly congratulated him. The Chinese president congratulated him, and then the African spaces, they've all lined up to congratulate him. So I'm not quite sure what this is. So let's go to Reuters just to quickly check that. Because sometimes you have to fact check these things. So let's fact check that quickly. Let's fact check that quickly. This nonsense that purports to be journalism. So now this is Reuters, which has no, you can say, of course, this is Reuters, which has no skin in the game. So this is from Reuters. United Kingdom Prime Minister Sunak congratulates Nigeria's Tinubu on election victory. So when was this? This was on the 1st of March. So this was on the 1st of March. So that's just one example. And if you want me to look at other world leaders, then I can look them up. So a factual inexactitude, which is a lie by any other name. It says British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on Wednesday congratulated Nigeria's new president-elect Bola Tinubu on his victory in an election which has been disputed by opposition parties there. The United Kingdom and Nigeria relationship remains strong. I look forward to working together to grow our security and trade ties, opening up opportunities for businesses and creating prosperity in both countries, as Sunak said on Twitter. So there it is. So there it is right there. So already we know that that's a lie. What this piece is. But let's carry on. Let me just remove that from the screen. All right. It says, in contrast to Buhari's election victory in April 2015, Tinubu is yet to receive an official congratulation from world leaders, including the United States president, weeks after being declared a winner. Although for Tinubu, the United States mission in Nigeria has congratulated him. Not only has the United States mission in Nigeria, which is the embassy, you would say, not only have they congratulated him, the State Department has also congratulated him, which I think is the usual form in America. And I can look that up as well. So we see where this is going. Although for Tinubu, the United States mission in Nigeria has congratulated him, meanwhile, the United States president has not either called or issued a personal statement congratulating Nigeria's president-elect. Few hours after the publication, the APC-PCC Director of New Media, Femi Fani-Kayode, took asked Biden. I think that would have been two. It says a few hours after the publication, APC-PCC Director of New Media, Femi Fani-Kayode, asked Biden. I don't know how this reads, but let me just read it how it's been written. So he asked Biden, essentially, is what he's saying, to pick up the phone and add his voice in congratulating the president-elect. Yes, the American State Department and the American ambassador to Nigeria both congratulated Ashwaju. For this, we are eternally grateful, and it reflects a measure of respect. However, it is time for Joe to pick up the phone and add his voice. We are a big nation. We deserve no less. Fani-Kayode had tweeted. Responding in a statement, however, Atiku, and by the way, you want to query whether or not Fani-Kayode should be putting out that tweet, but he should be putting out that tweet because he has moved outside of the electioneering and campaigning to now the Nigerian status as a big nation. And that is what he's speaking to. But it looks as though that's been latched onto by the Atiku space to leverage that as even more reason to delegitimize Tinubu's victory. So let me just run through now without any further interjection. It says, yes, the American Department of State and the American ambassador to Nigeria both congratulated Ashwaju. For this, we are eternally grateful, and it reflects a measure of respect. However, it is time for Joe to pick up the phone and add his voice. We're a big nation. We deserve no less, Fani-Kayode had tweeted. Responding in a statement, however, Atiku, through his special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, said Fani-Kayode's remarks were evidence of desperation. Shaibu described the APC chieftain's action as appalling, even as he called on Tinubu and his team to stop forcing foreign countries to recognize the sham election conducted by INEC. He added, after being the beneficiary of the worst and most fraudulent election in the history of Nigeria, I don't know why they do these things. Tinubu and his ilk are now running from pillar to post, begging Western powers to recognize Tinubu. This is the height of desperation. It is reminiscent of the Sani Abacha days, where the maximum ruler tried to ingratiate himself with the West after refusing to recognize MKO Abiola as the winner of the June 12 election and deciding to seize power over a people that did not want him. Even the United States ambassador to Nigeria, Maribeth Leonard, stated expressly that Nigeria's election was below the expectation of Nigerians. Several credible media houses, locally and internationally, as well as the European Union observers, have all questioned the credibility of this election. Yet, Tinubu and his ilk want a stamp of approval on it. What a joke. Shiabu noted that even Chatham House, an independent policy institute based in London, in an analysis by one of its fellows, said the February 25th presidential election showed that the Independent National Electoral Commission failed to learn new lessons. Article's aide advised Tinubu's campaign team to save their strength for the legal challenge in the coming weeks, rather than beg the United States president to recognize his tainted mandate. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure what this means or what this adds to anything. And I'm not sure that Fani Kayode should be sending out those tweets either. The election has been won and lost. A victor has emerged. The processes is going on. You know that Tinubu is in the defense guest house now, as the country now shares sensitive intelligence with him and all the information he needs to know for a seamless transition of power, which is what we're in March 16 now. From March, we're going to April, and from April, we're going to May. So it's 2 months away from taking the reins of power in Nigeria. So all it needs now is to clear Lagos out of the way, and there it is. So I'm not quite sure if they should bother with that back and forth. But then, of course, Fani Kayode, he would never let that go, of course. He's like a dog with a bone, isn't he? So a dog with a bone. And by the way, there are still spaces on the platform if you want to come join. It's not that when it's now crowded, then you're struggling to get in. If you do want to join us, Alexander Akasha is querying what I'm talking about. I'm talking gibberish, as I always am. Oh, all right, let's carry on. I'm not even sure where I am. So let's carry on and let's go on to the Lagos State space. Let's go on to the Lagos State space. Your future is bright, but Governor Sanwo-Olu will win. Oba of Lagos tells LP candidate Rhodes Vivo. So there it is. It'll be interesting how the elections play out on Saturday. It'll be interesting. The Oba of Lagos, Rilwan Akiolu, on Thursday declared his support for the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC when the governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, visited his palace. The top monarch in the state, let me take that again. The Oba of Lagos, Rilwan Akiolu, on Thursday declared his support for the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC when the governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, visited his palace. The top monarch in the state, who praised the LP flag bearer for coming out to contest because he had every right to do so, said his support was with Sanwo-Olu, who the monarch projected will win the election on Saturday, March the 18th. Akiolu, who prayed for Rhodes Vivo and wished him well in his future endeavors, maintained that Rhodes Vivo vying was not wrong. The monarch stated that he, Rhodes Vivo, had a bright future, but that he would not win this election. Please do not relent after this contest. But I am fully behind Sanwo-Olu, he told Rhodes Vivo. Akiolu commended Sanwo-Olu for many giant strides he had recorded as governor, noting he became governor at the most difficult time in the state. I am not an hero worshipper or a gossiper. For Gbadebo, the future is open to you. God will not kill you. There is nothing wrong in you contesting. All of those contesting are my children. I pray by the authority in this palace, God should help us turn this state better. There is no way I hate the Igbos because they are amongst my best friends. The monarch doused the fear expressed by some residents that there will be violence during the election. Well, there is already violence. There are people sending me all manners of messages. There are so many things that get sent to me that I cannot show them because they flout because of our YouTube restrictions. But the violence has started. I can tell you that. Even people we know personally, they've been put upon. He added, by the grace of God, yes, he added, by the grace of God, there would be no trouble. All the false prophets, I am just looking at them. Everything is in the hands of God. And within 6 weeks of Tinubu, there will be a glaring progress. Akiolu implored all residents of the state to come out to vote and be peaceful in performing their rights. He also noted that the majority of politicians were after personal benefits and not after improving society or serving the people. So there it is right there. So, I mean, at least it's quite frontal to tell him that, look, you are not my guy, and that's just the end of it. So there it is right there. But should the Obas be so frontally partisan? That is more the wider question. So should the Oba be so frontally partisan? So that is the question. The Oba frontally partisan. Let's go to this one now. So I make this the last readout because there's a video clip that I'd like to share. I'd like to wrap the session around Dele Alake, who speaks on the Tinubu space. But let me give you this last readout, the MC Oluomo piece. Stay at home if you won't vote APC. MC Oluomo wants Igbos in Lagos. The Lagos State Park Management Committee Chairman, Musiliu Akisanya, also known as MC Oluomo, has warned Igbos in the state ahead of this Saturday's governorship election. MC Oluomo, addressing supporters of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC in a viral video, threatened Igbos who will not vote for the party to stay at home. We beg them, if they don't want to vote for us, it is not a fight. Tell them, Mama Chinedu, if you don't want to vote for us, sit at home. Sit at home, he said. His threat comes after Peter Obi of the Labour Party won in Lagos State during the presidential election on the 25th of February. Obi's unprecedented victory, or unprecedented, I call it unprecedented often, but people try to correct me on that. Obi's unprecedented victory has positioned LP candidate in Lagos, Gbadebo Vivo, as a major challenger to incumbent Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the APC. So there it is right there. So we're now at the business end of the politics. So we're now at the business end of the politics. Let me share. There's a screen I want to share with you. But first, let me just do this. Let me play you. I want to play you a clip of what's his name? MC Oluomo making those threats to the Southeasterners. So yeah, I think I have it. So watch this.
Kí lábẹ́ ibi tí ṣe ìdìsí wa a lè máa dúró síbẹ̀ Yorùbá wa kò má tètè dìbẹ̀ láàárọ̀ kí òkè Yorùbá wa kọ́kọ́ ṣe kíni àkọ́kọ́ dìbò tán. Tàwọn wá dìbò tán táwọn òwòrán yìí pé a ti bẹ̀yìn sọ pé ẹ ti gbọ́ tẹ́lá ti ṣe mistake ó má ti yé yín tẹ̀sí ní pé mistake ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́lá tẹ̀pẹ́ ilẹ̀ nídìí lọ́wọ́.
So, oh, sorry, yeah, I vape, as some of you may or may not know. I used to be quite a bit of a smoker about a year, 18 months ago, but I completely packed it in. But now I'm trying to get rid of this. So this is one of the bad habits I do have. But let's listen to the other half of that clip.
Please, if you don't want to for us, please sit down for Oluomo. Sit down for Oluomo. Thank you very much. I can't take our shaking. Cannot people. For the same one can solve this internet.
So there it is. So there it is. We've got our Thomas, we've got Fatai, and we've got our Janle Koko with us at the moment, and then we've got this clip as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off first with those opening pieces. So let's kick it off with you, Janle Koko. It looks as though violence very much returned to Nigerian politics. So MC Oluomo, as we know him, so this is where he earns his money. It's just a short period, vast wealth. Mama Chinedu. If you are not going to vote for us, it's not a fight, but don't come out. Don't come out, oh. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think that is too reckless. I think it's not acting maturely. If actually this video is a new video, if it's not an old video, because we know what is happening in the what do you call it now? It's what do you call this social media?
You know, Ajanle Koko, I never had that thought, that it could well be an old video. So you may be right. Yeah, but carry on. I never even thought of that. The obedience and their ways.
Yeah, so it could be an old video that they're trying to use just to destroy APC and him particularly. So, but I think MC Oluomo is more mature now than for him to be doing this 2 days or 3 days to the election, threatening and intimidating voters. So we don't know the truth. It might be an old video. But if it is new video,
Ajanle Koko, it's also been backed up by news reports, though. That video is also being backed up by news reports.
Oh, right. So that might be a current video then. So if it is current, I think it's just I think that I would describe it as stupidity of him, highest order. I mean, why must you try to threaten people if you don't want to vote for your party?
Because the mood and tempo of the politics, at least politics this cycle, is moved away from that sort of hooligan, beat them up sort of thing.
Yeah, because we are in the world of social media. What you say in the public, haven't recorded and is on tape, will be used against you when it's just not right. This should be condemned. This is totally so. This should be condemned, and I will. I think Sanwo-Olu has his reputation at stake now. He is someone that I believe there are, at the same time, there are some people that wouldn't want to vote for him now. But what's the name of this guy? MC Oluomo doing this, who rub this bad image on the candidacy of the party, on the governor particularly, that is the one that is behind him to go and threaten people. So I think this is a condemnable act, and we should not tolerate it. We should condemn it in the entirety. We don't want it. People should have the right to go out on election day without being threatened by anybody and go and vote for any candidate of their right. So for me, I totally condemn this. I don't want this.
What are you making of the timing of it, though? The timing of it, this just come out, whether it's an old video or a new space, this is now being circulated. And of course, it will strike fear in the heart of the persons that it needs to strike fear in the heart of. So whatever the condemnations are, some people will proceed with caution, especially the people that don't have the bravery to back their votes with their lives. So, sort of thing.
The timing definitely is targeted at the opponent, particularly the obedient. So for him to continue to, for him to carry out this nonsensical act, I think the timing is not good as far as I'm concerned. 2 days to the election, and you're trying to threaten people. These people are social media savvy. They will make a very loud noise about it, as we are making a very loud noise of the obedience that are saying they want to take over Lagos, that Lagos is nobody's land. There's a particular video I watched when the obedient were having their campaign in a town hall meeting for their candidate in Abia State. And right there in Abia State, this is not in Lagos, in Abia, they are saying that Lagos is very important. We have to take that Lagos. If we don't take that Lagos, that is going to, the next election, if they fail to take that Lagos, it will be regarded as a failure on their side. Lagos is very important to them, and they have to take it. So when we can talk about that kind of nonsensical statement, we should be able to talk about this as a nonsensical as well. So the timing is not good. We shouldn't threaten anybody. People that are going to vote for Sanwo-Olu, based on the good job they has done for Lagos and what people have seen, people will vote for him. And people that want to vote for Gbadebo or Jendor will definitely vote for Gbadebo. Enough of this kind of rascality. We should condemn it entirely. And I'm not for this. I hate this kind of thing.
No, I also, that somebody close to the platform, I'll probably tell you in a private chat. He nearly had an encounter with that sort of thuggery, which his friend did not get lucky. One of our favorite voices here based in Nigeria. Well, I'll tell you in the private chat, but certainly. That's not the sort of victory that Sanwo-Olu should be looking to get. Let me move you on to the Oba of Lagos, who in the traditional courtesy visit that candidates pay to monarchs, and we saw it endlessly in the presidential space. They traveled all of the high stools in Nigeria, from Sokoto to Benin and everywhere else. And universally, all of the Obas and Emirs and whatnot, they said, I wish you well. And they did not go beyond that. And they said that to every single candidate. I wish you well. Good luck, which is all you'd expect, because you don't expect an Oba to be partisan. So now, Rose Vivo, as with tradition, he goes then to the palace in Lagos to not even to seek blessing, but to acquaint the Oba that these are my intentions and this is what I'm trying to achieve. And the Oba told him frontally, I hope you fail, because I don't back you. So what are you making then of the sort of language that the Oba of Lagos deployed against Chinedu?
Okay. Before I go to that, let me still say a little thing about on that rascality of MC Oluomo. You see him particularly mentioning Mama. He's targeting women. He knows that women are huge voters and anywhere in Nigeria. When women comes out in their, en masse to vote for a particular candidate, there's possibility there that that candidate will win. So mentioning Mama Shinedu and not Chukudi or Okorocha is to scare women away. Women of of Eastern region in Lagos not to come out and vote. So it measures it's a calculative statement to scare away women, because when women are always very conscious of their security. They don't want anything. They don't want to go to anywhere that where their security will be threatened or their life will be threatened. So if Mama Shinedu or Mama Shinedu hear that, we say, well, these people want to bring problem, and we sit down at home. I don't care. Whoever wins should win. After all, the first one that we voted. Obi couldn't win presidency, so this one is their own son. Let them go and do it whatever they like. So Mama Chinedu, Mama Shinyeri, we just sit down at home. So it's a calculative statement to scare women away from coming out to vote on that day. So that's about that. So the Oba of Lagos, this is not the first time for Oba to say categorically to other candidates to the candidate of other party that is not supporting them. He did that to his own nephew, Jimmy Agbaje. When what's the name of that guy that was sent out after 4 years? Ambody, yeah. He said that to Jimmy Agbaje. Jimmy Agbaje is his nephew. He said that to me. He said, look, you're my nephew, but I have to be frank with you. Ambode is the person that we believe, according to his statement, we believe that can do the job now. That go and wait for the future. Come back next time. You might be considered. That's what he said to his own nephew. So, it's something new. We have done it before. So, and it's always be frank. It doesn't dribble. It doesn't. We pray, but at the same time, we will tell other candidates that, look, the person I am fully backing is this person. So I'm not surprised that he did it again. So this is not the first time. So, but the question that we should all ask is that why Oba, who is expected to be neutral, why is he backing one against the other? That is something that this Oba is just this is just who he is. It's just it's just a straight.
It's a bit like a hooligan, though, isn't it? That Oba. I said he has some hooligan-like traits, doesn't he? That Oba. Someone is a bit like MC Oluomo in some of his ways. That or it's a bit like Agbero, king of
He's a former police chief.
Yeah.
So, and police officers. Police officers. They are the superior officer to Agbero now. So, what are we talking about? So, it's just committed to APC and very attached to Tinubu. Anywhere that Tinubu interest lies politically, that is where that Oba stands. He doesn't shake to say it in the public that I'm standing with Tinubu and where Tinubu stand politically. That is him. I don't see any prominent chief, king in Yoruba land that always come out strongly to support APC in Yoruba land. But except this Oba, he doesn't hide, and he doesn't play game, and he doesn't shake. If he just say it straight, this is who I'm supporting, and next time try again. It might be your turn, but this time around, and he has been doing it for since Tinubu been there. Since after Tinubu doing the Fashola, he did the same. Ambode and Sanwo-Olu is doing it again. So I'm not surprised. This is not his first time.
Does it not present somewhat of an untenable position for somebody vying to be the governor of Lagos State and being rejected frontally and publicly by the Oba of Lagos? What does that say to his ambition and his chances?
What did you say? I can't hear you, woman.
I said, does it not present somewhat of an untenable position that somebody vying to be the governor of Lagos State has been so publicly and frontally rejected by the Oba of Lagos State? So does it not place him in an impossible position?
Look, for Gbadebo, I think Gbadebo just have to accept it like that, and he has carried out his campaign around the state, and he's. I believe his visit to Oba is just to honor the Oba. It's not necessarily to get his support. I believe he knows where the Oba stand politically, and it's just for symbolism. Let's visit him, let's show respect, let's follow the tradition, and I commend him for, in spite of the fact that Oba is an APC strong member, he still visited him, and he just showed to Lagosians that, look, I respect our king, he's our king, I will respect him, and whatever he says, that's okay. I stand for a change, and I'm seeking your vote. So Oba's vote is just one vote, though we have a lot of people that around him in the palace, and some other people that align with him and the politics in play as well. So, but Gbadebo, I don't think he expected anything.
Adalekoko, can I comment? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Woman, thank you. Thank you, Adalekoko.
You sound tired. A long day.
Yeah, it has been a long day for me. Yeah.
All right, well.
Yeah. So, and I saw your call, woman, but I don't know. The second call. Yeah.
No. That was a misdial. Yeah.
Now, Adalekoko, you've spoken so extensively. I would say on this. What should I say? Extensively, you've still spoken a little bit much on this Oba of Lagos. Now, my question to you is this: that we know where this guy leans. He's the most useless Oba of Lagos in recent history. There is no.
No.
Allow me speak.
Rational mind.
Allow me speak.
Rational mind.
Go on.
I will not tolerate you to.
I will say that. Listen.
No.
Adalekoko.
No. That is
just apologize. Just take care of it.
No. You guys, please.
I will not. You can say it, but I'm not useless. No, I don't. I will not accept that statement from anybody against Oba. Oba is Oba.
No, that is the problem we're having. Hold on. Adalekoko, I hear you.
Yeah, you can say it better, but not to make a derogatory statement of
guys, wait. Basically, respect the stool, not the person. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Don't call the person. That's it. No, use a different language.
The office that he occupies is a revered office among the Lagosians, Yorubas, or the Lagosians. But the guy occupying it, that's what I'm attacking right now. And some people can still will still argue that he's the same person. It's like they will say Louis XIV will say "L'état c'est moi," which is he's the state himself, is the ruler himself. But then that's not what I'm talking about. The person who occupies it, I would separate it from the office itself. So now let me ask you this question, Jalekoko. When you have an Oba, say for example, you are from Egba, because like I know if you say you are from Egba, somebody who is a non-Egba person is vying for an office in the same place that you, as a son of the soil, you are vying for the office. And because of some political whatever, because of whatever he gets from the table of Tinubu or whoever that person is that is vying out for office for you, with you. Sanwo-Olu is from Ogun State. This guy, his father is a Lagosian, and he comes for you just for a blessing. Which should you vouch for more? Which should you support? But we know where he has been playing his politics all these years. All the crap he has said about certain tribe. That's why I say he's the most useless Oba in the Oba of Lagos in recent history. Now, my question is...
before you land that question, add this to the thought process, rational mind. What if the Oba actually genuinely thinks that Sanwo-Olu is the best for Lagos and is doing an excellent job?
Okay, well, you can say that, you can argue that. Like I said, I'm not the person who is more of a... But you people, I want to throw this same story, this same narrative that you people are throwing here every time, that because somebody cannot speak Yoruba, because somebody is not a full Yoruba, but all these things. This bigotry kind of narrative we'll be hearing every time.
Oh God! How is it bigotry?
That is. Oh woman, let me know the. I don't want to deviate because.
No. Because I've heard that you're not the first to suggest. So maybe let's tackle that. How is it bigotry to say that you would prefer somebody that wants to govern the Yoruba land to speak the language?
It's opening that Pandora of that hatred for certain tribe. Like you play on this guy, this idiot, calls himself MC Oluomo. I mean, you can see how the APC, I mean, it's like you don't, I mean, I've not even sent you clips or one man to go to, I mean, see how the APC people are turning this whole thing of this guy not being a full Yoruba because his mom is a Yoruba. How they spin this thing
rational mind, why don't you call out one man? Should be one man said the same thing on that. I actually just watched it a few minutes ago. On what's the name of that comedian guy?
That was doing I was doing my yam routine.
You already know one man.
So I should be locked up. Really, I should be locked up.
No. When I was cautioning you guys that let us not go down this rabbit hole of having to start this conversation around somebody's true identity, where it's from, because it will open that box of that Pandora box. It will open that way whereby people will start attacking one set. Like me, ethnophobia and whatever, it starts from something. Like we saw, oh, these people are dirty. They are known to be dirty. From there, they start singling out one particular tribe. From there, before you know it, it just escalates to another thing. That is what APC propaganda machine has been doing with this issue of this guys.
Sorry, if I might chip in, what you keep on saying that Obi's votes and his position in the political landscape is hinged on him playing tribal politics. So can you also say that APC now?
I don't want to go to that one right now. I've not said anything about Obi. Let us focus on the question I'm trying to ask Mr. Adelekoko. Adelekoko, now you be an Egba person, somebody's from another place, is vying for an office, you will be son of soil. When your Oba does that to you, will you see it as a betrayer? That you as a son of soil is not supporting you. But I understand what one man said, because if he's better than you in terms of governance, well, that is another thing we can debate. But the question I'm asking is this: how would you feel? Then another thing is this: remember what happened at Oluomo and one other Oba in Lagos, one Oba in Yoruba land? How we dethroned him based on that. Now,
was that not the Awujale?
something like that. But supporting is it the other party? I don't know, whatever. So that's another issue. So, but what I'm saying is this: you see, when an Oba is being partisan in this way, now let's now this is a political question. That's number one question I ask you. How would you feel? Now, number two question is this. Now, let's assume hypothetically now that this guy wins this election. This Gbadebo wins this election, and he dethrones this guy because of his poster. Oba, yeah. Or he gives him some kind of cold treatment.
Does he have the authority?
Well, it might. It can. If you look for a loophole, it might. Because, you know, the what brought this guy in, the Oluomo himself, it was flawed in some ways. But we know what they did, the shenanigans they did. They will look for one thing to look at what the emir of Gaduje did, the emir of what's his name? Emir of Kano, how he look for some loophole just to just emasculate the guy as being the real emir. So that's another thing. So now, if this guy becomes the governor and he starts treating this Akiolu or cutting to size, how would you guys be feeling at that time? That's the question I want to ask you. I want you to answer that question. Also remember that the APC is the same thing, doing the same thing. And Oba is
that was Oba Dediro. That was the laughing for you, not Ujale Mama.
Sorry, right. Sorry, yes.
How would you feel, Ajale Koko, at that time if it start doing giving me that kind of treatment? You also remember one thing though, if it's APC too, that APC is the one having one Oba that is defying them and seems to be taking side with one political party. How would you?
Oh, fucking me, go now. Just
let him. Let Ajale Koko answer, and then I want to do like a 10-minute slot each so that everybody's voice gets documented. But Ajale Koko, yes, as Rational Mind just presented.
Look, Rational Mind. You see, Oba is one person. But the people that he have around him sometimes can influence Oba to take a particular action. And that is the tragedy of our land. Most of the time is the chief, those chiefs, what do they call them in, how can I describe it? How do I describe them in English? It's
warrant chiefs.
It's close. I mean, those chiefs around him.
It's Baron and Baroness, all
the chiefs around him influences Oba. Most of the time, it's their own decision that the Oba will follow, and then they will announce in the public that this is the Oba's directive, whereas it was a collective a collective decision between Oba and these Hina Caucus chiefs. Oba doesn't impose his own wishes all the time on his society. So that is number one. But what I'm trying to say here is that, look, this man has been coming with this party since the inception of this party, this Oba. He never wavered. He never shook. He's an APC man. And you have to understand what party membership means. He might not be their a party member in their register, but by his action, this man always supports APC all the time when it comes to governorship. So, Gbadebo, being a Lagosian, yes, he might feel disappointed, but this man have known this man, all his white cap chiefs, all of them are APC. All the white cap chiefs in Lagos, all of them are APC. I'm not saying that they are registered APC, but they always stand with Tinubu, and wherever Tinubu is going, they support him. And every governorship candidate that Tinubu presented, they align, they support him, they back him. So them doing this time around, I don't think you can you want to use that to describe him as what you described him the other time, that he's rejecting Lagos, is supporting somebody from Ogun State. Look, interest is political interest is what this Oba is standing by.
Does his political interest supersede his what should I say, his stool? Does it have more power? Does it have more weight or control over that his position as an Oba? Because from what I see, I think APC as a party has more influence over the Oba himself, and that is why he's so because what I see as an Oba, I believe you should be neutral. If you have two sons, I don't know how to explain it, but if you have two sons, two Yoruba people from your state contesting, the appropriate thing is to give them your support and equal support, and leave the decision to
what if you feel that one of them is not suited? What if you feel that one, or rather, not one of them is not suited, but one of them is more suited? What if you are absolutely convinced that one of them is more suited?
I still feel, even as an Oba, because our democracy is very weird. I don't know to what extent it's democratic for somebody in the Oba's capacity to align himself with partisan politics. I really don't. What I feel is for him to actually support, because you can assume that he's the father of the Yoruba, the Lagos Yoruba nation, and should give support to either candidate and leave his people to vote. Because that's how I just see the issue happen. Because I think that stool is just too powerful for him to actually be involved in politics. There's no, if that's the case, there really isn't any even point having elections in Lagos State.
Let me tell you this. Look, like I said earlier, Tinubu is his son. Tinubu is his trusted political son. Tinubu is that person that he believes in the most, that have the interests of Lagos State at heart. Tinubu is the one, and his team rather, are the one they believe that really have that plan to really develop Lagos and position Lagos as one of the best states, or rather the best state in the country. So what they have done so far, his son and his team, what they have done so far, I believe are so impressive to him, and he feels as a father whose son is doing great for his own state, he will not abandon them. He will, instead of that, he will rather stand with them and let them and encourage them to do better. That is what that king is doing.
But do you understand what this guy was saying? That it needs to be neutral.
No, hold on. I'm saying yes, it's supposed, but this man is just not like that.
So the issue why we say he's a useless person?
No, God, that's a bit much.
Stop, can you stop, guys? Wait, can you stop saying that, please? On a more serious note, you can't call a king useless. That's a very disrespectful.
Rational mind, can you please stop that?
Hold on. Guys. You see, this is the same thing.
I'm asking you.
Hold on.
Yoruba person at this point.
Am I just imagine what you're saying?
Yoruba for him.
Just simply because I had to attack. I mean,
it doesn't need to be Yoruba. Not Yoruba to attack his king.
I have to.
That's why I don't get about our people.
Are you really Yoruba right now?
But
here you go. Don't give me this Yoruba BS, please.
It is not BS.
Sometimes I'm surprised.
It is BS. Simply because I have to challenge an Oba for being what we is. Hold on.
You don't know the British, their people challenge the Queen.
I don't even know what these people are. I mean, these people you say you're all
I don't know why.
here and then pandering to one Oba. We cannot challenge him.
we are traditional people.
Well, yeah, because you're traditional people.
That's why our politics is traditional now. We don't think now.
Disrespectful is the point. You can
we are
raise up
traditional
people.
people.
Disrespectful. That's the whole point.
Wọ́n ní ẹ̀yìn ọba là ń bọ́ba àti bọ́ba lójú ọba. Báwo lọ ṣe máa wá sí public space tó máa bú ọba tẹ́lẹ̀ máa fún yín pé we should take it. It's not it's a taboo.
Hold on. When I've not said anything derogatory, I said useless.
No,
when I say useless, you see, hold on. You guys allow me to speak. Hold on.
You know.
Hold on. Yeah, one voice. Yeah, go on.
You know what it means?
Okay, then let me explain what it means to you. Let me know what. No, you won't tell me what it means. I'll tell you. Can I say what it means when somebody is useless?
He's sitting on the throne.
Okay.
Of his great ancestors. So you have to respect that throne.
No.
No, he didn't. Ajale Koko, let me understand. Let me get this.
No.
One voice. Yeah.
You cannot come into this when it comes to Oba issue. No, you can't come into it. Just leave it.
No. It's not about. I have. You know.
No, you can't because
Ajale Koko. No, listen.
You don't know what Oba tradition means. You don't know it.
Is it the Oba that is carry the staff and ran away? Even the Yoruba people say
one man.
Oba.
One man.
Yes.
One man.
We understand what you are talking about. We understand that you feel but this room.
One man, we will not use this platform to.
Okay. Well, you see.
Hold on, everybody. And Ajande Koko as well. Hold on, Ajande Koko. Hold on. You see, this is where the difficulty always is, because I've often said that the Yoruba people, they are very indigenous and traditional people, and even to mock an Oba is something that people struggle with. But yeah, so I don't know. But
it's two more.
You're mocking Oba.
Now, hold on. Now, let me tell you the two more useless. And it's your dafun koko.
You don't say that to Oba.
That's what I'm saying.
Say it in the public.
Babajale Koko.
Hold on.
If rational mind,
it could
if
be,
you want to mock
somebody, because this platform, we cannot use this platform.
You're stifling my voice. That's what you're trying to do.
They're asking me to sanction you, rational mind. Let's move on.
Well, it's up to you. It's up to you, one man.
But of course, I'm not going to sanction you. Of course not. But it's just the depth.
Remember, listen, guys. His name is listen. Ajale Koko. The problem, you guys are not understanding.
One voice.
His name is the rational mind. He thinks rationally. So all these things you guys are
in
trying
our culture, that's not rational.
It's
in
not
our culture is not rational. But let's leave a rational mind. If you want, because the Oba exercises freedom of speech, if that is enough to be calling him names, let's leave him now. I'm can
it's not
no, what does it matter?
I'm only describing.
It doesn't matter.
All right, let's move on from that space. But a rational mind there. Put your position to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko respond to it, and let's move the conversation.
My dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún Adé tó bá respect rẹ̀ tó bá bọ̀wọ̀ fún mi.
English, please.
Thomas, I will speak English. I will respect the crown if the crown respects itself and respect the people. But when the crown overstep its boundary, then I would call him out, or I will call whoever occupies that crown. Not the crown itself, but the person who occupies it. So when I use the word
rational mind, how has it crossed his mind? Because it's freedom of speech. He's a king. You are not a king.
What is it?
That's why he's a king. That's why you are not a king.
Sorry, guys. I want us to move on from that place. But
let us even define it well. Rational mind in Yoruba land. Toba Lashe. Whatever the king says,
Toba Lashe
is the final authority.
So can I interject?
Okay. It is all this useless democracy that we want to, because of democracy, now disrespect Oba. What kind of useless democracy are you practicing in the first place? Toba Lashe, whatever the king says is the final.
Ajanle Koko, just to present a counter narrative, for instance, we were saying in the earlier space that all of these tools in Nigeria at the presidential space, they were non-partisan and they wished everybody luck. But he was very partisan. So by being very partisan, has he not opened himself up to that space that people can make this sort of comments about him? If he's launched himself into politics, then he has to know that it's a dirty game.
No, you can't disagree with him. It's just the way you do it is the point. You can say you don't
exactly.
Yeah, but you cannot.
Rational mind was very disrespectful.
I mean, that is just at this point. You can say, okay, the guy is wrong.
Nítorí APC yẹn àti Tinubu yẹn, I'm just very careful, abi. I'm not going to
rational mind. Torí
one voice. Guys, one voice. He has to be guys. He has to be one voice. Otherwise, nobody hears.
Forget APC or PDP. Forget that one. That's not the issue. You can disagree with the king. Even I have a disagreement with Ashikpa or Obana, our chiefs now. I have issues with them that we go back and forth, but we never call them names. One man, if you remember, I was having this discussion with Chief Gomez earlier, a few months back, about being nice and being welcoming. And I told him, I have had this discussion with chiefs in Yoruba, in Egbaland, but I would never call them names now. You can stop people without being disrespectful. That's the whole point.
Sorry, my brother. Èèyàn tó bá láì nǹkan tó bá sọ kó lọ bẹ òrìṣà kó lè kúrò lórí tẹ̀.
All right, there it is. Back to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, let me move you from that controversial space to a space probably equally as controversial. So Tinubu has been declared winner, but the victory seems somewhat flat. There is no sense of celebration coming through, and there is no confidence coming from the mandate. A lot of it wrapped around the narrative of pushback and the challenges that is to come. Everybody's still threatening and trying to delegitimize his mandate. So a lot of it coming from that. But another space that people are speaking to is that the global community has not yet fully embraced Tinubu's victory. Do you buy into that narrative, Ajanle Koko, that the congratulatory messages coming into as important an office as the Nigerian president is not as forthcoming as it should be? Do you think the world are still undecided rather on Tinubu's victory as being put forward by Atiku?
Look, let me tell you, Atiku is just jealous of that guy, and is coming out with this useless narrative that nobody congratulating him, this and that. We have seen the Prime Minister of Britain congratulated him. Some other head of state, China is a world power, congratulated him. Those are two world powers right there: Britain, China, United States State Department have congratulated him, and we know what State Department represent. They represent the diplomatic mission and foreign affairs of United States. So they carry a lot of weight when it comes to foreign affairs for United States. So that is the institution that drive United States foreign affairs in relationship with other parts of the world. So they have done it. They have congratulated him. The United States ambassador in Nigeria that represent the interests of the United States and the interests of the president of the United States as well have congratulated him. So what is Abubakar? What is Abubakar talking about? So look.
Ajanle Koko is different. It's different between because this is like the first time that.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Look, it is a matter of time. Everybody will come around. Everybody will, including the president of the United States, he will send his personal congratulations to him. He might even invite him to Oval Office to come and discuss, for them to sit down and for them to open a new chapter between the relationship, in the relationship between the two countries, as it regard economy, trade, commerce, diplomatic affairs, and science, technology, and everything that we have relationship between us and other world leaders. We congratulate. Nigeria is the biggest black nation in the world, so it's just a matter of time. So people that are crying, this is a man that lost election. Obviously, he's not happy and is jealous with the other guy that was talking gibberish. Is not. Amin Obi was talking gibberish on the television. I'm not after the outcome of the election, but the process. So all these people that are jealous of Tinubu's victory are just crying foul. So let's take a look of it. Let's take a look at it in the real sense of it. One man. Congratulations, they sent in the past. What did he give us? Buhari was congratulated by them in 2000.
But that global endorsement is necessary. It adds to the legitimacy of the mandate.
Hold on, one man. We don't need their legitimacy. We need the legitimacy of Nigerian people. Nigerian people have voted him. What he needs to do is to assume office, put his plan, set his plan rolling, and transform the country. That is what we need. We don't need their legitimacy for our president to function. We don't need that.
This is Ajali Koko. Let me say something.
Yes.
Where you're not understanding is these places, these foreign people that you're seeing are supposed to be the one you have to do business with, both international businesses and whatever, what have you. It's very, very important. It's very, very important that the international space sees Nigeria in a good way, because you're going to lose a lot of, even if it's, let's even go to diaspora remittances, which I don't think that is even going to happen, if Tinubu, it's not going to happen that much if Tinubu resumes
But
office.
what do you mean it's not going to happen that much?
What are you even talking about? Sometimes you shouldn't just
let
open
me
your
say
mouth and just
something now.
say nonsense.
If you don't want to listen to me, fine.
No, hold on. But before you carry on, back up that statement because it's a curious thing to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
We already know that a lot of people in the diaspora wanted P2B to win, right?
Right.
And I can tell you for a fact that how many billion that was it last year that was diaspora remittances?
Yes.
It was a lot,
Carry on.
right?
Yeah.
So now a lot of people are not happy. That is
Right.
just the truth in the diaspora. And
right.
are they gonna be engaged as much as they have been in the past years? I really
So
doubt it.
okay. Oh no, don't worry about your doubts. Why do people send money to Nigeria in diaspora?
I mean, sometimes for their families and all that stuff.
Right. And what else? And what else?
For businesses, a lot of stuff. It's just a lot.
So
that's what I'm saying.
So they'll
just
stop
like
sending money
I told Ajali Koko, I'm beginning to sell my properties. I told this to Ajali Koko. That's just me.
I'm sure you find buyers. I'm sure
No,
you find
he's
buyers.
here. I told him. I'm not just hiding it. That's what I told you. I'm not. I probably won't be the only one. That's why I said they're probably going to lose a lot.
You know what you are doing. Hold on. If you are starting to sell your properties, if you have not sold them, then our advice that you do not sell them. Because you will only have to come back and buy them at a higher price. You belong in Nigeria or not America, and when you start to, but it's up to you.
But talking about the influence of the West on Nigeria's democracy, they hold us and most African countries to ransom in terms of us even able to run our country ourselves. Nigeria's existence in terms of its economy and everything is hinged on being able to actually trade with most of the Western nations, even when it comes to all supplies and everything. We get our revenue in USD. We do our trade in USD. So when it comes to the legitimacy, if we take, for example, a country like Russia, what's happening in Russia, you do know that because of certain things, a lot of European nations stopped trading with Russia. That foreign reserves were frozen, all because a powerful global nation like the United States does not give their government any form of legitimacy.
No,
So
I don't think an election that they do not approve of will be any reason for any nation to stop trading with Nigeria. Certainly not.
So when State Department
it's
say
actually possible.
congratulated, wait. So when the United States, what's the function of United States
no,
Department?
I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing that they didn't send a congratulation. I'm
You
not disputing the
obedience,
fact that
honestly
No,
speaking,
no,
you
no, no,
guys.
no.
what I'm disputing
Colata,
is that
Colata.
they play an
The
important
I'm
last
role
shocked
time,
at what you guys say at times.
no,
Honestly.
Colata. The
Why do you
last time,
even
I'm
You
bother
can be
pretty
with?
shocked
sure. I'm
however you want to be shocked.
Why do you
Colata,
why do you even bother with these guys sometimes? Just give up the
Colata.
fight.
It's
No,
Honestly,
That's the
ridiculous.
it's
question.
hopeless. It is
listen.
hopeless.
Just
I'm
like
telling you.
Canada
Yes.
has come out and basically disengaged themselves with Nigeria.
Ah,
That's
Jesus
bad.
Christ.
That is
Canada has
bad.
come out to this.
Not like,
What's say? I don't
listen
get
now.
this.
Do you want me to give you? Do you want to bring you
All
the
right.
article? I
Yeah,
can send
bring
you
me
the
the
article if you want.
yes, send me, but
Then
not from Igbo Digest magazine though.
okay,
But
whatever you call
because
it.
we
But
know that magazine. But
whatever.
yes, let Ajande Koko carry on. I'm not sure that you're saying anything that about because I want to get the conversation round. But back to Ajande Koko, leaving the interjection by that told us that Canada has stopped trading with Nigeria. I've not heard that, but Ajande
No,
Koko,
I
back
didn't
to
say they
you.
stopped trading. Oh man, listen very
Oh,
well before you misquote me.
all right.
There is a news media that said Nigeria has elected a kingpin drugman in
A
Canada.
kingpin
A
drug
news
man.
media.
Mm.
Sorry, a
That is
kingpin as their
Abubakar.
president
That is
in
Abubakar.
Canada.
That is
Is
Abubakar.
a news station in Canada. I can still show it to you. It's just what
All
it
right.
is, you know.
All right. Well done. All right. Back to you, Ajande Koko.
Look, one man. Every nations around the world need each other as we need them. They need us as well. Nigerian people are spoken and they're spoken very loud. Yes, some people are not happy they're not happy that Tinubu won. They are taking the matter to court. We're going to see what the court will come out with. But at the moment, the president-elect is Tinubu. And whether those foreign countries like it or not, that is what we have at the moment.
Do you feel a sense that his victory is not yet complete? Somewhat. There's just a sense of feel. Do you feel because a lot of people feel that the victory doesn't feel totally and fully complete yet? That there's still something missing. Do you feel a sense that it's not a full-throated sort of victory? Do you feel that sense?
The only thing that is missing, I don't know what is missing, but I know that those that lost out in the election have taken the matter to court. And we have to wait until the court rule. So this is not the first time for losers to go to court to challenge the result of the election. So this is what is typically known with this is what is known with typical Nigerian politicians. They don't accept defeat. They will always go to court. So for Obi and Atiku going to court, contesting the election result is court will decide. But what we should know and what we have on record right now is that Tinubu won a balance. He got a balanced victory. from the two regions that
you can't say he had a balanced victory if he did not get any. He did not record a decimal in the southeast, so he doesn't have the endorsement of the totality of Nigeria. Not to say that the voter number, but the main geographical hubs. There's a significant portion of Nigerians that is missing from his endorsement. The southeast.
I'm telling you that this guy got a balanced victory.
Right.
As constituted today, we have two regions. Northern region.
Oh, right. Okay.
And southern region.
Okay.
And 1 6 state in southern region and 6 states in the northern region. That's a balanced victory. So for some people to look at its victory and say, oh, this man have not won, the heaven must fall, we no go agree or we no go agree. And Atiku turn to, what do you call it? How did Wike describe it? What is the slogan of this student union?
Aluta.
Aluta. Turn to Aluta.
Aluta continua.
Aluta continua. So look, let me tell you, international community, go and mark it down. The moment that the court affirmed this guy electoral victory, you will see congratulatory messages from all the leaders of the world. They will, because look, the Western world believes in the institution. Once it's been taken to the court, and the court affirmed that yes, this guy won the election, they believe there's no other place to take it to. That is the end of the discussion, end of the road. Then let him govern. So they need us, we need them. So I don't even as a matter of fact, I don't even need. We shouldn't even be looking forward for their congratulatory message. What has their congratulatory messages done to us? They've been congratulating every successive elected president in Nigeria. What have they given to Nigerian people? Failure. They congratulated Jonathan. They congratulated Buhari. So if they don't congratulate this one, let them hold their congratulation. We don't need their congratulation. Do they want to trade with us? Let us know. If they don't want to trade with them, we take our business to other parts of the world. Look at Russia. They impose. How many nations can face such kind of economic sanction that they impose on Russia? But go and look at the economy of Russia today. Their ruble stands to be one of the strongest currency in the world. Their economy.
Are you comparing yourself with Russia now?
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me make my point. Their ruble stands to be one of the strongest currency in the world. Their economy is picking up again according to information. Why the economy of the West are going down? We have seen what is happening in Britain with energy costs. We see what is happening, killing us here with inflation. The water, the 24 bottle of water that we buy for $3 before, it is now $12. Inflation is killing us. Look, every African country must start to look inward to see how they can develop on their own without relying on the Western power.
You mean consumption to production, right?
we should start relying on how we can develop on our own without looking up to them. We have looked so much up to them. What have we got in return? Failure. We didn't get anything. So, but I have a strong belief that after Tinubu, get that confirmation by the court, that is the the actual winner of the election, they don't have no other choice. They will even invite him to Oval Office and to some other leaders in the world. We invite him for them to sit down and see how they can improve on trade relationship with Nigeria. So, look, Atiku Abubakar can cry as much as he like. He lost the election, and we all know why he lost. He failed to resolve the crisis within his party, and that was what was responsible for his loss. He can't continue to cry every day. He lost woefully. So let him go to let him go and sit down somewhere. Nobody care about him. And Obi that is crying too, that one has told us that he's not contesting the outcome. He's just contesting the
process.
The process. And the process, the power by the law, the power belongs to the INEC, according to the electoral law. INEC can run the process the way they believe that is good for them to carry out free and fair elections. So I don't know I don't know their who and cry over this guy victory. So we don't have to worry about ourselves, about Western nation congratulations. The little Indian has congratulated him too, Indian president. So we have seen. So they're gonna fall in line. It's just a matter of time. Just leave them alone. They're gonna fall in line. That's the way I see it. So I don't see it as a big deal. One man.
All right, brilliant, Ajande Koko. So brilliant, Ajande Koko. So you were talking about Tinubu's victory, and a lot of people say the architect for that victory is a man called Dele Alake. So there's a clip that I would like us to react to, which I shall bring on the screen just later on. But before I bring that onto the screen, Ajande Koko, I want to like about a 10 minutes no more slot for everybody just to react to the conversation that is going on at the moment. So I'll circle it just as it is on the screen, and I'll kick it off with you, Fatai. So Fatai, so you're up next. Let me take you to the Lagos State space. There's been developments in that space, and have no mistake about it, without equivocation, to borrow grammar from Thomas.
One man, can I talk a little later?
All right. Okay, then let me come to your rational mind. So let me come to rational mind. So without equivocation, borrowing Thomas's words, Lagos is at risk. Because all of the traditional spaces that have always held against Tinubu, they see this window of opportunity, and they are going to climb through it. They'll push their hardest to climb through it. So just as early as yesterday, somebody was saying that this election, March the 18th in Lagos State, is a battle between Bode George and Tinubu. So Bode George, of course, a chieftain and a stalwart of the PDP, but he has come out today. So let me share this with you, Rational Mind. Bode George others endorse Lagos LP governorship candidate Gbadebo Rose-Vivo. The Omo Eko Pataki group, led by the Omo Eko Pataki group, led by former Deputy National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Olabode George, on Thursday, endorsed the candidate of the Labour Party in Saturday's governorship election in Lagos State, Gbadebo Rose-Vivo. The group announced this at a press conference in Ikoyi, attended by the Labour Party candidates and PDP stalwarts. Addressing newsmen, George said the Omo Eko Pataki group, consisting of former Deputy Governor of Lagos State under Bola Tinubu, Senator Kofoworola Akerele Abokno, and Mrs. Oni Kekwo Oshodi, was born to ensure a free electoral process in Lagos. Speaking on Saturday's governorship election in Lagos, the group insists on the use of electronic transfer of results rather than the unreliable, archaic manual system. George used the opportunity to reiterate his claim that an appointee and surrogate of a presidential candidate was presently the man in charge of information technology at the Independent National Electoral Commission. He said, yesterday, the annex spokesperson said there was no such person in their organization. My question is that fellow not a consultant slash contractor for the ICT department in the INEC office? Mr. INEC spokesperson, be bold enough to tell the public what Mr. Femi Odubiyi is doing in the INEC office. The witch cried yesterday and the child died today. Who does not know that the witch that cried yesterday is responsible for the death of the child? How can we trust the outcome of a process when an examiner is associated with one of the contestants slash participants? Where is the transparency and fairness? The PDP chieftain appealed to INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu to do the right thing and save Nigeria from being the butt of jokes in the Committee of Nations. So the latter half, yes, but to the first half of that, rational mind. But the judge endorses Gbadebo Roads Vivo. I don't know if you ever have. I don't know if you've ever been to a casino, but sometimes you put all your chips on red. So all his chips on red. But the judge, what says you, rational mind?
Yeah, you could put all his chips on red. Yeah, because he is a son of the soil, the Lagosian. But the judge is a true Lagosian. And Akerele Bokno, she also is a son of the soil. The Tejo shows and all of them, the Oshodis, they're all, I think they are Wori. They are all also.
Oshodi is not a worry. Oshodi is Nupe in origin.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's they occupy that the Awori space there, but I don't know. Yeah. So Oshodi area there, I think it's belongs to the Aworis, if I'm not mistaken.
The Oshodi name is Nupe. That's the origin.
I understand. And I'm just saying that area, Ikeja area, those areas, I think it used to belong to the Aworis. They own those areas, but then let's forget. My point is this. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is it is the son of the soil. That's why if you look at that press conference that they gave, I saw that. I think I watched it on channels. They are now rallying around their own person, the son of the soil. I think the Lagosians, for far too long, they've allowed non-Lagosians, I mean, non-indigenous perhaps, should I say, people who don't have their origin from Lagos to dominate the political scene in that state. They've relegated themselves to the background, and that is why these people they've all swayed for this long time than they should have. And now they're suddenly realizing that, well, I mean, I think it's too late for them. Maybe it's too late, but then I think they can still salvage it in a way if they can get the majority vote and they can rally other Lagosians like themselves to vote their candidates and win the election. But some people have said, I've heard in some camps that, especially the APC camp, that that's another godfatherism in the brewing there, in the making. Well, I don't think what a judge is of God. He's going to be a godfather, because this guy explained it when he was interviewed on Arise. He said that he's just his mentor. He's mentoring him and all of that. And this is the same man who is almost.
Is that not just semantics? What's the difference between a mentor and a godfather?
Yeah, you might spin it that way. We can spin it that way. But then this is a man who is almost, I think, 86 or but he just 86, so he's almost leaving the space for us. Yeah. The thing I realize is that definitely you will need a mentor. You will need the backing of people. That's what these people, these concerned citizens of Lagos, the indigenous of Lagos, they are doing, because they've had enough of the Ragbiji man who has always bringing people who are non-Lagosians to come dominate the whole space. So yeah, so I think it's not out of line if I say if they decide to want to do that. But what's their motive? That's the question. That would we will see the 4 years if this guy ever wins the election. The 4 years of his tenure would tell if this whole thing that the APC has been saying that, yeah, that's another godfatherism brewing in the making, because some people have labeled Bokno, Akerele Bokno, as another godmother or whatever, and this guy's godfather. But I don't see it that way. I see that there's an alliance here. If you have to put out, or if you have to retire, or put out Tinubu's dynasty rather in in Lagos, you need to form an alliance of people who seems to have some kind of.
What do you think is propelling Bode George? Is it the greater good, or is it a case of one oligarchic space wanting to wrestle power from another from the oligarchy? Is it not just the same thing but are different clothes?
Yeah,
I'm not sure that Bode George is after
like
the greater good of anything.
Yeah, it looks like it because
it just wants what Tinubu has. That's just it.
It looks like, well, one man like myself, I want him out too, but then it looks like it. But then you see,
to be replaced by what? By Bode George?
Not Bode George. Bode George is not. Last time I checked, Bode George is not on the ballot.
Oh, all right.
It's
it is not.
On the ballot.
Really?
No, it's on the ballot.
Oh.
It's Bode that is on the ballot. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If Bade ever allows somebody to see the likes of Tinubu, like we see Tinubu calling the shots, if Bade allows this guy to start calling the shots, and it's so glaring to everybody. I mean,
but if Gbadebo becomes governor, he is not going to call the shots, is he? He will have oversight by whoever put him there.
He is well, the Lagosians. Well, that's the unique thing about this obedient movement. Or the labor movement. But I mean, to a large extent, it's not money driven. When I mean money driven, it's not from one godfather that is sponsoring the whole thing. Each person within the obedient movement, they're all using their own finances, their own money to support the movement, to finance the movement. That's how Awolowo did it back then. You know,
so obedient to Awolowo like now, Abi.
Hold on.
According to rational mind.
I know you will always. I'm just. Let me talk. Let me talk. I know you always attack me. You always want to challenge me on anything. Anyway, it's okay. But then the parallel I'm drawing here is that it is the people who are using their own money. Like in Awolowo's case, the people, the cocoa sellers, the farmers, the peasants, all of them, they are the people that who supported the Awolowo struggle back then. That's how politics should be. But in this modern age, one man hijacked one state resources, state treasury. I mean, he controls the whole. Even the second largest economy in Africa. He hijacked it to himself, and he was making it to realize his ambition. I mean, that's the height of selfishness.
So he built it also. He built it.
Built it. I beg you. Let me build it. What did he build? He built an empire that would make money machine for himself, so that he could realize what he has eventually realized, being the so-called president-elect of
the other people should have built it before him. Now, why didn't they build it before he came and built it?
Fatah, you and I have had this discussion, and I think to agree with you on when we had this discussion the last time. I kind of see your reason why you talk about the way you talk about it, which I understand. Awolowo's failure probably was what Tinubu must have looked at, and he found out that maybe there's no other way he could do this thing. And well, I don't want to go into that. I see that.
Has there been anyone apart from Tinubu that had a solid control of Lagos State? Has there been anyone before Tinubu?
None in recent that I know of. No. Not even Awolowo.
I mean,
Awolowo never had.
What does it mean?
It means that
nobody was governor before. Is that the question?
Somebody was governor. Babakekere did not rule Lagos like this guy. Did not hold Lagos by the jugular. That's what we're saying. So only Tinubu that has done that, and we know why he did that. He used Lagos as a springboard for himself to launch himself into the limelight, and eventually realized this presidential ambition that he said.
Anyway, there's no to interject.
Yes, let me just say this, just to the dawning of reality. I'm teeing you up for 4 months' time. In about 4 months' time, the likelihood is that Tinubu will have everything he wants. He will have the Nigerian presidency, which he already has, and he will have Lagos State as well. So at the end of it all, with all of this, everything, when it settles, it will be a case of winner takes all, a literal winner takes all, everything.
And you don't see problem with that, woman?
No, I don't see a problem with that. If Tinubu is the president, then I want APC to hold on to Lagos State because it will be a travesty. Can you imagine the development? Can you imagine?
Okay, we shall see. We can only imagine like you're talking about now, but I can't even imagine what you're even talking about. But maybe imagine it in a more delusional way. I want to imagine it like you said, by being delusional. And so, yeah, because he's going to be the president. But do you know the consequence of that? You know
what are the consequences? What's the consequence? Please educate us.
Now, a man who has Lagos in his pocket, in the person of Tinubu, kiss free and fair election goodbye during his reign. Kiss it goodbye. Because he has the means to violence. He controls the means of violence. That is, if Chima does not take it over from him, like he said, he was going to be the commander-in-chief, and then he will be the one, City Boy will be the one, Shitty Boy will be the one controlling the economy. He will direct the army. Well, we shall see how that plays out. That is if he does not, Chima does not hijack it from him. But if he controls, he's the chief, really the chief, not just a name, but he's the chief, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, then you know what that means. Kiss free and fair election goodbye in that country.
Rational, I confess, this thing is paining you. Imagine Tinubu is controlling the army, he's controlling the politics, he's controlling every single thing.
Pedestrian way of,
but is that something to be celebrated in a democracy? Because I really don't understand.
As a commander-in-chief, why not? That's his job.
He is the head of the country, so of course
he's the head of the country,
right?
What is the problem?
So, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the means. I mean, you know, the Nigerian context.
Last. Don't
worry. I mean, kilo me. I mean,
what
I mean, maybe what do I hear me? No problem. Like long. So I mean, I don't have any problem. Okay, I want to call Nigeria. Look on. Call me Dominuni. Where long? I mean. I mean, I don't even have to say it. I mean, anyway, so yeah, everybody deserves to be happy in life. Our people back home, they've suffered too much. Then at least the rest of their life that they have to live, let them enjoy it before they leave this mother earth. But one man, just one person now, because of his own selfish ambition, I mean, it just, I don't even not go there. So one man, yeah, but the judge, yeah, we shall see how that plays out. But I'll be the first person to come on that is your platform, stay here. I just hope you stay here. I'll be the first person to come on your platform and condemn GRV if he allows another godfatherism in Lagos. So, but then what we want is
hold on, rational mind. Gbadebo, he is a 40-year-old man who we have been interrogating his past, and we've not really found anything substantial in terms of he has his academics, which he vaunts the MIT, but we've not really found anything of real substance in terms of the rounding that makes somebody a leader. He speaks like a leader, he looks like a leader, and you can see leadership in him, but he has not led anything, done anything. You know, it's just a void in terms of his CV outside of his academics. So if somebody like that becomes the governor of Lagos State, it's almost impossible not to imagine that he will be oversighted. And that oversight is Godfather. How can he govern without a Godfather? It won't last 2 minutes.
It looks like it, because in the Nigerian context, I know the politics in Nigeria is so, you must be heavily invested in some kind of mentorship, and the mentorship in the Nigerian context, it's about godfatherism, you know. Yeah, you see, that's why I said sometimes there are times I almost want to give up on that nation, on that on that country rather. I want to give up because everything in that country, every fabrics of it is just flawed in any way, in any way you look at it. Well, but yeah. So just to go to your
but rational mind, 30 seconds. You said something some times ago, and I remember very well. You said between Tinubu finally win this election, you may not come on social media anymore.
Yeah,
when are you going to stop coming on social media?
Yeah, I said it. Hold on. Recently, I thought about it too, because somebody was saying that this guy said he was going to leave Nigeria, and then I said, "Oh, it's like you yourself. You said it now. You said if Tinubu ever win this election, you know, yeah. I mean, at some point, I would stop. I will stop because the reason why I'm still here, get it? I mean, I will stay by my word, Thomas. The reason why I'm still here is that
don't stick by your words. So you are one of the favorite voices on this platform. Everybody waits to hear from you.
Well, the thing is that if the court ever decide that Tinubu wins the election, that he won it. He won it. Well, forget it. You might not see me anymore again. Come online. Maybe I will just be
Oh
in the
man, don't
background.
make another commitment now.
You mean me or one man?
I mean, sorry, rational mind. Don't make another commitment now.
It's just because I can't just imagine
but one man.
Tinubu is going to.
But one
It will
man,
not
how
hold now.
relevant?
It will not hold.
How relevant is Bode George that you consider him being able
It's
to
not that too
control?
relevant. I don't know why
Because
everybody
I don't
just.
know, apart from these elections, apart from this particular Gbadebo guy and the whole labor movement, has he actually been that relevant in the political landscape for him to seize control?
It was a member of the when the Obasanjo was there. It was very active and it was very powerful. But then,
was he is relevant as a voice of influence. Is relevant as a voice of influence because he has been the one that has been holding Tinubu feet to the coal for years and years, and is one of the voices that actually pushes Tinubu to the point that agitates him. So he has that relevance.
And it's politics kuru Omoluabi Ekoni.
Omoluabi is not an Omoluabi.
I don't think there's anyone. I don't think there's anyone in Lagos State that has actually put Tinubu or given him a run for his money or anything like that. I don't think Bode George is that powerful.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, maybe I don't think he's that because apart from this guy, has there been any candidate that Bode George has stood by that has challenged Tinubu or his whoever he sponsored in the elections?
Yeah, well, I mean, the last person that did it, that tried it, that almost really gave Tinubu was during this. Was it Fashola time when this guy Jimmy Agbaje? I think Jimmy Agbaje really, even though we know how the election turned out, that the ACN won back then. But what I'm trying to say is that you see, I don't know why people keep touting this, but it's just relevant. This is an ex-criminal who has been jailed before. But let's just leave that aside. But for me, the way the politics in Nigeria, like you said, it seems that it's going to need some kind of mentorship, which I know it might translate to, okay, now they are being his godfather, and they're using him as a means to also start getting contracts and start turning the LIRS, which is Lagos International, maybe they to creating their own kind of alphabet too. It could happen. But my point is this, woman, I'm a no respecter of any man. If you don't do what is right for the people, if he does that, well, let Tinubu come back. Whoever wants to let them remove him, vote him out. That's it. So I'm not that kind of person whereby you say, oh, because he's my man, even though he does what is wrong, I will support him. No, vote him out. If after 4 years he does woefully and he continues to perpetuate the same kind of style of governance like we saw in Tinubu's dynasty, vote him out. So, but then what point I'm trying to say is this: like, let us try something new. But I know in the Nigerian context, we're always afraid of change, even though we talk about change. Go on. Who's that?
Ife.
Oh, Ife. Okay, Ife, go on, please.
Look, have you seen the video that's where the Lebanese are throwing palliatives to people for election in Lagos today?
Somebody sent me that clip. I think I have it. No, if I can find it, then I will. Whoever sent it to me, if you want to resend it, yeah. But carry on.
Look, there's Oluomo. We are the ones shouting Yoruba.
It had the logo of Labour Party, the palliatives. Yeah.
No. It has the logo. It's even APC that is doing
it. Is it? All right.
Yes, from the trucks. Look, there are some things that, as Black people, even though I don't normally like referring to us like that, but let's say people from sub-Saharan Africa, if we see it in our generation, it's a slap to us. I don't want to know the guys it came from, either for party politics. It's one thing for them to create these things, give it to either APC representative or PDP representative, but for them to come in the trucks throwing it to people. I just look at, I don't even know the type of message you are sending to our next generation. And we are blinded by partisan politics, not to even know how to dignify ourselves as a people. For me, when I saw that video today, I just start thinking, like, okay, what's the meaning of all this? Is it just for power, just for control that we are allowing ourselves making a mockery of who we are as a people? Where if maybe we have had what do we call it, education center that could be like incubators for knowledge. There is nothing these people are doing that is very spectacular that we cannot do in our country. I'm not saying expatriates cannot seek contracts in our country, but the question is, why should we stoop our indigenous people so low to the extent that even they trying to do that, putting on APC party logo or whatever party there is, our people cannot even tell them, please, no, 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 this is going extreme, don't go, we'll do it for you. Let's even say you want to save the face of the, because there are some things that I don't know what has happened to us, but unfortunately, poverty is everywhere in that country. It's only when you are not, when you are a little bit better that you see things from the paradigm we are seeing it from the Western world, and I believe that's the what we want for our people. I don't care if APC win, LP win, PDP win. Let everybody in that country have a sense of dignity. So that's the way I see it. And this issue of somebody is half Yoruba, somebody is full Yoruba. Look, we have started the politics in the southwest that will last generations to come. It started in Lagos now, it will enter the other states too. That's what will happen. Part of the reason, what's it called? They're attacking this guy in Oyo State today, Oyo Alafin is because they are saying that the mom is a Benin woman, the wife is a from Port Harcourt, he's a Christian. So we've started this politics and it's not going to lead us anywhere. Unfortunately, Southwest that we claim that we are the most educated, the most enlightened, is where all this madness is coming from. A known tout, either he's refined or not, is now the political spokesman in the most economically viable state in Nigeria. So, what message are we sending to our younger ones who are even schooling in the states? Already, they are telling us that education is a scam.
All right. If I round it off, I'm going to take it round to give everybody a 10-minute slot. You can still interject, but let rational mind. Yeah.
So education is a scam. So now they are the one dictating politics, where we have professors, where we have school start holders, graduates who have no work, and they are, I don't know. I don't know the type of society we are building here based on partisan politics. I don't know how Southwest will be in the next 10 years or in the next 20 years. So whoever wants to interject, just interject.
So based on what you just said, you see the South in itself, we've created a very serious problem for ourselves. Like you mentioned, normally the way we see ourselves, it has always been the South, the North at one part, the South at one part. But now the South in itself has never been even more divided. At least before, we had Southerners who are still, you have the Muslim speaking Southerners, the Christian, but we still had that differences. But now, even people of the same tribe, you are still breaking it further, classifying them as either Christian or Muslim, then breaking it again further, classifying them as you're half Igbo, you're half Yoruba. So to be honest, I think even among ourselves, we're continually losing that power completely. The way I see things, I do not see the South after these whole elections, after these Tinubu elections, before we can come together as a union, is going to be very difficult. I think we've divided our own selves again.
Hold on, Charles. Has that chasm not always been there? But it's never.
One
There's
man,
always. Hold on. Okay, go on.
The fear is the social media. It has always been there, but the social media has amplified it. That's my fear.
Yeah, so now we have to address it. We cannot. You know when you say jocularly Omo Igbo, and then you jocularly say those Yoruba people. There's always been an undertone, and that's now just been amplified by politics. So it's always been there.
We are even denying ourselves that somebody is half Yoruba, half Igbo.
No, that's different now. That's different. That one is a suspect. That guy is a suspect.
One man, you can look at it from, maybe you are from or you are laughing. For somebody like me in Badagry, I'll look at it in another way. Because if the majority ethnic group can be divided, what happens to me, who is a minority ethnic group, who is even an indigenous person to that space? The last time Badebo went to Takwabi, he saw the Ogu community there with their Zangbeto masquerade. Most of all those islands that you found in Lagos.
Hold on Ife. I want to do a piece on that Zangbeto or something, so I'll speak to you about it later. So okay. I want to do something on voodoo, but
okay. So all those islands, scattered islands in Lagos State, are majorly occupied by our people. And Badagry local government and some part of Ogun State. So what happens to us if the major ethnic group is even dividing itself, saying that somebody is half, somebody is full, the other is seen as being partisan to somebody or not? And mind you, even in Lagos, the Oba is the Oba of Lagos Island, because we have 5 divisions. We have Epe division, Ikorodu division, Badagry division, Ikeja division, which have their prominent Obas. So I think we are
all right. No, hold on. I want to try and somewhat strictly adhere to that 10-minute slot for each person each. So so rational now. Oh, was that you, rational mind?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
All right. So back to you then. But let me play you the clip that Ife was just highlighting the Lebanese throwing palliatives at Lagosians like monkeys. Let me stop it there because there's music in it, and I don't want to be struck. But so there it is. That's what he was referencing.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying there. I mean, they were handing it over. I'm not saying that, but maybe because he didn't play the full video. Maybe
no. They went throwing it at them. That's me just using my usual.
Well, I mean, I think I understand where Ife is coming from. Our people has been their psyche has been bastardized. It made them feel like they are inferior. You know, they have this. I mean, on the average Nigerian.
Sorry.
No, hold on. If I let him have his slot. Yeah. No. Let him have his slot. Carry on, rational mind.
Yeah. So the average Nigerian. If you go to Nigeria, Nigerians, they have this complex, which is an inferiority complex, and this stems from the way that country has destroyed the psyche of an average Nigerian. There's this lack of confidence, lack of dignity, that they don't even see that they deserve to be dignified, like I was trying to say. Well, for me, and that's what the Nigerian politicians have done over the years. They successfully be able to. That's why when I speak the way I speak, I was calling an Oba a useless Oba and whatever. Doesn't mean that I want to disrespect that office or whatever. It's because of the agony, the pain in my heart that I see my people, our people back home, how they've been reduced, what they've been reduced to. So my point is that you see, going back to your question you were asking me earlier about if GRV starts another godfatherism, then that would be foolish on his part, and then vote him out. But the thing is that we need a new paradigm shift from that Lagos. I'd say what Tinubu is achieving with his different people that he's bringing in there, starting from Fashola and all of that, he has been able to transform Lagos to some extent. Yeah, I'll give that to him and whoever he has been. But then the point is that how has that translated to, how has that helped the ordinary man? I believe there are other routes that he could have taken to bring about a governance that works for the people and not for just for some few people and himself. That's just my bone of contention with Tinubu. The issue of legitimacy that is hanging on his neck. I don't know what we're talking about here. When Jonathan, when he was there, he could not prosecute a war, an insurgency in Nigeria, and now that really almost collapsed that country, all because he lacked some form of legitimacy in the eyes of the United States, and they denied him some weaponry that he would have needed to fight that war, to prosecute that war. And so now you people are talking about suddenly Ajale Koko now realize because it's Tinubu now, they should go and sit down and keep their validation or whatever. I mean, you need the validation of these people. I mean, I don't subscribe to it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a person who subscribes to this Western validation and whatever. But we need their validation because the way we are right now, we need their assistance in terms of economics, military, and whatever. But then if you lack that legitimacy coming to office, the way this election has spanned out for Tinubu and INEC and the rest of the Nigerians, then that would be a problem. And if really it's not a problem, so why is Tinubu lobbying then? Why are we hearing about this lobbyist group? I know you people have heard about the Nadeco issue in America, how they, I mean, that's another topic. Maybe later I'll have to come to that.
No, you can go on to it because that came out yesterday, didn't it? And they had this long-winded press conference. I thought the Nadeco space was Tinubu space. So,
yeah. So you see, the Nadeco issue, I mean, like, if you listen to what they said, you see, that's why I said, you see, when you brought out this issue of Bode George taking over or mentoring or godfatherism this guy when he gets there. I mean, I don't rule that possibility out. Don't get me wrong.
It's almost a certainty, isn't it? Because you cannot imagine that a 40-year-old guy with no work experience has total charge of Lagos State. He can't, can he? So it will be oversighted by the people who put him there.
Yeah, well, it's possible.
Which will be godfathers.
You see, why I'm bringing that, I'm drawing that parallel here with what Tinubu and Nadeco. If you listen to what the Nadeco people said about Tinubu, this Tinubu was once a member of Nadeco. This was a group. Tinubu belonged to that group that fought against the dictator in Nigeria, that annulled an election, that refused to give the mandate to somebody. And now, after many years, himself now has become part of that criminal organization that's now depriving Nigerians of a true and fair election by being a tool or by being a mastermind of a rigging. So that is what the Nadeco streets were talking about. Now, this is a man that usually that was part of us. Suddenly now, look at the election that brought him in. He even won like less than 15% or 10% of the election. And how did he even come about those numbers? They were questioning so many things, and then Tinubu, who was once one of their members, and now he's even himself part of the criminal organization that is, running that country and making that country the way it is. How quick people change, all because of power and ambition, or whatever ambition they have. So I'm not surprised if GRV, I'll be surprised if GRV himself turned out to be that way. But like he said, let's trust him by his word. Let us take by his word. And if he fails, vote him out after 4 years. That's all I can say, one man.
What credibility does his words have? How does it get to have a word that is trustworthy?
Well, you can say that we have not had him. He has not been an active player in the political scene in Nigeria. Besides all the things we see on his Instagram and what people say about his previous comments and all of that, and how people twist it. I would say, they twisted so many things about the guy. His support was not only just for IPOP. He's also supported Sunday Igboho and the rest of them. Yoruba Nation. He's a nationalist, the way I look at him. I don't know when people talk about he's not a Yoruba man or whatever. I mean, he's a nationalist guy who believes in the self-determination for people. I mean, that's to tell you that this guy, he's just like somebody like Tinubu himself too, who once believed that, I don't believe in Nigeria.
A lot of his belief systems, they've not been tested. He's not been in the trenches. He's not gone through the processes. He's not out on the. Was he even part of the NSAS protest? I'm not quite sure if he.
I think he was.
Because I'm not sure that he was. Was he?
I don't know. But I think there's some posts I've seen on. I've seen some Twitter posts that we made of him, where he was present at one of the rallies. I don't know. I think that's what I saw. I don't know. Maybe that's a different rally. I don't know. NSAS rally. So yeah, you see, you can see all of this, one man, and I can understand that this guy is not part of the oligarchs like we see in Nigeria, the Tinubu school of political school, whereby you have to go to a school and become maybe commissioner. From commissioner, you become an SSA. From SSA, maybe you become something, and then local government, and then you rise to become maybe a deputy governor or a governor, like in case of Sanwo-Olu right now, or like Fashola, who was his personal assistant, and from there, so we might say it doesn't belong to this, but all these people that have been there, what impact? Don't get me wrong, these guys, I wouldn't lie to you, Fashola, Ambode, Sanwo-Olu, they are not my problem, but the problem is the blueprint, the blueprint which they are working with, the person they are associated with. There is nothing they can do outside. Any of them who tries to win or woju, which is Tinubu is the Ekun here. If you try defying that, you want to deviate, like we saw in, what's his name? Fashola tried it himself. He almost lost his ticket. This guy that was so gullible, was so foolish, was his name? Ambode. He could have just play along with them the first year, maybe second year, start putting himself in the limelight, but he was so foolish and he did this foolishly. That was why this one that is there now.
Let's play what if for a moment. Let's play what if. Let's say Ambode had played along, then he will be completing his second tenure now. So that is his constitutional limit. So now in this cycle, so everything remains the same, but Sanwo-Olu is a fresh face to the politics now being presented by the APC. And then, what do you think? Without the backdrop of his antecedents, what do you think Sanwo-Olu's chances would have been against Gbadebo? Because it's a better orator, Gbadebo, more presentable, more governor-looking like.
Yeah, it's a scenario that I can't even. It's very difficult for me to even imagine right now.
Gbadebo will flog him if he was just fresh face to fresh face.
It's going to be, but then that will all depend on Ambode's performance to be what will be the determining factor here too, because that's if someone is going to run on that.
What do you mean, one man? You say you will flog him in debate or what?
Yeah, it will flog him in everything because Gbadebo is more. Sanwo-Olu. I think Gbadebo has a better mastery of language. I think Gbadebo has a better confidence. He has a better presentation of an aura of is a more charming guy. He engages better with the youth space. I think it will float Tinubu if they were fresh, not Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, if they were fresh face to fresh face. If Sanwo-Olu did not have the backdrop of 4 years, I think Gbadebo would floor him.
No, Sanwo-Olu will bring in that experience in government. He will bring it in, and we will be able to show that class against him that he is a person with wealth of experience in government, and it really matters. Experience matters when it comes to doing this job and articulating your plan in such a way to convince people. If you are meeting good, people that are.
Have you listened to the? Sorry, Ajale Koko. Have you hold on, Ajale Koko? Have you listened to that Gbadebo speak?
Oh yes.
Because I was even watching a clip. I've seen him on so many platforms. He never fails to impress. Never.
Yeah, it's good. I'm not saying that it's not good, but what I'm saying is that
it's better than Sanwo-Olu in terms of presentation and articulation.
I don't think so. Sanwo-Olu is very, very good as well. Maybe you just impressed of Badego because of your criticism about him, and haven't watched him, you feel impressed. Sanwo-Olu is very, very good, very articulate in his presentation, and the way he analyzed, his plan and everything he has done too. I think it's very, very good. I mean, Sanwo-Olu is a smart guy, and it's very, very smart. It's very smart, So I wish you can go and look at, watch his debate and in the last election, and maybe you can use that to, you see, Gbadebo, for being that he have no experience on how government is run, if he's facing a thorough interviewer, they can easily floor him. They can easily identify his weakness and they throw it at him, and it will look foolish that somebody that doesn't know how government is run and he wants to come. Just like all this, it's like the point he always make on Alati Jakonde and Awolowo, that they don't have experience in civil service or government, running of government before they are elected and they perform election. It just, we don't know who gave him that idea. It's not a good, but to some people, he can catch up on some people, but to people like us that knows better, it's not a very good point for him to use that, Alhaji Jakonde doesn't have, I've never run anything.
No. Adelekoko, no. You need to understand the context. You see, when we say something, let us consider the context of when something is said. Whenever he uses something about Alhaji Jakonde, it's not being derogatory. It's not trying to belittle them.
No. I'm not saying it's derogatory.
What he's saying is because when people put it to him, hold on, when people put it to him that, what are you coming with? What do you have? What experience? That's for him to make people understand that, look, this experience you people always talk about. Baba Jakonde, this person, what do they have when they came in and then
they have experience?
Better?
They have experience in the management of human resources and various other resources.
This guy has his own company. He has his architectural firm.
Jakonde managed the Tribune, and Tribune was one of the
but like you and I, we've argued here. Besides the Tribune you talk about, has he ever been in governance, like be commissioner or whatever, or being like a deputy governor or whatever? No, he has never been. He came from private sector, or more like private public sector, into the governance. That's what we're saying. This guy has his own architectural firm.
Right. That guy is carrying a dry CV, and that was.
But let me just say this real quick. It's a red flag if you still have your internship on your resume. That's a red flag. It gets to a point where you get enough experience in your field that you no longer list your internship. If you're still listing your internship as part of experience, that's a problem for me. So that's just and let's not forget that we have 26 million people in Lagos. You cannot entrust the life of 26 million people to someone that doesn't have enough experience.
To an intern.
This is not Ekiti or Oshun. I'm sorry, it might be New York, but this is not Oshun or Ekiti that you can experiment. You can't experiment with Lagos. It's a very critical state in Nigeria, very important. You cannot afford to make that mistake, because if you get the wrong person in, it will be very, very, very bad for everybody else in the country.
Babati.
Yes.
What we should be looking at is the policy, the agenda this guy is coming in with.
Bro.
What matters? Hold on. I understand experience is important. Don't get me wrong.
Let's go there. No, please. Let's go there.
Okay, good.
I read the guy's 10-point agenda. 7 of it is all BS.
Okay, tell us what are the ones that are
So is it about increasing the salary by 100%, which is total BS. one man, if he had that list, he can put it up. He has this 10-point agenda that he has. We can go through them if you have time. 7 of, because it was proposing like withdraw taxation from alpha, beta, whatever. These are contracts that are signed by the state. These are lawsuit pen. These are lawsuit loading. I don't believe he's knowledgeable enough. My own issue with him is this: if you don't know something, find people that know those things to surround you that can help you with it. The same thing Tinubu does. It's not like he's all that he's smart, but he can find people that will help him out. Based on the way the guy has been talking, I mean, Badebo, that tells me that the people around him are not knowledgeable enough about governance. Forget him. But the people that he has around him doing the campaign, managing him, don't know enough about Lagos. So go to that 10-point agenda.
Okay, let us talk about one you just mentioned.
Salary increase.
The salary issue, yeah, and the alpha beta matter. Now, the salary issue. Lagos has what it takes to pay every single worker. If they can damn those loopholes where there's corruption, which Tinubu said he did, and if really in fairness, I mean, if really in fairness to him, I would say he was successful in that. But then the question is, at the same time, there is still more loopholes that he still needs to dam. Ordinarily, that money, that revenue they get from motorists and from shop people or whatever, those people that put something on their head and it sells like that, I mean, they give them tickets. If he can account for that money, if you can account for those money, you can pay civil servants a living wage in Lagos. Lagos State civil servants should be the highest paid in Nigeria.
But they are.
Maybe they are. Yeah, maybe they are. But what I'm saying is that you should be able to pay them without having to even owe them.
No, because he said, listen to me. He said the first is 60K, right? Then he wants.
I can't find the 10-point something, by the way, but I'm just looking for it.
If you search for my first 100 days in office, by the way, it will come up on Google.
Okay.
But it says he's going to go to 60,000, then go to 100,000. So he wants to make 100,000 the minimum wage. Do you know what happens? If you make 100K minimum wage, that means you must bump up everybody above the minimum wage. So if I level 7, level 8, level 9, you must bump them up only. So don't focus on people that are below, that are moving from 30 to 60 or 60 to 100. You must also move people above them by about 20 or 30% as well. So can you afford that? Where would the money come from? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's possible. You see, well, let's say these things. I understand the economic factor, the crunch, the economic crunch, whatever it is they call it, the economic factor of Nigeria, right? But I'm saying Lagos has what it takes. Lagos is just it's not about just engineering the whole thing. Allow local government function. Let local government employ their own employees. Set the bar for your own states, your state workers, whoever works in the states. This issue of lawman, whatever, is going to give it to local government. Let local government handle it themselves, generate their money from there.
Okay. Let's move on to one that he said as well. He said he's going to work with Labour Party to set up a caretaker committee chairman for each local government. I thought he was going to set up elections, not appoint people. The same issue.
You see, I'm not a spokesperson on that. But you see, the point is this. Let me not say that I know what he was talking about, but that would be folly on his part if he does not conduct local government election. But if you say caretaker, maybe the first few months that he gets in there, he has to go by caretaker. But I would encourage him to eventually, because if he says really that he's going to allow local government function, and then you're going to go by caretakers, then that's not democracy. Then he will be repeating the same mistake that.
He
should allow. But I don't know if he said that.
No. I'm going off of his bullet point.
But see, I've got the bullet points on my screen. But when Rational Mind rounds off and I go on to Kulata, we will go through that list with Kulata. Yeah.
You see, Babati, you cannot just expect him to just get in there and conduct election. He will not do that. If I were him, I wouldn't do that. I will go by a transition team whereby I will have caretakers. I will structure everything fine. I will have to restructure everything, see everything whatever mess they've made before just trying to build on whatever they left behind. I will look at everything. Other thing you're talking about, it's not gonna, I mean, even trying to take out Alpha Beta, like you said, there must have been maybe some kind of contract Alpha Beta signed with Lagos State that we're going to do this for 10 years with you or whatever years with you. Then we can renew the contract. You can't just get in there and say you want to fire Alpha Beta.
But that's what he's still. That's what he's saying.
I get you, but we don't know. That's what I'm saying.
But that comes from inexperience. If you know,
you won't say that. We can say that. You can say that. But from what I understand is this: that you see, sometimes you don't know what is there until when you get in there, because these are people that are not transparent. Lagos State has not been transparent about their relationship with Alpha Beta. We don't even know whether they signed a contract for 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. These are something that should be on their official Lagos State website. This should be public knowledge, whereby people can go on the website, but we don't see all this in shrouded in secrecy. We don't even know. So that guy doesn't know what is going on until when he gets there. But he said his intention is that I'm going to get rid of Alpha Beta. Whatever it takes.
No, but hold on. Is that not in itself a sort of a naive thing to say rather? Because a better thing to say is that I'm going to review the relationship of Alpha Beta with
right.
Yes. You don't know what purpose they have. They are copying Alpha Beta in other states and African countries.
The man even said that even the Ikoyi Bridge is going to cancel the whole thing.
That is his ultimate goal, to cancel it.
How can he cancel it when it's not established if it's fit for purpose or not? It doesn't have.
I get you, one man. I get you. He's telling you that, yeah, because listen, this is just political run. He's running that. Listen, I want to change the status quo in Lagos. After anything that has to link with Tinubu's dynasty, I'm going to get rid of it.
But why? Why?
Because
but does it not speak to the lack of experience that we're highlighting? Because it doesn't have the antecedents to know how to think.
But that's Nigerian politics now. That's Nigerian politics.
I will get rid of everything.
Continuity has always been a problem in every.
This is not continuity. I mean, continuity. When we talk about continuity, there will be area like the light rail. It doesn't say it's going to scrap it. It says it's going to continue it. But it's going to take it to another level whereby there'll be accountability for whatever money that's hold on now.
You expand it. No, because I have it here. It says it's going to expand it. But let me ask you. You said
it's going to what? Say that again.
Did that the train is going to go by like 100 kilometers more across Lagos State. So that one, like I said, 7 out of 10. I give him that. He wants to expand that across Lagos. The orange line, green line.
Yeah.
But what he's failing to understand is this: these are PPP projects that he wants to cancel. There is the private element that is does not recognize.
What's the PPP here you're talking about?
Private-public partnership.
I know. But which one? Give me an example of the one that says
like the Lagos, the link bridge in Ikoyi, for instance. He wants to get rid of the private part of it. These are contracts that are signed. These are lawsuits that you're going to face as a government.
Lagos, what bridge is that, please? I'm sorry.
The Lagos Ikoyi bridge, for instance, the Aja one and the Ikoyi link bridge. These are PPP projects. So if you say, okay, when I get rid there will be no more tolls over there. That's lawsuit right there. So because they are PPP projects. So you cannot
like you said, what I agree with you and one man when you said
experience.
It could have been elegant in its way. The way worded is maybe I will review it. And if we find them wanting, but what I'm saying is that his ultimate goal is to read anything that has to do with corruption that's linked to Tinubu. And I'm sure it's not going to totally just take away all things that Tinubu did or his people has done. But the thing is that anything that he sees as corruption laden or a cesspool for corruption within Tinubu's and his whatever governors are put there.
Well, no, that's a given anyway. If it is corruption, then they'll get rid of it. So, but to say that it will wholesale cancel Tinubu projects,
this is just political campaign talk, whereby it says, "Yeah, I'm going to get rid of Alpha Beta because there are people like myself. If I'm one of those voters, I'm registered to vote in Lagos. I have my voter's card. But if like me now,
that will resonate with you.
Yeah, it will resonate with me. Yeah."
Spinner, they already signed the deal for the Fort Milan Bridge. This guy wants to get rid of that. That is lawsuit right there. It's already signed. You see what I'm saying?
They could have listen. No. You see,
they already signed the deal now. You can't just come and cancel stuff. These are lost.
I get you. I mean, we saw when Medvedev came to Nigeria and he signed a pipeline from this Trans-Sahara pipeline from Nigeria through Sahara Desert to, I mean, they signed the memorandum of understanding. They could do that. It's possible. We don't know what they signed.
It's not MOM. No. Fort Milan is already signed. My sign on paper.
I don't have all the details in front of me.
I'm telling you. It's already signed.
But if he identifies the project as not financially viable, doesn't he have the right to cancel it?
Okay, go on.
No, he cannot cancel it, or he might want to renegotiate it. But if he cancels it, like Babati is saying, then it will just be locked up in the court.
Well, that would be foolish. That would be folly on his part if he's going to be doing things that is going to, land him in lawsuits and it's going to derail his government, and then he has to pay out.
Of course, because he's naive, isn't he? He's naive. He has no experience.
You see, one man. It's easy for us to continue finding faults with this guy, which I definitely will find so many. But my point is that his ultimate goal is what he's talking about. This is my end goal. This is what I'm trying to achieve. A Lagos that is devoid of anything that has the relics of Tinubu's dynasty, that is enmeshed in corruption. Alpha Beta, like you said, maybe you should have said we'll review Alpha Beta's contract. If there's famine,
but that's not the brief, though. That's not the brief to get rid of Tinubu's legacy. His brief is to fast track Lagos to the best it can possibly be.
Exactly. Don't mind me. I'm the one just saying it because
but you are saying it, but that seems to be the theme of his campaigning as well. It's more anti-Tinubu than pro-progressive Lagos.
Well, I would say it's more anti-Tinubu. In some ways, it is, but then. Don't mind me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm the one maybe trying to spin it.
But that's the body language of his campaign as well.
So far, woman, the only thing few things he has said is that Alpha Beta has to go. But like you said, I agree with you. That maybe wanted it better because we don't know what contract. Maybe it's a 10 years contract that they sign every year with Lagos State. We don't know yet. But when it
doesn't even know if Alpha Beta is good for Lagos or not, because it's not how they look at the books.
Because they are linked to
the 10% is there. That's what I'm saying.
They are linked to banks. They are linked to accounts.
But the guy is not doing wrong for hammering on Tinubu and Alpha Beta.
Nobody's saying he's doing wrong, but what he's saying is that there is more to do. Okay, go ahead.
We know there's more to it.
Yeah. He's playing the politics the best way.
That is what I'm saying.
So that
it's
can galvanize, for him. So that is, you have to destroy everything that Tinubu represents.
I would support that. Destroy everything that Tinubu does
as fraud. He has to destroy them. He has to create an image that look at what he's doing. That to perpetrate corruption and continue to loot your resources, and he's doing it good. So don't say he doesn't know. Get into office now to do to make it better is a different thing. But you have to play the politics well to destroy your.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That you just have to say it to win people like myself.
He's doing it right.
Okay, what about the one about apartments that are empty for 180 days?
All right, Babati, let's go through that list with Kulata. But round up that space, rational mind.
So for me, you see, there's a lot to talk about this Tinubu and his Lagos State, his dynasty in Lagos State. There's a lot to talk about it, but just let me allow other people because I think I've been talking for a long time. Body George and
we love you, man. You know we love you. Not that Obatin just.
I love all of you too.
That Obatin, you went too far.
For me, my issue is. The point I'm trying to make is that you see, I don't have any animosity towards Tinubu, but his governance style. That's what I know. If he had done better, he had work for the people. The people. If he had done that, like Oluomo did, I know some people will argue that he cannot do like Oluomo. He has learned from Oluomo's mistake. Oluomo was so naive in some way. That was why he could not realize presidential ambition. But Tinubu found a way around it. He had to hijack a state and take the state treasury to, put it in his pocket. That way he could then springboard himself into the national limelight by using those resources to buy people, buy interest from different regions so that people will see him. And that is what he has done. Use the money he has made from Lagos State, however he made it, either through whatever, by putting his stooges there and then making it dry. Well, he has realized it, right? But the thing is, how has that panned well for the ordinary man in the street? You know how many people have died over the years from this, this selfishness of his? That is what bothers me about Tinubu. If I see him here sitting in front of me, I'll
everything bothers you about Tinubu.
All right, let's go on to because if we set him off on Tinubu, he will never stop.
Thank you.
All right, stay with us. We'll come back to you in a moment. But I want to try and get every voice in. But let me acknowledge out these super chat first, which is to the conversation we're just having. But they just oligarchical influence on GRV will be the undoing of modern Lagos expansion. So that is where the concern is for a lot of people, that this guy, it will just for reasons of wanting to live up to, I'm going to destroy Tinubu's legacy, he will end up destroying the state itself. That's where some people's concerns are. But let's come to you, Kulata, and let's go to this space now that Babati has brought forward. My first 100 days as governor, Goega Roads Vivo. So I'll run you through the list and then see how achievable or pie in the sky they are. Increase minimum wage to 60,000 on day one in office. The salary
pie
of
civil... Sky.
Yeah, pie in the sky.
One by one, I'll be naming them. Pie in the sky.
Pie in the sky. Number two, I'm not quite sure what this means. Moral suasion, SUASION, is not a word I'm familiar with. Moral suasion to persuade the organized private sector to follow government's lead by stopping casualization and also increase their minimum wage to a living wage. Banks, teleco, oil companies, multinationals, large national corporates, etc., will be incentivized with payee tax credits. Yes, to stop casualization and index their. I think casualization is essentially casual workers, isn't it? And then put them on a contract to stop casualization and index their minimum wage to their capacity to pay, rather than current market wage rates, which are suppressed by high unemployment. So some convoluted something that we got
that's nonsensical pie in the sky.
So force the private sector to pay.
You can't force private sector to determine minimum wage. And at what point in time do you let the market forces determine the minimum wage? Like, how much is someone willing to pay for a job? That is the market that's going to determine that now, not some governor with some magical wand and payee nonsense. That's pie in the sky. What's the next one?
All right. So the big one. Council
Kulata, what do you mean? Don't you have minimum wage?
Fidel Castro.
Don't you have minimum wage?
What did you
market? Which market? Which market? Ni abi Jankara market.
Oyinbo market ni sir.
Abi Onisha market ni.
Anambra market.
I mean, we have minimum wage here that's approved by federal government in the United States. I mean,
that is state now. That is by state.
Not at the state level now. You can't determine what minimum wage will be at the state. Call it work.
No, you can do it.
But here in Canada, the provinces, each province has the stipulated minimum wages, irrespective of that provinces.
Canada doesn't have 133 million people living in poverty.
Just on that space, I've always queried that Nigeria should have a global minimum wage, because the minimum wage in if they say 10,000 naira is the minimum wage, in Lagos is poverty at the extreme, and maybe in somewhere in Yobe State you live like a king. Minimum wage in the UK, they have something called London weighting. That is weighting as in the weight of something. So which they add on top of that minimum wage, because they know that London it's especially expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you see, if you run a business, someone is very, very poor, and he'll tell you that, okay, one man, no, this job, I'm willing to take 30,000 from you. Are you going to say, no, 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 don't take 30,000, let me give you 60,000? Because 30,000 is how much that person is willing to work for it. So you pay that person
Hello,
30,000.
Kulata. If you work in what is it called? This Nigerian oil regulatory this thing, what's the name?
NNPC.
No, the second one, that regulatory, the one that regulates the filling station. There is a Lagos. Sorry,
DPR, but the name has changed.
DPR.
Anyways,
Yeah,
the name
DPR
has changed.
gives you a Lagos bonus for all Lagos staff. So they know what's happening in Lagos. It's not easy to stay in that state. That's the
But
truth.
you can't go 100. No, the guy said, listen, no, he said from 30,000 to 60,000, then to
No, no,
100,000.
I'm not.
For that, you
No,
cannot compel people to
I'm just
pay
talking.
when
Sorry.
people are willing to take less from you. You cannot
No, I'm
compel
just
that.
No,
Okay,
no, no, no. But Kolata, he
no, I'm
wasn't
only
saying.
talking to one man's space. I don't know. I'm not talking about what Jerry said.
oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
Kolata, he was saying he was going to incentivize with tax breaks.
So, I mean, as an entrepreneur in Nigeria, you collect the tax rate, pocket it, and you pay the people the cheap money they want to earn from you.
But that's for
There'll be a
corporations.
regulatory body for that. You can't
No,
just do
no,
that.
no,
Uh,
that's for
who's going
corporations.
to enforce it?
No,
They will
forget
do
that
the
one.
yeah.
Who's going to enforce it?
Our retail businesses, what about them? What do they get from government as incentives? So you don't have enough money to go around to do what you were talking about. Is the point? You can do that for corporate organization. That's fine. They can afford it or they can expand. But what about if I hire 10 or 15 people? You can't force me to pay them double their weight now. You can't force me to do
I
that.
think it will be really applicable with unionized workspaces.
Then you won't get the, then you
Yeah.
won't get the tax credit.
If you have union, but not in private sector, that everybody, I mean, a lot of people are desperate,
Listen,
so
guys, Kulata.
they'll take whatever you're
What he
willing to
said,
pay them.
what he said is there's going to be tax break for them.
Tax break.
Yeah. So if you want to key in into that and you want to continue paying your people, then you have to abide by their rules, whatever. And I'm sure they're going to have a form of enforcement.
Oh, so
But
I
then,
can't fake.
hold on.
I can't give fake pay slip, Abi.
Hello, guys.
It's up to him then.
I'll be leaving now. Sorry, I'll be leaving now.
If you're not keying in, then you
Oh,
cannot get the tax.
hold on. I think Ife is about to leave us, so let him have a final word. Ife, you have to go to bed.
Yeah. I have somewhere to go to rush to later in the morning. So basically, politicking will come and go. Let us know the type of message you want to pass to the younger ones because their mind is still fresh. Don't let us more or less clone their brain to be tribal because they will grow up to define the future. And we are a growing population, so that's my only fear. So that they don't have stereotype to one another. Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good time, everybody. See you hopefully tomorrow. Bye.
All right, brilliant, Ife. And thank you. I'll call you later in the day. So thank you, Ife. So that's Ife. And I want to do that video on Zangoto or something. The spiritualism in Benin Republic. I've been wanting to do.
Yeah, I'll be very
Tell us a little bit about that. It's going to be not a session, but a video. Because they have this thing in anyway, we'll do that video and then you'll see it's quite a thing, the voodoo religion
Is
of
it
Benin
voodoo?
Republic. It's voodoo, but actual real voodoo, not babala or something. Real voodoo, the spirits of the ancestors. But I thank you, Ife. So back to you, Kulata. Let me take you to. There are 22 items on this first 100-day list. So I'm going to take you to. I'm going to run you through 5, and then I'll run everybody through 5, just so that you can get to speak on other topics as well. But number 3 is the big one, Kulata. Cancel Alpha Beta's contract, which cost the state 5 billion naira monthly. So yeah, on that one.
I mean, why will he? I mean, he needs to say review because he needs to understand what the contract entails before you say you're going to cancel it, right? So that's too presumptive, in my opinion. he needs to review the contract to determine whether he should cancel it or not. But that's realistic, because if he has an alternative way of collecting the tax or generating the revenue that the state needs, he should do it. But I will say that's fair enough. Fair enough for him.
Fair enough for him to have the ambition of canceling what probably is the foremost revenue generating vehicles that the state has.
Yeah, maybe he has alternative, right? We don't know. I mean, he says he's going to cancel it, but if you cancel it, you need to replace it with something. So what exactly is he going to replace it with? That's why I fear this boy, because he has all these pie in the sky ideas. So if he cancels Alpha Beta now and the state can no longer generate money, then what is going to happen?
All right. It goes on to tell us. Yes,
I think it's using a political language in order to demarket Tinubu.
So it's lying. So it's lying. Just say it now. Don't borrow now.
Yes, it's trying
I won't say it's lying. I won't say it's lying.
Demarket him in order to attract more votes.
Can I say something?
That is what he's doing. It's a political language to attract voters, particularly voters that are tired of Tinubu reign. You understand what I'm saying?
Right?
So that is what he's doing. If he said he cancel, just like Yolanda said, he said he wants to cancel and to replace with what?
It goes on. It goes on to tell us in number 4 what his plan is.
Okay.
So it says a cancel Alpha Beta contract which cost the state 5 billion naira monthly. So that's number 3. So now Kulata, what it's now intending to do is to use the savings from the cancellation of Alpha Beta contract to set up a grand loan scheme for the micro, small, and medium scale enterprises, ensuring at least 10,000 beneficiaries in the first 100 days. We expect the scheme to benefit up to 1 million beneficiaries in 4 years.
Really?
So, So that's what it is.
The first 100 days that you're reviewing the contract, you're going to start doing that money. The first 100 days.
First of all, it's a contract. If you cancel, what are the penalties of cancellation? Does he know?
Lawsuit. Lawsuit is the penalty.
That's lawsuit. Now, does he know? This boy is dangerous. Honestly, it's dangerous.
Let me give me a second. I think what people are getting wrong, except people who actually are so consumed about their hatred for Tinubu, and you can see in this guy now. What you are reading now, one man, you can tell for a fact that this is a construct from Bode George, Bucknor, and Oshodi, the 3 of them. They come up with this idea because Alpha Beta has been the language of the opposition in Lagos State. And everything you are seeing now, they are not looking at Lagos as Lagos. They are looking at Lagos in the face of Tinubu now. So these are, and then people are pushing. Are you aware this guy is an intern? So Lagos want to hire an intern to run the economy of Lagos. An intern.
20 million people.
Do we have any
intern in what?
Hold on. Do we have any intern on this platform? One man. Any intern on this platform? I think
we have a rational mind.
Solomon. Yes, Solomon. Peter. So this is how because most of the time my points can be very different, right? But I like to go to the basics of the issue, and that's why you see most Lagosians. When I say most Lagosians, the apparatchiks of Lagosians, except the opposition, who just want the downfall of a single man, just like Emefiele and his team, right? Puts Nigerians into agony and sufferness because of a single man. So you cannot say because you are targeting only one man and you want to crash, you want to bring a whole state, right, to decibels. You don't do that. Just look at this nonsense he's talking about. Alpha Beta. Enigmatic. Why must the state be paying 5 billion naira every month for? Okay,
Babaja.
That's a huge. That's
what you should.
But
that's a ton of money, right?
Ajale Koko, what's the
That could be a
opportunity
lot of
cost? What's the opportunity cost?
apart from
no.
opportunity cost,
Can't we
Hold
do
on,
better?
enigmatic. Yeah.
Can we do better? Why must we be paying 5 billion on monthly
So
basis
if you cancel that 5
for
billion and you are not
yeah?
making more money, then
No,
you've canceled 5 billion and then you are not making
no.
tax money.
There's another way to it that we can pay less. 5 billion is a lot of money. That's what we are saying.
Hold on, enigmatic. Ajanle Koko, you know that 5 billion naira, you know, is performance related. And it's a percentage, not a figure. It's performance related. So,
No. What
so,
that's
so,
not
so
right.
no, it is.
No, that's
Yeah,
not
but Ajanle Koko, the contract is that if you achieve XYZ, then you get ABC, or if you achieve ABC, then you get XY. I've not seen the contract, but that's the understanding of the contract. It's performance related.
Babaja, my thing is, okay, this is saying 5 billion. I don't really know. I'm not going to speak much about that, but I know Alphabeta is operating in beyond Lagos State. I think there are maybe 6 or 7 states, right? That Alphabeta is having their footprint in Nigeria. And then, have you gone to all those states to check, even because people are saying they have have you gone to those states to check the contract books or to check the papers? And then, are we even sure of these figures that these people are reeling out? Are we sure?
We're sure of it because
okay, are you sure? Okay, you are sure of that of Lagos. Are you sure?
It's not rational mind. You can't be sure of it. It's not fake.
I'll tell you why I'm sure. Hold on.
I'm not going to talk to you.
Lagos generates 50 billion.
Hold on,
enigmatic.
Enigmatic. Let him come back at you. Yeah, go on then.
Lagos generates 50 billion every month, and Alphabeta has 10% of it. What's 10% of it?
How do you know that is 10%?
How do you know that? That's my question. How do you know?
Okay. Well, I'm not saying the contract. But I asked one man. But that's the standard.
But that guy cannot be lying now. He can't be lying.
No, but he has not seen the. He's going off the headlines.
That's the problem. Why can't they have it on their website, on the official website of Lagos State? Why did you
don't say he cannot lie? I'm staying on the fact that look, I will not take anybody's.
Okay, if you are saying he's lying, on what basis? On why do you say he's lying? That means
it's a politician.
He's a politician.
Okay, hold on. So you are saying that nobody knows how much Alphabeta is paid in a month. I mean, monthly
I'm
in
telling
Lagos
you.
State. That means
how will you know?
Okay, hold on right there.
Okay.
That means the government you have in Lagos State is not practicing transparency.
Okay, is the government
accountability?
is the government in Oyo State? Do you know the books of the government in Oyo State?
We should be able to know. We should be able to know. We are running democracy.
What is different in
There should be
Lagos?
transparency and accountability.
Okay, that is a Nigerian problem.
How they're managing the resources of the state.
Oh, it means that's a Nigerian problem, and it shouldn't be an exclusive preserve of Lagos alone. So
no.
The issue now is because
we are talking about Lagos. We are talking about Lagos. Let's forget about other states.
What we are talking about is you are talking about. I'm telling you, Alphabeta is not operating only in Lagos.
No, forget about other states. Let us focus on Lagos. We are talking about Gadget.
We have to juxtapose all these things. We have to juxtapose all these things first. Because
enigmatic. Hold on.
All these guys saying, I'm not going to take it for granted.
Enigmatic. Hold on. Let us forget about other states. Let us focus on Lagos alone, because we are talking about Gbadebo.
This guy is being pumped up by an ex-convict.
Secondly, how does a company of 71 personnel earn 5 billion a month?
Hold
on.
That's the question.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter if they are paying 5 billion or not. How is it justified is more the question. Because I think that amount seems so big. People are
actually, I just checked online. It's actually it was 800 million before Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu now, and that is what happened. There was a dispute between Fashola and Tinubu on that. Immediately Fashola left. Sanwo-Olu increased the payments to 2.5 in 2020. Is it 2020 or 2022?
That must be Ambode. Can't be Sanwo-Olu.
I'm just reading it on Punch newspaper now. That
you said immediately Fashola left. It was Ambode that took over from.
Sorry.
If you remember.
Yeah, no, we treated it. Yes, it was actually a couple of months ago. They padded it up to fund these elections.
It's Sanwo-Olu that reviewed that thing upward, the payment to that company, and But one thing that we should know is that everything should be transparent. We should be able to know how much is paid to Alpha Beta, how much Lagos State is making, and this is democracy. We should not.
Yeah, but didn't you guys just pull it off a newspaper article just now? Isn't that transparency?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That if
so they are transparent
why
now.
do you like to promote?
If is saying 5 billion, I don't know why some people want to question it. I believe he has done his own work.
One voice. Yeah.
I believe he has done his own work very well. He wants to be governor, and he got his facts right, and that is why he's pushing it out to the media space. So people should not rubbish that amount that he's lying. He's not lying. It's the truth.
Okay, let me just tell you this. As for me, because he was telling me why am I not believing in, right? Like I said on this platform, I will not take any politician's word, on the surface of it. When Obi was here lying on a daily basis, he was on channel maybe 2 days ago, yesterday, still lying about beavers and the IREV being embarrassing his life. I don't know if he's starting another campaign that is going to.
Okay, why is Sanwo-Olu not debunk? Why did Sanwo-Olu not deny it or debunk that thing?
Sorry, hold on. Where's this conversation going? Debunk what? I want to move back to Akulata.
So what I'm saying for us is we have to know where this guy is coming from. He's being propped up by an ex-convict, right? This is not a rumor. This is not a speculation. An ex-convict under Nigerian law, and then some people are here who are hating on somebody, and they want to rationalize the fact.
What now? They ask you a question. Debunk what?
I'm not.
No. It was Ajande Koko that was saying that why did Sanwo-Olu not come out to debunk it? But it was actually made known that the Alpha Beta contract had been reviewed.
Right.
But he said something about beavers.
This guy being an ex-convict. You are pushing a candidate of an ex-convict because you hate somebody. Your hatred for Tinubu is hitting you up, and you need to calm down, dude.
All right. Let's move away from that space. Let that slide. Rational mind.
Let me get this straight. So day one, you cancel the contract. What 5 billion a year for a company?
You can't cancel the contract. You don't even know the terms of the contract.
Hey, wait though. You will now start giving money from the money you cancelled. The day one for the first 100 days, even though you have no idea what the contract is, where the money is coming from, or how you even get the money for that without having lawsuits. So could make sense. It doesn't make any sense.
It's very juvenile. It's very juvenile.
Doesn't make any sense. So that's go ahead, Kay. Sorry. Go ahead.
But it's too early for us to be talking about it's juvenile, whatever.
That's what he said.
It is juvenile, rational mind. It's a contract.
You guys just said you don't know what is in the contract, so we don't know.
You don't cancel contracts willy-nilly. Come on.
We know the frame contract.
Isn't that why we're almost paying 15 billion to PID now?
It's PPP for God's sake.
It depends on how the contract is framed. It depends on how the contract is framed. So we don't
know.
So
if you don't know, why would you say you're going to cancel it?
Well, that is his ultimate goal, to cancel it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, but rational mind, let me just say this, and then I want to move Kulata on to point 5. It cannot be his ultimate goal to cancel it if he doesn't know if the contract is favorable to the state or not. So he cannot say that. What if the contract is favorable to the state? Will he cancel it?
Well, favorable in the one side, because he just said to you that 5 billion naira every month. That's a lot of money paid to one person.
No. Yeah, go on.
Let me quickly say this one man.
Yeah.
If you listen to his interview when he was asked about when he talked about canceling this Alpha Beta, he said he will put NIRS to work. He said that most of the bulk of the thing that Alpha Beta, we're talking about Alpha Beta, is they only just have the blueprints, but LIRS is the people doing the job. I'll give you a case in point. Like all this revenue that they generate from advertisement and whatever tenement rate that goes to Lagos State, LIRS handles some of this aspect. So what is Alphabet doing? They're only acting consultant, giving them areas how to generate this fund, what means, and I mean whatever how they do it. So that is what Alphabet does. They don't have the staff. You just said somebody just read us the number of staff they have. That number of staff cannot work, cannot function during the whole of the tax revenue collection in Lagos State. They need a bigger staff than that. But because they're acting in a more consultancy, advisory kind of role, that is why LIRS they do the whole thing. So instead it's going to put them to work, it will bring the expertise that will help them to improve that LIRS, whereby they will have the capacity and the know-how and everything. You go and listen to that interview, I think on our Rise, he did, where he said, so that's what he said. He didn't just say it's going to
it's Yanni dust. That's dust.
All right. Kulata, I think he resolves all of this debate in point 5. He says, so after the cancellation and everything, he says he will establish a portal for publishing cost of all government projects and compare them to World Bank standards to eliminate waste and corruption. So that's how he's going to, that transparency. Is that a yay or nay? First,
that's a yay. That's a yay for me. That's a good one. That's a good one because that one is doable. That's not a pie in the sky. You can actually do that. So that is actually laudable. If you can do that, that would be great for transparency. That makes sense. I'm not going to argue with this one because that is very laudable.
So
hold on, Kulata, should that not be adopted as a national policy anyway?
It should be. We should have transparency, contract bidding, everything should be open to the public. Everything like that should be open to the public. Contract bidding, international rates, benchmarks, everything should be there. But there should be some that you can't publish, like anything related to military or security. You can't, or all those ones you can't publish it. And yeah, that is laudable, but it's not practical for every single type of expenditure or contract. But the more we push to that goal, even if we're 70% in compliance with it, that would be phenomenal for Nigeria. That will help us.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Charles, you wanted to come in.
No, don't worry. I've lost my thoughts.
Oh, sorry, I broke you up. All right. Thank you. So there are 22 points, as I said. I'll take the next 5 to BT when we get to him. But Kulata, the controversial space then that Rational Mind was lampooning a senior person as the Oba of Lagos. So the Gbadebo Rhodes, he turns up at the palace, as you would expect, of course, as somebody wanting to be the governor of Lagos State, of course, he has to pay that courtesy call. And then, of course, the expectation is that the Oba, even though everybody knows how he's politically aligned, if he's as his position suggests the father of all, he will just say good luck. He doesn't have to mean it, but the guy turns up. And by the way, there are a lot of criticisms that when the guy did turn up, he didn't even take off his cap for the Oba. So, of course, that speaks to the Yoruba-ness again. You saw me on AY. I'm sure you want to mock me on that.
You messed up. You messed up on AY.
What did I do? I was fumbling at the mouth.
You went there like a traditional traditional Yoruba. What will I call it, Chef? I don't know the English.
So supremacist.
Supremacist.
Fighting a war or something.
Like this guy is a threat to Yoruba civilization. Like, if you elect this guy, we don't finish. All of us will start speaking Igbo.
All right. I was flustered because it was saying that they were going to shut it down, and then suddenly I was there on the screen. I was trying to push him a question, so I just blotted out. But I had it rehearsed in my head, but it didn't come out quite the way I intended. But to that space, the Oba of Lagos telling him that you are a good boy, but Sanwo-Olu will continue.
I think we should respect the Oba for his candor. Like, why will the Oba be wasting time? The Oba is an aged man now. If an aged man that is full of wisdom can't tell you the truth, who do we expect to be telling the truth? The Oba spoke the truth. He can't support the guy. Why will he support the guy? Like I said, it will be irresponsible to elect this guy. The guy that barely done, what do we call internship in Nigeria? Industrial attachment. That's the kind of work experience the guy has now. Did 2 masters, I mean, is it 1 masters? Worked for, I mean, dodgy work experience. Then joined COA party, joined PDP, now join Labour Party, join PDP, now join Labour Party, wanted to be governor. What the freak does he? Where has he worked? He should go and run for local government chairman first, or he should go and get a regular job. The man does not deserve to be running for Lagos State president. Any Lagos State person that votes for him is very irresponsible. You don't want the best for Lagos State. I mean, why would you even vote for this kind of guy? What is he going to do?
Kulata, are we sleepwalking into a disaster with this guy? Because
it's a disaster now. Look at all these nonsense promises he's making. Of course, and he's also a puppet. I mean, is a puppet of Kofo Bokno and that ex-con, Bode George. I mean, is their pet project now. Why are we kidding ourselves? It's their pet project. So if the Oba can see through all that stuff now, and I know the Oba of Lagos doesn't have the patience or the pretense that other Obas have. So he gave it to him raw, like it cannot support him. And I don't blame him for being candid. If an Oba is not candid, who's going to be candid? The guy should go and, like they tell Shogore to go and find a job somewhere. Gbadebo needs to go and find a job somewhere and learn. He doesn't deserve to be Lagos State governor. He can't govern Lagos State. How will he govern Lagos State with no work experience? What's his leadership experience? If he was a pastor now, I can say that, okay, he's learned how to lead people. What has he led before? Is it his NSAS protest? Is that what we're going to use as a benchmark? What are we doing?
But Kulata, I was asking you if we're sleepwalking into a disaster, and we may well be. Bode George, he's the foremost PDP person in Lagos State.
Ex-con.
He's an ex-con, but still a senior politician. The PDP chieftain, essentially, in Lagos State. He has come out, I have the clip, he has come out to endorse Gbadebo Rose Vivo. So that's to tell you that they've thrown Jandor under the bus. So, in fact, in one of the interviews he did on Arise, Jandor, he was saying he's essentially running as a solo candidate. So yeah, but they just couldn't have done that without the nod from the party. So the weight of the PDP behind this guy, and then Peter Obi was in Lagos campaigning for this guy. If you see the crowd, you know, Peter Obi
for who? For Gbadebo?
No, for Peter Obi. But then, of course, he's only there to hold that guy's hand up. So if you combine the Peter Obi phenomenon with the PDP structure in Lagos State, is this guy actually not the forerunner? Is he not the foremost candidate in this election? And that's why I'm asking if we're sleepwalking. I would say he is, though. I would say he is. I would suggest
No. Don't compare the presidential election with the state election. Politics is local. All politics is local first. Sanwo-Olu is not Tinubu. There's no Muslim ticket. There's no Emilio Khan phenomenon. There's no distaste for Tinubu here. Gbadebo is not Peter Obi. There's no, I mean, the limits of ethnic sentiments people have for Peter Obi is not with Gbadebo. There's no, it's the town of the East in Lagos. Lagos is Yoruba land. So it's Yoruba to Yoruba election. So it's not like, oh, Igbo has not been president. So that sentiment is not there. And there's no consumption to production with Gbadebo. And there's no, he did miracles in Anambra. He has no record. Like Peter Obi at least can say that in education, he did this, he did that. He can lie about, I mean, he can make up statistics that doesn't exist. We don't have that with Gbadebo. So Peter Obi miracle is not just automatically transferred to Gbadebo. And again, the obedience that
sorry, Kulata, do you not think it does though? Because there's a part of me, and there's an argument to suggest that in Gbadebo, the obedient spaces an opportunity to take back what they feel was denied them. So you say that, yes, you say that all of these things that are that weighed against Tinubu, that is not Sanwo-Olu, but people see Tinubu as Sanwo-Olu as Tinubu. I don't think they see them differently.
I have an obedient barometer, and it's Niger Watch. So once in a while, when I listen to it, I looked at the barometer. Before obedient election, it was like 95% Obi is going to win the election. They were fired up. But when I go to that space now, I see, the 5 stages of grief. I'm seeing them go to maybe like stage 3. What's stage 3 again? I think I can't even remember stage 3. The stage 2 is when you're mad. Stage 3, I think, is when you start to calm down. And I think I'm seeing them calming down. So
no, they are not calming down.
And they are still as well. You know that guy. He will never calm it down, no, because that guy will milk. He will milk it for everything.
Kulata, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think is the purpose of?
Only Atiko why no man shake me.
So why do you think Obi is going to several media houses now? He's trying to still keep keep that.
He's trying to keep the fire burning. Fire don't die.
But remember, guys, I said when Tinubu won that my concern with the Labour is like this: how much of the people that won in the House and Senate can he keep together within 1 year? They're going to defect with the way this thing is going. Within 1 year, they're going to leave the Labour. I don't see all the people in Labour that won.
Okupe has already moved on. Aisha Yesufu is in Washington already.
Aisha don't judge. She's not going to Washington. She said she's come back in August.
That's my point with the Labour movement.
The only people you will say will be Jewel, Des, and all of those Niger world.
No. Forget us. I'm saying people that actually won seats in the House and the Senate. Those ones, I don't see them staying in Labour within a year or two. They will leave to bigger parties of PDP or APC. So within a few months, this will once Tinubu wins, Obi will fizzle out. I think within a few months. That's just the way I see it.
It will fizzle out. It's indeed Andrew's liver salt. It's really Andrew's liver salt. Kwakwanso is right. It will fizzle out because, like I said, the North Central Coalition is gone. That one's already gone. That one is because of Muslim tickets. Everybody will get used to Muslim presidency. So that part is gone. The youth, they will get distracted. They're already distracted. So the bulk of the youths are already distracted. A lot of them are not coming out to vote because Peter Obi is not on the ticket. The Easterners, it's a matter of time when Kanu and what's it called, Simon Ekpa takes over the that space. So let's look. Gbadebo and Obi are not the same. The conditions are not the same. These guys are deflated and they're defeated. So it's only the super determined that are coming out to vote. The super determined. And Gbadebo is not Igbo, it's Yoruba. So there's no zeal to come out like, okay, it's Igbo's turn. This guy is a Yoruba guy.
And assuming that people hate someone like they do Tinubu is a great mistake.
They don't hate someone like they do Tinubu.
Yeah, so those Yoruba vote that voted for Obi, they will vote for Sanwo-Olu more than they would do Gbadebo. They don't have
of course,
but that's what people are not seeing.
And again, if you look at the
you thought one man a platform to your echo chamber now, Abi. Yeah, they like Tinubu, they like
that's why we have you. That's why we have you here. So you can push back.
I can see you're happy now because you like to make yourself happy here, right?
Yeah. My God. Where's Oluomo? Don't disappear again. No. Just come back here and discuss it.
Don't worry, I have his number. I will hunt him down.
I would love to be in a bar with Rational Mind and we're watching Tinubu's inauguration. I'll buy him. I don't know what drink you like. I'll buy for you. We'll sit down.
Buy the ticket. I'll fly in and come and meet you in Georgia.
Okay, you know him now. The man said that TV is fake. There's something wrong with the TV. We'll find a way to justify.
He'll deny it.
Yeah, we'll deny
that would be Rational Man. Imagine President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCON, Commander in Chief of the Armed Forces. Every single power. in the hands of your enemy.
GCFR.
Yeah, but sorry, GCFR, sorry.
Yeah. Kulata, you were saying you like to. You were saying you would like to imagine a rational mind in a bar. Do you have this history in America? There's this Charles Dickens film that they play every Christmas in here in the UK. Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that bar humbug to everything. It's like a bar humbug sort of a guy, but I know. Still on that space though. What about the MC Oluomo space? He's come into the equation, inviting Mama Chinedu. That I'm not saying you must vote for APC, but if you're not voting for APC, please don't let me see you on the street on election day. So electoral violence back in play. Everything changes.
Honestly, while what MC Oluomo did is condemnable, but let's be fair. That's exactly how they voted in the Southeast. They made it public. If you're coming to vote, you better be voting for Labour Party in the Southeast. You better be voting. The people that attempted to vote for other parties, they were met with scorn and met with violence. So Oluomo is just trying to replay how elections were conducted in the Southeast. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, there are videos out there. Because in the Southeast, you better not be found voting for APC or PDP. You better not try it during that election. So Oluomo is just being lousy about it. And really, I don't think he can carry it out in a state like Lagos. There are too many non-Yorubas there that I don't think they can carry it out.
Yes, Abdul Salami Abubakar, the former military dictator, no less a person, he has come out to respond to MC Oluomo. I'm saying respond to MC Oluomo only because look at the headline. A governorship election. We are worried. Governorship election. We are worried by the open threat of intimidation and violence by certain elements. So that's the he's of course the peace committee guy. And this, of course, has to be directed at the MC Oluomo space. So the hierarchy they are monitoring.
But wow. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm seeing a pattern here because, should I say a pattern? Maybe not a pattern, but it's seeming like that to me. You see, during this election, we saw how Bubu deployed this fearsome-looking military personnel to Lagos. Now we thought maybe with all permitting, maybe they were trying to stifle Tinubu's vote or whatever and stop his urchins from rigging the election for him. But then we saw what played out. They all looked away when so many violence were going on in front of them. Now we didn't see any deployment. So far, I've been scanning through the internet so far just to see if there's any deployment of like military personnel to Lagos.
But they're still in situation now. We've not seen them withdrawn.
Were they still in situation?
We've not seen them withdrawn, have we?
People from Lagos, they don't say it. They say they've not seen them on the street like they used to see them. So I don't know what you're talking about, one man. If anybody in Lagos is there who say they've seen them in that, like in the Ojota area, where they say they find some of them and some part of Western Avenue going to Surulere there. Yeah, that is Fushali Williams Avenue. So if anybody sees them, let us know. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is seeming that Bubu has given up because he knows that this guy is coming in. So he doesn't want to cross him because he knows Tinubu has, he's the president-elect, according to INEC. And so, Why are you giggling? Why are you giggling?
You put the disclaimer. He says it's president-elect according
that's
to
what
INEC.
I'm saying. I want the Supreme Court reverses it.
A qualified statement.
Let's continue. This denial thing is because
why you keep saying denial? Guys,
denial.
I will qualify it that way because that is how it is. INEC announced presidential winner, so that's what that's how I qualify it. Until when the Supreme Court makes the pronouncement, then I. then I go.
Rational mind no go fit sleep. Me.
You know when he's sworn in, you know what you will call him? You will call him the so-called president. Yeah, you will never. It's just like I have been calling Buhari Malam Buhari because I refuse to accept.
So my point is this: that I expect Buhari to have, sent in these forces or whatever they call them into Lagos, because Lagos is going to be an hotbed for this, because with all this violence we're hearing. I don't know, but I'm seeing that Buhari has given up because he knows that this guy is coming in. He doesn't want to cross him.
Rational mind. Buhari has been defeated twice now. First of all, Tinubu won. Next thing, Supreme Court canceled this currency stuff. So imagine now people that have been hoarding the old currency, they'll bring it out, and believe you me, the Lagos election, it will be they will buy votes in as much as money can buy. They will buy, because now the old currency is now legal tender again. So imagine. So forget it, rational mind.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
Kulata, are you guys actually paying attention to what is happening in other states, especially River State, Akwa Ibom State? Those two
Not
places,
really.
Kano State. Oh my God!
Kano is going to be bloody. Kano is going to be bloody.
Yes, and this is what I'm saying. People are so focused just on Lagos alone. Wike have to come out today to call out names, to call out Rotimi Amechi. It's gonna be, because what happened during the presidential election, these guys at the local election, they are not giving up. They are not giving up easily. They are going to fight for their life, for their political lives in this gubernatorial election. And people are making the mistake of just focusing on just only one state. Wike already has read the Riot Act, and he has called the chief of army staff, right? As I'm talking right now, I think they've even called back all Rotimi Amechi's military men and those security guards around him as I'm speaking right now. Like Kano State, people should look out for Kano State too.
Can I ask you a question? If you have to look at it, how many states do you think PDP or APC will win? If you have to calculate it, how many states do you think they will win, or Labour, if you want to include Labour?
Is it for this? I think APC will do better than the presidential, because even if you look at Lagos State that they lost, you know that APC still won all the Senate, majority of the Senate and the House of Rep. So the Senate and the House of Rep, Tinubu lagged those ones. So I believe from a local election,
just governorship now, how many do you think that they will have? Because that
they will have. I believe they will have more than 19.
About 19 or 20. 19.
More than about 19 or 20.
And Labour
will have one.
Abia, right?
Abia, yeah.
I've got something for you on Abia State. The guy contending for re-election. So I'll play you that in a moment. Somebody sent it in. They wanted you to react to it. It's unbelievable. What I want you to juxtapose everything in this clip. It's a 30-second clip. So look at the person, look at the vehicles, look at the environment, and then look at what it's asking people for. So all of that, just watch this.
Oh my God.
Look at that. That's some punk.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
You can't make
is that in Abia State?
Yes, that's in Abia State.
One more, can you give me a second to say something about that, if you don't mind?
Enigmatic Marshall, I beg you.
Carry on.
That's Alex Oti, right? The Labour Party candidate in Abia State, and I believe he's one of the strong contenders for the government house. I'm not going to say too much, but like Pulata said, I was actually going to say a lot, but thank God he called me back real quick. I just want people to understand what is happening, right? Because when we are focused on a certain place and then we are looking over other places, and then we want to keep asking some moral questions. Then people can go back to the recesses of their mind and ask, what is the fixation and obsession about certain places while they are looking over their own places? I'm not going to say more than that.
Look at that.
Man, look at that, man. Look at the debt.
Somebody needs to be locked. Look at the road. But then look at that vehicle will be what, a $250,000.
But you know what? I'm not surprised though, because you see, when they're showing Peter Obi's old pictures, a lot of situations you see him wading in like a pond or modeling in mud. And because I've seen like a few pictures where it was wading in dirty water with dirt all over. And
forget the roads. Forget the road. Look at the refuse.
yeah, and the refuse. And look, a lot of records, pollution. I mean, outside of the refuse, pollution. I think back in 2012 or 2014, that area, 3 of their cities was one of, I mean, highest pollution, top 10 pollution in the world. I can Google it and send it. So there's refuse, there's pollution, there's everything. And come on, man, human beings, shit. I'm sorry, woman, but that's horrible.
You say you are probably know much. Do you know where is? Do you know Okpoko in Anambra State? Okpoko.
Oh, I was going to say I have a house there because I have a house in Okoko, Michael, but I carry on. Yeah.
Not Okoko, Michael.
Okoko, he said in Anambra State, not in your.
No. When he said Okoko, I was going. Oh, sorry, carry on.
No, I don't know it. No, I don't.
OKPOKO. OKPO. Okpoko, right? Okay. So one man, and that's why I keep asking people, have you guys even been to this region before? That's why I keep asking people on this platform. And when they are selling
there's some places in Onitsha that are quite nice, right?
They have their GRAs, right? They have the GRA. Even when you go to Oka right there, that's why I was asking even Oka. This guy there, he said he was governor for 8 years. He couldn't build
Oka is a disaster. I can tell you that for a fact.
When I come here to say certain things, right? When I say it's the one thing that I've seen in this election, and I was so surprised that played out in Nigeria, was the effective use of propaganda, package fraud. Influencers and bloggers, they did a good job to package the biggest fraud of the century for Nigerians in Peter Obi. And I'm saying it, that's why I keep challenging everybody. You guys should visit Anambra.
No, Okpoko is a slum. I just looked at it.
But how long ago has Peter Obi been in office that those roads are not degraded? You say it's his fault. I don't understand your point.
Because I knew when he was governor. That's what I'm talking about. I knew when he was governor.
Are things better off then or worse off now when he was governor?
I think you are from that region now. You should take a.
Is that
Charles?
Charles, yeah.
I think what's it called? Obiano did better work than Obi, because I've seen a lot of Peter Obi in, like, what Yorubas call it Egbin. I don't know the English translation of Egbin. Wading in the slums in like muddy water with dirt all over. There are many pictures of Peter Obi in those kind of situations.
That's why I give you the example of Okpoko, Kulata, and that's just one, right? But the point I'm really making now is, let me go back to the basic. When they are talking about certain things in Lagos State, we've seen since '99, right? As we are speaking now, there are incremental developments in Lagos State. You like it or not, but look at what has been in the same Abia State when Tinubu was governor, Orji Uzor Kalu was governor, and they've had successive administrations in all the states. The only flagship state you'll be seeing in recent time in the whole of the Southeast now is Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State. Every other place, don't be surprised when you get to that Anambra, you are seeing the same, a replica of what you are seeing. Look at the gubernatorial candidate, Alex Oti, that everybody they're talking about CBN this thing, look at where he's campaigning and look at the mess. So when I ask everybody, do you guys know these places they are talking about? You guys have not even seen this guy before. I've seen him before. close quarters, not once, not twice, not 5 times.
Do you even know
you have lived in Anambra State?
One man, can I say something? Can I say something, one man?
Yeah, coming after Babate, yeah.
So I just want people to understand the fact that, this is the election that they've sold the best propaganda to Nigerians, the package fraud, the highest level of package fraud in political history of Nigeria. And I believe they will do a good job after the whole dust is settled to unravel and peel this guy out. Soludo will do that. And a couple of politicians in Southeast, they would, especially in Anambra State, they will do that. They will unravel him.
One man, can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, come in. But just to add, Peter Obi, by his own admission during the electioneering, he told us that in his tenure, the 8 years, he handled in excess of £500 billion naira. So there's no excuse for that Egbe narrative. Yeah, let's hear from you. Let Rational come in, and then you come after Babate. I think it's
right. One man. I mean, sometimes I'm taken aback, but when somebody comes on here and tries to characterize some people as having fixation on certain people. Hold on.
Okay, no, carry on.
I won't get to that.
Okay.
But then, I mean, if you look at the conversation we've been having so far today, I don't think anything has to bother with anything besides Lagos State. And most of us talking about Lagos State here, we're talking about Gbadebo, right? And whatever transpired in Lagos and Tinubu. And then somebody will come here and then change your narrative and say, so yeah, because of certain people, they have a candidate in this election, and then we have to turn it around. And
I call the name now. My name is
No, enigmatic. Just settle down. All right.
And then the same people you're accusing of having fixation, this person also is having fixation on them, because all the things we've been saying here so far, we've not even said anything that has to do with these people from this side. I mean, and then you have to turn the whole thing around and make it look like
you are the spokesperson. Speak. Go ahead and speak now, because what?
Yeah, but one man played a video, and we are reacting to that video.
I'm making a categorical statement about a certain video, a factual statement about a certain video, and you over here that you are speaking now. If they ask you a question about Biden now, you will find a way to get to rigmarole back to Tinubu. You do it every minute. Over here, if they ask you what is
enigmatic, but bring the ratchet down a bit. Ratchet it down.
No, he needs to be subjective in his ideas and understand.
No. It's quite healthy that we have rational balance, rational mind joining us on the platform, because it gives a balance to the narrative. So he pulls it back from people not running too wild with the idea of what Tinubu can do or cannot do. And rational mind, he's long-standing Lagos State. He loves the state, and he wants the best for it. And he doesn't feel Tinubu is that best. So it gives the conversation a balance when we have rational mind.
Wait, guys, wait. Okay. My point was this: like watching that video, because it was heartbreaking. You're gonna have kids playing in that rubbish. Number two, the health risk to that area. That is why you put your local councils to work. That should be the local government clearing that up. So you just forget Igbo land, for instance. Across the country, you see the same thing everywhere.
Even in Lagos, I've been to Bari.
We don't have it in Osun State. Oh, I can tell you for a fact we don't have that.
Forget that thing.
Show me a video of Osun State that looks like that.
Even Oshogbo there, Oshogbo has shanty town. What are you talking about?
The point you are saying, right?
I've been through Oshogbo so many times.
The point
that's not mine. You're lying. You're lying.
Yeah, I have.
You're lying.
It's not.
Show me video.
Hold on. When was the last time you were in Osun State? Because sometimes not you, Kulata. Because sometimes when you speak about Osun State, I think you speak from nostalgia of 10-15 years ago. Do you even know the
Osun State, the last 10 years, there's been a significant improvement, at least on
Aregbe developed us now.
Aregbe did a good job in Osun State. So, and then when we're speaking to this, I'm not actually trying to say, okay, this is it. But when you are not government is continuum, right? And you are not expecting only one person to develop a certain environment. But when you have 5 or 4 administrations and you are still seeing, it's like you are still seeing, reputable underdevelopment, and then you cannot speak to that, but you want to speak to others. Look at what is happening in Kaduna State. I know how I have an experience of how Kaduna was. They are proud to El Rufai, but since El Rufai got to Kaduna State, you can see significant improvement. Can you say that in other states?
So
in this area, in these places
I
that we
lose
are talking about?
my train of thought, one man, there used to be a program in the 80s on NTA.
Which other state are you referring to?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let him land the point.
There used to be all of them. The Southeast is an advanced club.
Hold on, leave the Southeast. Yeah, go on, Babati.
There used to be a show in the 80s on NTA and OGTV in Abeokuta back in the 80s, late 80s. And they called the program Egbeyewo. So the job of Egbeyewo was that every week they would go around the city and they will expose the dirtiest area of town. And we will make fun of you. So on Monday when we get to school, we will mock you. So guess what happens? Everybody is forced to clean up. That was accountability. They will say Egbeyewo fair day now. Yo wole. Yeah.
It was Saturday morning. It was Saturday morning.
Yeah, they should do
very
that.
early Saturday morning.
Yeah, they will expose. Yes, they will expose the dirtiest area. So guess what? We're all clean our area. We don't want to work for TV for Monday. I beg. No, we don't want that one. So it forces you to do that. So once again, let's try to use local government councils to do all these things. We don't need the state government to be cleaning up towns and cities. You can have your locality do all this job. But to me, it's very sad watching all this stuff. And that video was very terrible. I'm one man.
Come on, there are places like that all over Nigeria now.
It wasn't even a bad road.
No, you see, one man, if you guys don't know, that road is called Falks Road. If someone can correct me if I'm wrong, FAULKS or something like that. That's the main road in Abia.
That's the main road.
In Aba. That's the main road in Aba. Someone, if I'm lying, or if I'm wrong, someone correct me.
Kulata, you see, Abia State is one of the most dirtiest state in Nigeria.
That is the main road in the state.
You see,
that's the main road in the state.
I don't know.
Do you know Makoko in Lagos State?
Forget that
yes,
one.
We do.
No, I'm asking you now. You pay.
We do.
You pay a company 5 billion every month, but places like Makoko and so many other areas,
of course, they're
not been able to be addressed.
Makoko is a shame too. Yeah, it's a shame.
It's a shame. Yeah. But you can. But that same state pays a company.
But that's not the main road in Lagos. That's not the main road in Lagos. That's the main road in Aba.
That's not an excuse. Sorry, I won't take that excuse.
What do you mean?
It is an excuse because you see, one thing about Abia State is that I don't even know why Uzo Kalu is even in the equation in this political circle. I don't even know why Abians are even returning him back to Senate, because this is a guy who governed that space. Him and his Doda Uda Oji that took over from him, and this one and every other people that were there, they never developed that state. They just keep making that state right. And you people, you have so-called intellectuals among you, so-called billionaires among you. You can't call these people, hold them to ransom. And that's why I don't even understand why the Abians will allow their state to degenerate to that extent, whereby everything is just a total mess.
All of them are corrupt. Don't raise.
I know. I'm not trying to say, but I'm saying Abia State is even worse when it comes to that. Abia State as a state.
Rational mind.
Worse.
Baba,
when it comes to that.
Their ex-governor Theodore Oji, right, is under investigation for 550 billion naira. His son is the incumbent Speaker of the House. The current the incumbent governor, he was a commissioner under the current leaders, the current political leaders. They've been there since 1999, either as commissioner of something, and they are still in the sector. They are still all together. So nobody is saying, and this is why we are saying, if all these states are able to develop at a certain pace, there wouldn't be the issue of look at Obaseki. Look at the mess Obaseki is causing at the moment in Edo State. And then we could say, Oshiomhole, right, he did his best. If Obaseki is able to even lift a finger to consolidate on what's his name, Oshiomhole did, it could have been something. But this guy is busy, is basically just sitting idle, doing absolutely nothing. Look at Bayelsa State with 8 local governments with over $160 billion in naira, right? From FAC allocation and everything. Go and look at Bayelsa State. Go and look at Delta State. Delta State, I don't think I do not think I stand to be corrected. I don't think there is a skyscraper, only one in Delta State. It's until Wiki and Amechi, started trying to turn around the face of River State with all the humongous allocation and allowances. You can't really see anything for that. We need to hold these people accountable, not just focusing on only one, and that's why the mistake.
But to be fair, is that holding people accountable space? Is that not what is being opened up by this Peter Obi movement? Because they're now putting pressure on traditional politics. So now, from what Peter Obi has introduced to the space, our performance now will be.
Do you know why? Like we said earlier, once Obi fizzles away, I want to see that so-called cry for accountability stay for after Obi fizzles away. It's going to fizzle away. We'll be back to our old usual politicking as usual. So I'm not buying that he's exposing anything. It's just for the moment in time. It will be there. And once Tinubu is sworn in, when Obi fizzles away, we will all be back to our corners again, lamenting as usual. So nobody's exposed to any new way of thinking. I disagree. We are seeing Nigerians at the same.
Well, I'm hopeful. I want to be optimistic that there's been a change. Yeah.
Let me bust your bubble, Ricky. Don't even waste your time. There's no hope.
Didn't you see? But actions of Desmond Elliott has spoken to that now. Him donating transformers and running around helter skelter. Before he will have been comfortable. He will have been comfortable under Tinubu now that he gets his re-election.
Elliott. I'm telling you, once Tinubu is sworn into government, and you have Obi freeze away, like I said, once you have a Labour Party members campaign into PDP or APC because they want to be in the main party, this call for new governance or new way of thinking will fizzle away as well. So I'm not buying that. That revolution is not here yet. We're yet to taste real revolution. When it gets here, you will know. And this is not it. I'm sorry. Obi is not it. I'm sorry. It's not what we're looking for in somebody that will change us. When it gets here, you will know. He's not it. I'm sorry. He's not it.
But has the Obi phenomenon not highlighted that we are actually now in search of a different way?
We are in search. I agree with you, but I mean, okay, that one I can give to you. But somebody has to sustain the momentum for you to get to that level, and that's my worry with the labor movement. Like the so-called opinion, I hate that word opinion anyway. But the labor movement, that they cannot sustain that for a period of time to transition into what we're looking for. And sadly, I don't see that lasting for a year or two before we go back to our old way. So it's a concern for me.
Babati, do you think labor movement is going to be a footnote in Nigerian history?
I mean, of course, when you write the Nigerian history, they have to be mentioned at least. I mean, they won significant at the federal level, but I think it will be if they
wait. What do you mean they won significantly? What do you mean by that?
For the way they were perceived from the start, like nobody saw this coming. I mean, 20 plus in the House, 7 senators, that is significant for a so-called no party restructuring, like the way we labeled them, the perception of them at the beginning of the campaign. So that is a significant jump from the way they were perceived. So, but my own concern with them is like, I don't see them sustaining the momentum for a long period of time. I don't see it, man. I'm sorry. I just don't see it.
Babati, the momentum itself, something changed though in this cycle. And a lot of things that changed is all wrapped around Peter Obi, the Peter Obi phenomenon. The Peter Obi phenomenon, it has shaken the political space. See how Sanwo-Olu is running helter-skelter. Look how Tinubu could not even structure 2 sentences together. It is that pressure that Obi phenomenon are largely brought to the space that's led us to where we are now. So if Obi fizzles out and politics reverts to type as we know it, then they will be very dumb. Because the lessons of the Obi space is that people don't want to continue in this way.
Obi made one mistake that I had issues with, and his friends or whatever can testify. I've said that for years. Obi is too centralized. It's based on just one man. He has not built a movement strong enough to last beyond himself.
No. I'm talking about the narrative of the space rather than the structure or the personality. The narrative, what the people are saying.
Right. Okay. But they've said that for years. We've been lamenting for years.
Yeah, but they are acting on it now.
That is the reason why I said it needs something to sustain it for a period of time. That is the problem. I'm not denying that is not there. The narrative is
you know, if Obi fizzles out and politics reverts to type and this agitation space, you know, when it reconvenes, it will push these people out of power. If they don't respond to it, Obi or not, they'll be gone.
And what would that look like?
You know, we could have an Arab Spring like they had in the Arab. We could have it in Nigeria because the temperature is there.
Stay with me here. I said revolution, right? That's what it should be. That's the end game. If you really want change, forget the political space. That's not where the answer is. I'm sorry, I disagree.
Are all of the mix for a revolution not in place now? Are we not in play for a revolution now?
Are we really?
Are you not watching the landscape? People are angry. People are fed up. People are agitated. Everybody is hecked up.
No, we have always been angry. We've always been. It's always been the Nigerian way.
Yeah, but they are actioning that anger now. Are they not?
No, man, we always move the goalposts as Nigerians. You know this. We always do. Come on now.
Babati, you're such a pessimist.
No. When we had good luck in office and we had the petrol, whatever, what were you saying? For 2 weeks. Oh, this is it. When you had answers, what are you saying? This is it. We always find a way to move the goalposts.
But does it not feel like it now?
Actually, I've asked that question on this platform for several times. When are we going to hit rock bottom? Remember, I always ask that question on this platform.
Babati.
We always move the goalposts. We always
Babati, do you think we can ever reach rock bottom? Do you guys just imagine what we just went through? No cash, no petrol, and people still went to vote, and they still voted Bola Tinubu.
That's my point. That they always move the goalposts. That's my point. So if you have to tell me that,
imagine in America that we had this cash situation, or imagine in the UK.
And that's my point.
Nigerians are error. Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. They probably can take it, but in the US, in the US,
people will carry their guns. Babati will be shooting everybody.
48 hours, one man. 48 hours, there will be a state of emergency in the US.
No cash, no petrol, and bad economy, and people are still surviving, and they are not rioting.
The US,
and they voted for APC.
The US,
can you imagine?
They will activate all the US military they will activate all the reservists with immediate effect.
One man, and that's my point to you.
And this Obi cannot happen again. One man, if you don't know,
it can't know. So apologies, Babati, but Obi is a follow-on from NSAS. And they are perfecting the space. Anybody that doesn't acknowledge that is not reading the tea leaves.
This is the end. There's no perfection.
This is the end, one man.
I don't think so. This is NSAS in a business suit.
Okay, I'm telling you, this is the end.
Nigerians, once again, what is rock bottom? Somebody needs to answer that question first, so I know what I'm looking for. Abi, what is rock bottom for Nigerians to say enough is enough? Then we can talk about your so-called revolution. Until then, please, we know ourselves. We go back to our.
Are you not hearing the language of revolution in the landscape?
We've always been hearing that for years. One man, it's nothing new. For God's sake, forget the internet. It's always been there. We've always said that for years. It's the same thing. It's always been there. It's nothing new. It's always been there now. Come on, guys. When is enough enough? That's the question. Give me. What is the benchmark for?
Babati,
what is it?
That will never happen because.
So forget this.
Yes, because you see, people from different parts of the country that doesn't think the same way, doesn't see things in the same way, very tribal. If Yoruba is the president now and is not running the country well, Yoruba want to stick with him to say, they don't like our own man. It's our own turn. Why are they trying to pull him down? If Hausa is there and you see other part of Nigeria saying this man does not act right, as long as he have his own Hausa people in key ministry and strategic position in the country, I mean in government, oh yes, they're fine with it. So we just find ourselves in a
And I'm about
that
just what at the so-called Yoruba Nation people, you will not hear anything from them again. No, Yoruba Nation, they keep quiet now because their man is in office.
No, do you know the Yoruba Nation was a Tinubu campaign strategy?
That's my point. Everybody will say
no,
stuff.
that's
Once
not
their man gets there,
no,
then you don't
that's
do
not
anything anymore.
Okay, so where are they now? Where are they now?
Oh, Koiki is still running. Others are
Koiki.
still running.
Koiki is asking people to buy him coffee like I am on
hold
social
on.
media. That's all.
Koiki is still. Others are still running. Baba, who is leading the agitation, is in Republic of Benin and is still standing strong. So
Baba,
they are still doing their
let's
thing.
not do this tonight, please. For God's sake.
They are not supporting.
I was a member. Wait. I was
some of them.
I was an active member of the defunct World Congress. So let's not open that Pandora box on this platform tonight.
No, that is what
Don't
conference.
don't waste your time. So
yes.
The old one before the UK one came up, the original one. I'm telling you,
You don't worry. We are still fighting.
We all want you to back. We all
remember Ajanle Koko, a time that we never spoke about anything but Yoruba Nation on this platform. Who even remembers Sunday Igboho now? Now. It was a Tinubu campaign strategy. That's all.
He'll be back very soon.
No. You can't. No, it's not Tinubu campaign strategy. We shouldn't be talking like that. No, it's not.
But the point is that Nigerians themselves, we are like BK said, Aaron, we are like goats. You beat them, they will still come back to the same thing. So it's frustrating one man living abroad and looking at from afar.
What I think happened, Babati, what I think happened was that Tinubu infiltrated, Tinubu and his people, they infiltrated the Yoruba Nation agitation, and they seem to have to hijack some of those leading roles.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they had to sell out, make it look like, okay, yeah, we now, since the Yoruba man is not going to be a president, let us just, let him, so I think at some point they really hijacked it.
No, it's worse. No.
That was what happened.
No. It's worse. Do you know why it's worse?
Why?
Even in that space, this is their new talking point now. That Tinubu's going to give them Yoruba Nation. Do you see how dumb that is?
Which Ghani, sir?
Huh?
Which Ghani?
What did you say?
You said Ghani talking point that
no. I'm saying that in that Yoruba Nation, we want Yoruba Nation that environment, because I joined them on Clubhouse. I follow them across board. They for the one that sold out, you have your guy in UK, your main guy secretary. Don't let me put his name on blast.
Who is the secretary?
But the one that signed the paper, the letter now to join, you know him, APC, you know him, Rahim, and you know him.
Yes.
I'm in that game.
Yeah.
So their thing is that okay, when Tinubu gets there, it's going to give them what they want.
No, those one are just.
And I said Tinubu cannot give you a bad nation. That is dumb. Who thinks?
Those ones that Tinubu.
And people are buying. We have Tinubu there now. We will get you bad nation. I'm powerful any now. How is Tinubu going to give you bad nation?
How is the Tinubu administration going to handle the restructuring question? Because of course, when the politics settle down, that will be the next space that will pop up.
Nothing. He will do nothing, Mama. That's the truth. He can't do anything. That is the honest truth. He will not do anything like that. Forget they can do a few things in the constitution, or maybe give you the state police, maybe, or empower Amotekun and your security forces. That's about it. But anybody that Tinubu will get there and start reforming for let's get power out of our state is a lie. Don't let me deceive you. When he gets there, he's going to maintain the same thing they have in that constitution, and nothing will happen. That is the honest truth. Don't deceive yourself.
So you think it's not going to try restructuring at least a little bit?
No. It will try to wear, like I said, the obvious ones that everybody wants. Security, like Amotekun will get their guns. It will throw you the red meat now, the typical BS. But the main power that we want to come down, we just control. Those main things will.
You know, there are three main spaces that are, if they are restructured, I don't think anybody will care about anything else. That state police, which almost the whole the whole country agrees on that, and then resource control, which will be a difficulty, and then if you can remove the energy space from the exclusive list, the electricity. So if it does those three, I don't think anybody cares about. Well, they still care, but that will settle the space somewhat.
One man, the security one, I can give you that one, but I can guarantee you, the resource control. They might give some people concession for states to mine their own resources, maybe, or some kind of, but to just give it to them for 100% and with no, it's not gonna happen. It's not. You see that power thing. Once you get there and you see the kind of power you have, you just retract and go back to the old ways. It's Nigeria at the end of the day. I'm sorry. It's not, because remember, if you're in office, you're fighting your political enemies as well. And if they have any bidding at the state level, you don't want them having that power. Even though, like, if your party is not controlling that state, for instance, you don't want them having those kind of things. Those things come to play. The more states you control, the more leeway you have for so-called resource control, whatever you want to.
You see, Babati, I don't think there's any fear in all of these things that we sometimes tout here on many platforms, where we say, oh, they are. I mean, we know that some of them are power hungry, but what you just need to do is, if Tinubu can or whoever gets there, could just create a very strong institution.
It's only one person getting there. Wow,
so if anybody gets there, if Tinubu himself is the one who's getting there, yeah.
Okay, let me give you an example, please. So you can reply, rational mind. So Tinubu sponsors a bill in the House of Rep to say, let's have a national conference and sit down and how to, Nigeria. What do you think will happen in the House?
Well, that's a good question.
Because that's what because remember, the ones they've been having before was not sovereign, right? That's why nobody takes it seriously. But if you want something very serious, it has to be passed through Parliament, right, to make it legally binding, right? Whatever they come up with. So if you say, okay, we want a sovereign national conference that will be legally binding, here's your bill in the House. Oh yeah, pass it. What do you think will happen?
Well, the only people that I think will kick against it are the people from the core north.
There you go.
Very likely.
And that's the problem.
So, but looking at the demographics, if the south, the southwest, southeast, and the middle belt, if they jump on that bandwagon, forget it. There's nothing.
Those ones, go and listen to them. They clamor for national conference, not sovereign. Like they don't know the difference. It has to be sovereign national conference. Sovereign. That means it's legally binding. Whatever you come up with, they have to pass it. They will forget conference. I don't care about conference. Sovereign. That means pass to the act of Parliament. But have them pass it now. Now we can have that conversation. Until then, because I'm not back.
But then what I'm trying to say is that, you see, with this issue of power, too much power in the center. You see, for me, I just think there's nothing to be afraid of, because even here in countries like here where we live, if any state starts misbehaving, they can send the federal police or Homeland Security to take over the case. So that's the power that even the federal here has. They can wedge over the states in a very extreme situation. So, but for me, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think anybody that gets in there, the president that gets in there, it can still be powerful. Just put in place institutions that will checkmate.
Listen,
that will checkmate the state.
I don't care about them. I care about I want somebody in my local government to be as powerful as the mayor of New York.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's how it should operate.
Focus on local government, not state. Forget state. I want local government to be powerful, like a mayor.
Sorry, same with states too. Same with states. Say for example, like Lagos State now, if they could devolve policing to local government, like if each local government could have their own policing, and for me, I would suggest that they even let the chief of the police of each local government to be elected. to be an electoral role, whereby they will elect him to be there to oversee the Department of the Police. That way, it won't come under the control of one person.
Right.
So you see, there's a way we can structure this governance system in Nigeria that we just need to strengthen the institutions that bring about this process. The process that bring about these people that were elected. That could really be a game changer for us.
Governments are the stumbling blocks for that. They've been the one frustrating those.
It's because they want to continue perpetuating this ugliness that we're seeing in that country.
So that's my problem with you. With this, people focus too much on Abuja, forgetting that their own man is even the issue.
You didn't know the reason for that? The last thing, one man quickly. I know you want to move on. Another reason because Nigerians, they are even some of us who say we are educated. I don't think our education doesn't really help us. We're not critical. How do I say it? Analytical and critical in our thinking, the way we criticize things. We just want to, just say things for the sake of wanting to say it or wanting to just learn it. But we don't critique it very well, just to be sure that this thing we're talking about, if it really makes sense and if it's of any benefit, but we just want to say it. So for me, I think the reason is because our education in Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians are just educated, but they're not really, they don't have walk away, as my mom would say.
Yeah, look at that.
Walk away. So it's just not about just going through the books, but you need to understand, be able to critique what you are reading,
Thank you very much. Because they keep blaming Buhari and I laugh at them. Like, forget Buhari, blame it. Government, they are the problem. Forget Buhari in Abuja. It's not the problem. Your government is the problem.
All right. Let me take Kulata to a different headline, and then after that I'll come to you, Babati, and then we carry on with the Gbadebo list. But when I come to you, Babati, I'm going to play you a clip between Maokwe Ogun and Peter Obi. And then, of course, you tell me then if Maokwe Ogun punked him or not. But before we do that, let's give Kulata this headline that's just come through. Amechi Tonyeko worked against Tinubu's presidential ambition despite being APC member. So this is Wike continuing to hold the space. Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike on Thursday, March the 16th, alleged that his predecessor, Rotimi Amechi, and the governorship candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC in the state, Tonyeko, worked against the ambition of their party's presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu. Wike, while speaking in Port Harcourt, the state capital, said that Rotimi Amechi and his protege, Tonyeko, actively opposed the demand for power shift to the south and worked against their party's presidential candidate in Rivers State. When the president-elect emerged as the winner, Tonyeko rushed to congratulate him on his Instagram handle, but deleted the post when he was criticized. The governor further noted that Amechi failed as governor of Rivers State for 8 years and could not attract any single development project to Rivers State as Minister of Transportation for 7 years. He also alleged that Amechi and the APC planned to overrun and disrupt the elections in the state ahead of Saturday's governorship and state assembly poll, noting that the security agencies have been notified. The governor also declared Friday the 17th, 2023 as a public holiday to enable all private and public sector workers to travel to their communities and vote at their polling booths. Wike, one of the aggrieved, so it goes on, but the body of it really that Rotimi Amechi, not only did he not, because Rotimi Amechi was not a full participant in the election that just went. He made a few cameo appearances. Here and there just to fulfill all righteousness, but he wasn't full-throated in his activism during this election. And the body language, of course, that he was actually against. I think a lot of people were against the Tinubu presidency within the APC, and Rotimi Amechi at the front table of that. But what are you making of this commentary by Wike? Do you agree? And what political feature, if any, if Atoye Cole doesn't win River State, Rotimi Amechi is toast? So Wike's commentaries, your thoughts, Kulata?
No, Rotimi Amechi's political career is gone. It's dead. That's it for him. Because didn't we talk about Tony Cole like using Peter Obi's campaign poster and campaigning alongside with Peter Obi? So I mean, the article doesn't tell us who they supported at the end. At the end, was it Peter Obi or was it PDP? But I want to suspect Tonye supported Obi, and I don't know who Amechi will have supported. But I mean, there's no love lost between Amechi and Tinubu, and I really don't think. I don't think Amechi is someone that can be worked with like that. He's too unstable of a person, and Tinubu will like hold him on a leash. So I think his political, career is dead. I think Wiki is going to take the state with PDP. Labour Party has no shot. APC Tonyeko has no shot. Magnus Abbey too is dividing votes. Is an SDP. So Wiki is going to win his state, and that's it. Amechi is dead. He's gone. It's like a dodo bird in River State. So that's how I see it. I don't see Tinubu having any use for Amechi going forward.
I don't think Amechi is of any use in politics anyway. I don't. It doesn't serve any purpose as far as I can see.
It doesn't have any purpose. He's never won the state for APC before. He's not even gotten 25% for APC. The first person that will get 25% for APC in River State is Wike. So who needs Amechi for anything? Amechi is useless. Except you need his money, but it's useless. It's done.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have control of that much money anymore. Although the ones he looted from the transport ministry, that will keep. Yes, that will keep his. Oh, you know, some people till the world comes to an end, their family have no reason to ever know anything like poverty. When you think
yes, all those oil money is stolen in River State. Then all the money is stole from all the contracts the ministry as a minister. I mean, I won't be shocked if that guy is what, like $500 million or $600 million or something ridiculous.
I would have thought it's worth billions, you know. Because if you look at the vast wealth of River State, no development according to Wiki, and we know he did not do anything. And there was one clip that Ajane Koko will remember when he was signing all these contracts and pocketing money with China, and the House of Rep called him to account, and they were drilling him, and Gbajabi Amila suddenly came and told them to leave him alone. So for 8 years, he was just pocketing money in, my goodness me. Ìran yẹn ò lè mọ̀ ṣe mọ́.
No, wọ́n lè mọ̀ ṣe láíláí. Àtọmọ wọn, they can never be broke. But I mean, I can send HO to come and send trademark.
Yes, invocation, as she calls it, invocation.
The blood of the innocent is.
Oh God Almighty me! My goodness, and that seems to gain traction. People seem to like it. Is what puzzles me.
It's so monotonous. It's so boring.
One man, I think he has a crush on her or something.
No, if I swear for you, you could catch him tonight.
You know, she's everywhere. You know, I was watching some random clip of her. You know, Aisha Yesufe. She has a channel, a platform.
She does.
Yeah, she does. You look her up on YouTube. But then, if you go on her page, the first face you'll see is HO.
Oh my God!
Willing and gnashing at the teeth as she does. You know. I don't know, man. You know, some people have actually turned into personalities within this space, you know.
Woman, my children will come and take over this.
The blood of my children. I am the Obukoko of Ukukoko. Oh God Almighty.
Something. The Olosho, the Tutu, the Boo Boo. They have done
my children to Olosho and Yahoo boys. Oh God. The oppressed and the oppressor, you know.
Oh my God!
Yes, we do this.
Something foundation will do this in 2027. My children shall not.
I'm joking. Those two people. I'm joking.
Don't worry. I'm sure she's listening to us. She'll call us on the next platform. No, it won't look on now because I've had my diet. I've the full complement of my courses. I've had it. Kulata has had the full complement of his courses. So I mean, let's check quick on but no, Kulata. Before I go on to Babati, have you given us your take on the Oba of Lagos space? Have you spoken on that?
Yeah, I did. That was the first thing I talked about.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Interject as well. And people can interject, but you see the natural flow of it now. That's really where we want to be. So when it's just flowing and people interject and so there's a smoothness to it. I think you'll get the drift. But let me bring you in from this space. So this is an interaction between, and we're going to that list, by the way, Babati. But before I even do anything, let me just acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, not as though they have been streaming in. Audi, as you know earlier, came in with the body judge space, and then he comes back in again and says it's like saying you are going to put a bank to work in the MasterCard payment gateway, a joke. So he was speaking to that Gbadebo Vivo space where the guy was just no experience, but then wants to be the master of the universe. So that's not quite how it works in the real world. Play Summer comes in. It says, Olu built rice mill, water transport, FTZ, DSP, railway, Obi and GRV both do not have Sanwo-Olu's achievements. So yes, that's a point that a lot of people have made, that if you take the totality of Peter Obi's achievement in all of his 8 years in Anambra, and but then you can't take any achievement from Gbadebo because it doesn't have any, but then you garnish it with this MIT thing, which is the singular calling card that is using for this rate is this MIT certificate. So if you garnish it, it still doesn't come anywhere close to what Sanwo-Olu. So Sanwo-Olu has just commissioned a rail system, first in West Africa, I suspect. I'm not sure. Somebody can correct me, but I'm not sure there's any other West African country that has that. So always outnumbered, never outgunned. Sanwo-Olu to beat them both up. But let me play you this clip, and then we go on to the Gbadebo list, the 100 days. But watch this. It's a Malpe punking Peter Obi here or not?
It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't. That is the worst lunch we have had.
I've had to make that clarification because you know that the Beavers is also going to be.
It's unbelievable, you know. The more it reminded me of when they were asking him about green energy. Say green energy or red energy, the people have to eat. He just you can eat from a.
Just say you don't know. I don't. I mean, is it that more? I don't know. I'm confused or seek clarification or clarity for the question that was asked to you. But this is what happens in that space. Whatever, trust me, Mokwe Ogun. I'm not a big fan of hers, by the way, just to clarify.
No, I detest that woman.
Yeah, but because she used to be now she's better now. Back in the days, she was very condescending and very rude to people. And I never really like that. But I'm sure Facebook page or Twitter space will be lit up right now with curses and abuses at this point from obedience. For the way he abused their God on national TV. So, but on that,
he could not make the distinction between the Beavers and the IREV, but he's challenging the electoral results. So that's just what he was highlighting.
Let's not dwell too much in it because let's just move on. To be honest
with you. All right, let's go to the space then. I'm sure you're keen to speak on. We stopped at number 5 from the 100-day promise of Gbadebo. So let's kick it off from number 6. Then it says issue a 10. So give us a yay or nay, and then give us just a small little narrative. It says issue a 10-year order for 10,000 vehicles to an auto manufacturer that commits to building auto assembly in Lagos with a credible plan to achieve 50% value added within 5 years. So that sounds like financial speak, but does that rhyme?
Nay, because you're gonna be there for 4 years. Your first time, that'll be 1,000 vehicles a year. You already have about 10 assembly plants. You have Nord in Lagos, for instance. So I don't see why I'm going to spend almost $500,000 or $5 to $10 million to build an assembly plant to supply you 1,000 for every year for 4 years. It doesn't make any financial sense for me. There has to be a better incentive for me to come into your state. 10 years, 10,000 vehicles is not attractive enough as a business person to invest in that state. Besides, you already have competition on ground anyways. So there has to be more. Invest in people that are already there. Like Nord now, Omar, you know Nord, right? Nord. Nord is it's like Innocent, but he does his own thing in Lagos. He's a Yoruba guy. So invest in those people that are already on ground. Unless you're trying to be somebody from a different place where I don't know of. So this does not make any sense to me. So it's a nay to me for me. I'm sorry.
Would you say a nay though? Because
no.
Is that not an incentive to create both economy and employment?
Okay, woman, in terms of coming to invest, yes, but the incentive is not strong enough to attract what it's saying is I get the point. I want to bring in more people. But what you are proposing, I don't think is strong enough as incentive to bring somebody into a space that already has people there. Is my point. It's just not the what is proposing makes sense in terms of like coming to invest in Lagos for auto vehicles, but the incentive is just not good enough. That's what I'm saying. I'm not buying it. Sorry.
All right. If there was ever one policy that would tip Gbadebo over the edge and make him the governor of Lagos State, if there's one policy, one promise that will make him the governor of Lagos State, it is this number 7. Pull down all toll gates in Lekki Aja axis and Ikoyi Link Bridge. So that now infamous Lekki toll bridge, whatever, which they should pull down anyway, irrespective of who wins this election. They should. It's too controversial.
So okay, this is what they can do. They can buy out the companies for the PPP concessions. They can buy them out. Whatever deal they signed, the state can say, okay, we will pay you. Let's say they were supposed to run that toll gate for 50 years to make their money back. You can say, okay, we'll pay the money back in 5-10 years. Then buy that contract. You can do that. But that means that they have to agree to that deal. So you are still at the mercy of the PPP guys to concede or accept your offer because they don't have to, one man. So you open that they will accept that offer from you. But at this point, unless they are willing to buy out that contract from them, then that's the only way. But to say,
do you know that Lekki toll gate is also wrapped around the Tinubu name as well?
That's what I'm saying. That once again, it's a PPP project. Let's see the contract details. Just you can review it, like the words you guys have been using. You can review it and see how you can buy those private companies out of the contract. If that is possible, then you can do that. But to just say I'm going to cancel it or put the end to it, no, it's not that easy. The first by the way, this is the first 100 days or 3 months.
Yes.
That is really somebody's making money for something that you signed over years ago. I think 3 months of negotiation will do that. No, they will fight back now because it's money's involved there. So unless she's going to come to them with a better offer to buy them out of that contract, then I see a way out of that. But unless it does that within the first 30 days or 60 days, I don't see that happening, man. But I do get the importance of having that Ikoyi Link Bridge because of what happened on that bridge. You might want to even though it will be very expensive, you might want to buy that contract from the PPP guys wherever they are. You might want to do that just for the sake of the history or of the impact or historical. You might want to do that. But besides that, nay for me. No.
All right.
Nay for me the way they are going about it. Nay.
All right, but he hammers down. No, did anybody want to say something? He hammers down on that space with point 8. It says, "Build a monument in memory of our slain sons and daughters at the old Lekki toll gate." So I suspect that will be extremely popular.
Of course, nobody would object to that. Just pass it to an act of parliament in your state, making it like a memorial, make it like some kind of official, on these days, so things happen, just list it down. That means, but that opens up the state to litigation as well and lawsuits, and they have to pay out the families because now you are now saying that I think that it happened.
Sorry for cutting you. Sorry for cutting you. If any government do that, that means they are claiming
that
some people died.
Right. So that
till now, nobody died in Lekki to the government. So right. I don't think it's not gonna work.
That's my point.
I'm not saying nobody died. Don't come for me. Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. That means they are acknowledging that somebody died if they are doing that.
Yeah. Because
go on.
That opens up to litigation. Are they ready to pay out? Because now people will just start coming out like, oh, that happened to me. It becomes a Me Too movement, sort of, where everybody comes. Somebody died in my family as well in that toll gate. We were missing somebody. So, is it open for that? Because now you are now saying that the state is now responsible for what happened on that toll. And anybody smart enough knows that is a very dangerous territory to go. So how it's going to navigate that space is you need to get his lawyers involved or the state's attorney general involved in that. So I do get the need for that, but at the same time, it exposes the state's treasury to be he must pay out massively. So that's a very dicey one. So that one, I'll be on the fence on that one. I agree in terms of the need to at least remember what happened. But at the same time, if I'm in government, I'm going to be very careful of how I, go through that.
All right. The number 9 is somewhat of a funky one. Let me read it out first and then see what you're making of it. It says, advertise for the employment of 10,000 teachers. Advertise for the employment of 10,000 teachers with outstanding grades. And then in parentheses, first class and second class upper credit to start a process of repositioning teaching as a middle class career. So what are you making of that?
Right, that one, I don't think anybody will disagree with that. As a matter of fact, they need more than 10,000 at the primary level. So nobody, but the payment salary scale that has to be worked out by the Board of Education. That they do the scaling for payment, not the. Once again, you need to know all these things. It's a salary. They have a salary scale. You can't bump up a teacher more than someone that is in SPEP, for instance. So, but they will work out that. But the idea itself, I get it. They need help in that space. You don't want. I hate how private schools have dominated the primary school education. I don't like that. We should have. I mean, I'm a proud. Briefly for a while, I attended a public primary school for a minute. So when it was good, but if they're going to, they need to do more about 10 to 20, 40,000, 50,000. It has to be a massive scale investment. So on that one,
but do you not think the competition, because the package has to be very inviting and enticing, because he's saying he's going to recruit people with first class and second upper credit. So people with that level of tertiary education, whether in education or not, they are a prime target for every space that is looking for people with a functioning brain. So these people have options from banking to everything in between. And like you said, the private sector education, which are generous payers. So how is it going to incentivize that initiative?
Right. I mean, it has to pay, but is the education board it's like you bringing new workers into an environment and paying them more than someone that's been there for 10, 15 years. Those unions, those teachers, teachers, they have their own unions, right? One man at the state level,
yeah.
And they have all these salary scales that the state have to agree to when they make their 10-year deals. So when you now bring people in, and you say, oh, I'm going to pay them more than everybody else because I need to retain them. How much are you paying them more than people that already have tenure? So that part they need to maybe that means that okay, you will bring these people in, pay them more money, at the same time bump up the salary of the people that are already there. Right? It has to be concurrent. You cannot just bring people in and bump the salary up, but abandon people that are already there. So that's he's going to have a fight with the unions one man. I can guarantee you that. See you in court. So that is a lawsuit pending. So yeah. This guy will be in court though. The way it's going, he's going to be busy in court for the first 90 days of his administration. He's going to be busy. That's not going to work. But I get the idea. It's just how it's going to. Yeah, too many kinks, woman.
All right, let's take you to number 10. This number 10 may well be targeted at the MC Oluomo space. Execute a memorandum of understanding with all road transport unions for the implementation of a rehabilitation and retraining program and take Agberos off our roads. So that's the space then that seems to excite people quite a bit. So that's obviously targeted at MC Oluomo, but large on grammar, but does it actually mean anything? Execute a memorandum of understanding with all road transport unions for the implementation of a rehabilitation and retraining program and take Agberos off the street. So MC Oluomo back to school.
Right. I mean, the one part of it that I heard him that I spoke about that I really like is that BRT lanes. I think BRT lanes should be opened up to other companies as well. Lagos does not even have up to 1,000 BRT buses, which is pathetic for a city of 20 million people. So if you can have private companies come to that space and say, okay, you can also use that BRT lane the same way they have private rail lines. Private rails use that corridor in DC and Washington, right? They have about 2 or 3 private companies that will use that rail track as well. So you can open up the BRT lane for other private companies that want to invest in that. And they can partner with your so-called former bureaus or whatever, where you give them tax credits or you provide them with loans to purchase buses that you deem standard of enough to run, to operate. So you have to invest in their woman. He has to invest in their transition. You can't use the word, you can't say take off Agberos. No, they have to be a part of that transition as well. So training and retraining of, I know you said retraining and rehabilitation of those people, yes. So they have to be involved in that. They have unions. So buy them new buses, have all these small scale loans, have them form their own companies or unions, whatever they want to form. Open that BRT lane to private companies as well, and that would be it's a better approach. But just coming in because you're targeting some political hawks or political, then that's not going to work because they will resist. And that one, once again, you have to be very careful of how it goes about it. I understand the idea behind it; it makes sense. You want to get rid of all this miscreant on the road, but they also have to be part of the solution as well. That would be a better thing. But I like the idea. One man before I know this is my last one. I like his idea of designing and investing in rail across Lagos. Now, this is where his skills come into play. Being a designer and an architect, Lagos already has a blueprint for the rail lines. You have the orange, you have the green, you have the brown. They already have something on ground. Don't change anything. Just implement what they already have. So if you can invest in rails, because I believe that you can live in Lagos. You should be able to live in Lagos without owning a car. Train should be enough to move you around Lagos if they invest in that. So he wants to do about 100, right? About 100 kilometers of rail. That's a lot. So that would be a step in the right direction. So more of rail than roads for me, for the GRV government.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you to the talking points, Babati, let me get your reaction to this storyline. People have been sending me this story endlessly since yesterday. that insisting that we must speak on it. I've been trying to avoid it, but let me just, because they've sent it in again today, quite a few people. It says IPOB protest 10th deadliest terror group rating. So, or ranking rather. IPOB protest 10th deadliest terror group ranking. So this is a story that's been circulating since yesterday. It says the indigenous people of Biafra has dismissed the Global Terrorism Index report of 2022 as a conspiracy by the federal government and some other foreign agencies to blackmail and demonize the group. The pro-Biafran group was reacting to the report by the Institute of Economics and Peace, which had rated it 10th deadliest terror group. In a statement on Thursday, IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary Imar Powerful said it was disappointing that a reputable organization such as IEP would descend so low to publish fictional and inaccurate accounts in their 2022 Terrorism Index report. IPOB said an extract from the report released by the Global. Let's take that again. IPOB said an extract from the report released by the Global Research Group showed a great contradiction from what was supposed to be assumed as a research and investigatory group. So on and on it goes. But so IPOB now listed as a terror group and the 10th deadliest in the world. Your instant reaction to that?
I'm shocked. What is your news source? Is it a reputable source?
Yeah, no, it is a reputable source. Even according to IPOB, they are shocked that an organization of that repute would deem them the 10th in the world, though, the 10th deadliest terror group in the world.
So they're in the group of Al-Shabaab and
yes, ISWAP, higher than Boko Haram, but not above ISWAP.
Wow, they're higher than Boko Haram.
No, I'm just that's just
yeah,
joking.
yeah.
But,
that is like, even I'm not a supporter of IPOB. Even I have some questions about that ranking. That's a little bit too high. 10th in the world. That's that means Tinubu, if that is true.
Do you think that report would have wrapped the unknown gunmen up with the yes?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Like the unknown gunmen, they kind of, that's what's going on. But that means anybody linked to that group from now on will be in the political scene. It has to be very careful, because it's not looking good on the global stage as well. Even though he has to maybe come up with a statement and say, just agree with them somewhat about them not being good for Nigeria, and Gbadebo himself he's been linked to them, so he and that's kind of affecting his campaign as well. So 10th, wow, that's wow. I'm really surprised that they're high, to be honest, one man. 10th in the world. Wow.
With all that is going on in Myanmar and all those places.
Yeah, like you have even in America, you have some local cells. You have some. I mean, that's 10th in the world, man. That's but still, Tinubu has his hands full. He still has the South people, Delta militants. You have Boko Haram. You have ISWAP. Now you have IPOP being labeled as 10 in the world. So he needs to Obi, for God's sake, for the sake of the country, he needs to work with Tinubu. I know people don't want to, like, his fans will say, what do you mean? If he's a real Nigerian and he loves the country, the country needs him at this time. The country needs him, to help out. They need him, from political to religious. They need him to, that's
who do you think Tinubu will struggle with the most in his administration within that cusp, within that corridor? Do you think it's going to be the ISWAP Boko Haram space, or do you think it's going to be this unknown gunmen sort of narrative? Where do you think his struggle will come from the most within that cusp?
South, southeast. Because remember, now he didn't get a lot of votes in the southeast. He got some votes in the south. So when they raise your ugly head and start this, because trust me, your Deltans will come up. You know how to do every term of the new government. They always have to test how strong the government is. They will start blowing up pipelines, and if you don't, you have to respond with strength, right? That's the usual. Remember doing OBJ time, yeah, it's always the same pattern with them. When they have a new president, they want to test and see how strong you are, and kind of blackmail you into paying them, So that's going to happen. They're going to blow up some few pipelines. Let's see how we respond to that. But I think that is the area I need to pay attention. And Boko Haram is still there, of course. So, and he also has to address the herdsman. What is their own ranking? Is it, I did number 3, right?
I'm not sure they are considered a terror group.
No, they were at a point.
Can I interject?
So, Ola, go ahead, sorry.
So, see, on that southeast, I think I'm a little bit, I disagree a little bit because their response will depend. I think their response will depend on whatever Tinubu does. For example, if he brings some of the notable, reputable politicians, bring them on board, and all those reform, all those type of restructuring in that APC manifesto, if he start implementing all those stuff, it may be a game changer.
Give me an example of one reform in that space that you think.
State police, community police.
Okay.
So and you give them some degree to control their resources. It may be a game changer.
No. That resource has to go to the parliament, right? So that's what I was asking earlier. That okay, can you give me an example of like a specific example of resource control, like taxation of VAT, so I know where you're coming from. That you think that can pass the House of Rep and Senate. Maybe not something on ground or maybe oil or gas, but like a VAT. Can you give me an example of one thing that you think if they put it down in the House, it will pass with no problems?
See, because the federal government is maintaining exclusivity of all those stuff. That's why you think it's not going to pass. If the federal government is willing to let go, it's another thing entirely. So if you are pushing power generation to the region, and the federal government say, okay, I'm ready to relinquish all this exclusivity. So if both federal and state can do this, that they can sell, it's a game changer. If it goes if you empower that southeast region to have the industrial cluster and say, okay, go and find some investors that will put the electricity there and control whatever and sell your electricity to the industry there, it can be a game changer. So you see, one thing about this IPOP, whatever, we have to understand why they are fighting sometimes. What's the response? What exactly are they responding to? So maybe you see one explain now that is trying to take over their land. Okay, and you are saying this time around, okay, it's not going to happen. Everybody go and find your ranching in your own area. Don't just go to any place and just go and start doing an open grazing.
So you think Tinubu will push back against the Fulani herdsman thing, right? You think he's going to push back against that?
Why can't he push back? Do you think all the Northerners are in support of Fulani herdsmen?
I'm just asking, and I'm just asking.
See, the herdsmen are from Buhari's tribe. That's just the point. And most of them are wanderers. So this man, is maybe my opinion is that he's busy looking for where to resettle his Fulani herdsmen. Those people that are walking around. So he wants to find land for them and bring them forever they are in the bush to come and put on your land. But this time around, he said, okay, it's not going to happen. You control your land. Whoever you want to give ranching to, do that. And once these people, once they see that the new government there is not the life patron like Buhari, then they will adjust, because it simply means that if they try rubbish, they are going to meet fire for fire. Unlike where someone was trying, unlike those people, unlike Buhari that has been trying to pamper them, it's going to be another game changer.
So Ola, remember that water bill that people have said that kind of links to that what you just spoke of now, that settlement, right? They still have it. They've been trying to pass that bill for 3 times or 4 times. Is it 2 times now?
I think they didn't pass that bill eventually, right?
No. They're trying to put it back up again. few months ago. They tried to pull it off.
That water bill used to agitate rational mind for quite a few. It never spoke about anything other than the water bill, rational mind for a few months.
Even I shouted more than rational mind about that water bill because they wanted to pass it during the Christmas break, and some senator just got information about it and they step up. So they've been trying. So I think that water bill is dead because Buhari is going out already. So if you like pass it now, even if you sign if you sign that, then the next government can just come and reverse everything. So it doesn't make sense again because if you pass it now, how are you going to implement it? So you won't be able to implement. So that one is dead on arrival. So
are you sure? Because remember, the herdsmen were talking about that they reached a deal with the Tinubu campaign team back then. Remember that it was okay with them going back to the old grazing routes. Don't forget that they came out and said that in the open space, that they talked to Tinubu and about the grazing area, and he said it was okay with. That's what they said. What's the name of it? Yeah. They said that they met with the campaign, that they've agreed that they're gonna help them out. So let's not put too much pressure on.
See. I'm sure Tinubu is not that stupid to the point that it's going to give you grazing routes. Where is that land that you want to reserve for grazing routes? Even when Buhari is still the president, the southern governor, they could still use their senses, even though they've been so docile. They've been so I don't want to use that offensive word. They've been so inactive.
They have land in there. No, they have land in Osun now. Osun has land, so they can give them land in Osun State.
So why didn't Osun State governor? Why didn't he give that signal to Buhari to come and establish a Ruga or grazing route in Osun? You understand? When it came to that matter of land, all of them they stood up and they stood up against this whatever, whether Ruga, whether whatever name, grazing route, whatever they want to do. So it's not going to happen. Forget if it's going to happen, it will have happened for whenever governors start against a particular thing, they are really serious about it. So I will see all those legislators, even though they have the idea of bringing the water resources bill, but what happened? Immediately people shouted. What did they do? They just back off. So to me, whatever the response is going to be how Tinubu handle all those issues. So if you allow the Southeast to have more control of whatever that is happening in their region, and you give them like a state police or maybe community police or whatever you want to give, you give them some level of some kind of local security, the thing will change. It's not a situation whereby you are saying, no, everybody everybody should submit his arms, whereas you've not disarmed your kinsmen that are wreaking havoc everywhere. So it's a totally different situation. So to me, I don't believe even if they are going to give Tinubu problem, it may be another problem entirely. I may be wrong, but I think IPOB will be totally the approach will be totally different from what is happening under Buhari, because under Tinubu, I don't expect crocodile to smile, and I don't expect Python to dance, because if Python is dancing, that means that they must have gone so.
But Ola, do you agree that, like I said earlier, that if you note that almost at the beginning of every administration, the Deltans always blow up pipelines as a way of negotiating with the federal government to get more funds for this miscreants in the creeks. So if you notice, every time you have a new government, they will come up with this trouble. And if you don't show strength, you will still pay them. They always do behind the closed doors. Even you remember when they used the VP to pay them now, and boy couldn't even go down there. So they've always done that. So
like I said, it depends on the response of Tinubu to what is happening. Look at it. Someone is saying he's going to remove subsidy. You don't even know whether when Tinubu gets to that place, okay, we approve modular refinery. Wait.
Ola, let me be honest with you. Tinubu's not going to remove any subsidy, at least for the first 1 year. Isn't that dumb? It will
the subsidy that will be removed in June is what is not going to remove 1 year.
it will keep you back. Let's make a bet on it. It's going to keep it for at least a year more.
Tinubu is not Buhari.
Because because nobody wants to start his government like with jacking up. He's a very smart guy. At least he will keep it up.
Even during the campaign, people know already what he's going to do. He's not hiding his intention. He already told you he's going to remove the subsidy. So because he told you already, and you went ahead to vote for him. So definitely you trust him to do something good. You trust him with the right decision. So see, taking that subsidy off does not mean that Nigerians will die. No, it simply means that people can suffer for a while, even without that subsidy as you speak today. Are people enjoying the subsidy? So people that will suffer mostly, maybe the middle class, those people that have big cars, that are well to do already, they really want to suffer. The normal people, they will feel it a little bit, but it's not going to be as huge as people are actually talking about. But how many people? Okay, what happened when they remove subsidy on the diesel? Is it not the same diesel they used to bring rice or the tomatoes and all those stuff from the north? Is it not diesel? So how come that people didn't? So to me, I think we are exaggerating. We are exaggerating the impact of this subsidy removal. Yeah, it's going to have short-term, some kind of a short-term hardship, but in the long term, people will benefit more. Okay, look for example now. Do you know what it means to take about 3 trillion from some kind of subsidy merchants and redirect it to the economy? Now, just imagine what they can do. Maybe, okay, these guys say, okay, out of that 3 trillion that I'm going to save, I'm going to create farm settlement. Oh yeah, you guys come and be taking some kind of loan and go into farming. I will guarantee some kind of I will raise the price floor for you to benefit from farming, for farming to create wealth for you. So what is going to do with that subsidy that is going to remove is what is going to determine how the economy, how people will feel the impact of that subsidy removal. But this one that they are telling you that they are removing subsidy, and we are subsidizing fuel for people in the Niger Republic and people in the Republic of Benin. So once you remove that, you will immediately realize that the consumption that people say the people attached to Nigeria in terms of our gasoline and whatever fuel consumption, you will see that we are not consuming up to that. Already, kerosene is being sold. It's as good as there's no subsidy on kerosene. So what subsidy are we talking about? We're only subsidizing for bankers, people working in telecommunication, and all those people that are well to do. The poor men, the poor people are not really enjoying the subsidy. So to me, when Tinubu says he's going to remove that subsidy, I believe him significantly that he's going to remove. And you know what Obasanjo did in his early in his government when he started increasing fuel pump. At the end of the day, what happened? The economy felt better in the long run than you saying, okay, you are going to make sure you don't have money to run this economy just because.
Please, come on. He was doing that, but remember, it was also he did one thing as well. He did what we call the Bemwaremo at the same time. They also
did what?
Bemwaremo now. Bemwaremo was OBJ increased salaries and they encouraged state levels to encourage at the same time that they were doing the thing as well. That's why you felt the impact.
That's exactly what I said now. I said it depends on what you will do with the subsidy you want to remove. What if you remove the subsidy and increase worker salary? What if you remove the subsidy and increase mass transit?
We all don't. Not everybody works for the federal government. Not everybody works for the state government. What about people that work for private companies? People that have shops, they don't get payment for that. So where's our own money coming from?
See, once you increase salary in the economy, there is a way the thing cascades. It's not going to stay within those government workers alone. Okay,
I know.
I give an example. Like when we used to work in a bank, I know the Oga Party, Oga Patrick, no, they drink beer. That cola money they used to give us there. If you take, for example, if you take that money to go to some kind of joint and you buy asun, you buy beer, you buy all those things, what exactly are you doing? You are creating job for some people too. So when you release this money to these workers you are talking about, when you increase the money, they are going to spend that money somewhere. And wherever they are spending the money is going to cascade. So all those will tell the impact, because whatever you do with that subsidy you save is going to determine how the economy will respond. The removal of subsidy does not necessarily mean death penalty to anybody. We are just overflogging it. We are exaggerating. They did it to diesel. Nobody even knew that something happened. So why can't they remove that of gasoline? Kerosene is not cheap for the common man. Normal cooking gas is not cheap for the common man. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about this subsidy? Subsidy is just to enrich some people that will, even at the end of the day, they will still smuggle the products and still go and sell at in the neighboring countries. So immediately you remove that, smuggling will no longer be something that is lucrative. So we will be able to know exactly what we are consuming. And the like of Dangote and those people that want to invest, like I said, we never can tell. Tinubu may even encourage a modular refinery in the south. That's why I'm saying that their response will depend on what the guy does. So we're going to say something.
No. I was waiting for you to land. I wanted to take Babati to the Oba of Lagos space, but
I'm done on that. So Babati, I'm waiting for him to remove that subsidy in June. If he doesn't remove that by June, then there's a big problem ahead.
All right, thank you. So Babati, to the Oba of Lagos space, and is it even rude, more to it, that somebody has come for your endorsement, you as the king of a space, and then you just frontally tell him no? The Oba of Lagos and the sort of politics he plays, you say not to speak ill of the Oba, but does the Oba not invite those sort of commentaries?
Oh, okay. First of all,
and explain your new avatar, by the way. What's going on here? You've changed your avatar.
No, it's still the same old guy. It's still the same person. Just
all right.
I'm in my multi planetary mode today. So
all right, carry on.
So but the king, I get that when you have a person, regardless of who you are, you invite that attack, that criticism. I get that. But let's note this thing. We've always known for years that he is an APC king.
Babati, please, 30 seconds. Do you know that comment? I'm sorry for bringing this back. The comments Rational make about the Hoba, I'm still pissing off till now. It still pisses me off. I don't know what to say. It's just, if the strangers come to our land, insult our king, then a Yoruba man calling a Oba of Lagos a useless man. I hope Rational will take it back. I just kept quiet since I didn't even want to say anything when he made that comment, because I would just patter every place.
You know what's funny? When he might come gbé owó ṣe pé fún yẹn, wọ́n fẹ́ gbé owó ṣe pé fún wọn lọ gbé owó ṣe pé fún. All jokes aside, but I mean, it was. I think he was just very angry with the way the man said it, or maybe his reputation because of the comments he's made in the past. I think that's where that anger came from. So he's a very smart Yoruba man. So I don't think that Rational man actually, intention was to come to across that way. So on his behalf, I will apologize to Thomas. So, but I don't think that was intentional. But anyways, I think the king's politics is well known, well documented. One man, we know that he's an APC.
Should he be playing it so openly, though? Is the wider question.
Yeah, the wiser kings, they will do these things behind the scenes where they will say,
because all the kings are partisan. No, there's no king that's not partisan.
Yeah, the Oni of Ife is an APC king. Everybody knows that, but it's not as open. I mean, it's obvious. It's not. But you know where. He was the head of the royal committee for. So it's well known. But the issue with the king is perhaps the way he communicates his own position to the people. I think that's the issue. But to say that the king is to use that kind of language that National Man used earlier, I think that was unfortunate. But also, one man note something. This guy Gbadebo went to Onion of Ife before he came to Upper of Lagos. I think he took it personal. I think because those two kings, they've had their own issues in the past. So there's no need for him to have gone to Oshun. He should have just stayed in Lagos. But to openly, because literally one man, I think
Babati,
yeah.
I heard what someone said, but let me just say this. You know that Badevo's father was there in that picture. His dad was there, you know?
Right. No. Do you know what's funny? One of his best friend I went to high school with, primary school with him, and secondary school with him. That is a very good friend of mine. So when he went to Onion Fife's palace, he asked me what did I think about it, and I said that was a wrong move. And he said, "What do you mean? The question is Yorubaness. We need to go there and see." Blah blah. I'm like, no. You go to Oba of Lagos. I mean, that is very influential. If you want to see the king, you will see the king. And here we are. I'm not saying they took my advice. It's not me, but I'm just saying that his close friends that talk to him all the time. I've told him that was the wrong move. Forget Oni. Oba of Lagos is who you see first. That is very influential in Lagos. If you want to see the king, you'll see the king. But the way the king said it, one man, Olibempe was mocking him openly. That's the way he kind of came across. Like he walk here, that's the way he came across. So that's an issue. But when the king Komoroso is always being allowed. It's always
But Babati, can you say the king was blunt and truthful?
Yeah, no.
You want him to be Babati? Wait, do you want him to be deceiving him?
Yeah,
Is it not better to tell him frontally?
Yeah, I know, but saying no, regardless of the king says, "Oh, my son, thanks for coming. God bless you. Do your best." We know he's an APC king, anyways. That's the point. You don't need to say it. We already know where you stand. So it's not about king. So kings most of the time the non-verbal is as equally as important as the verbal. We know who you support. We know where you stand. Some things are just not, but they are left better not said. So that's maybe the way you should have said it. Which with him behind closed. I said, my son, as a quotito, but you pray for him in public. You do the normal BS, whatever. Yes, you do all that. Behind the scenes, you meet with him. But once again, I feel like him not coming to him first pissed him off. Going to Oshun to see Onion Fife was a mistake in my opinion. You should have seen him before Tinubu came back with his certificate. And I told his friend, I'm like, no, your body boy is making it. Oh, we will talk to him. I mean, they know him very well. We know him very well. So even in that video, you will see one of that I know very well was in that video. You will see him there. So that I think that's what really pissed the king off. Like, the boy he's a king, of course, so he has pride and he has that. But I mean, you can't blame Badebo for at least trying, right? I mean, he tried, he made attempt, and I think he's a formidable candidate for the next cycle, the next 4 years. Let him go back to the PDP where he belongs truly. When Labour collapses, and you give it a go again then it will be against Amzat. That would be something.
Babati, forget that guy. Forget the guy.
Yeah, he needs to.
Let's meet serious people.
No, I'm just trying to at least give him. I mean, because sometimes when his friends tell me all these things, I was like, dude, who is this campaign manager? Like, why do you guys do all this stuff? Like, oh, he's young. I'm like, no, forget young. Because they didn't hire a professional to manage his campaign. Trust me. What he's doing right now is amazing with the kind of team he has running his campaign. I'm like, really, guys, how are you guys doing this? But I guess they are just riding on that OB momentum at this time, and they have all these big men in Lagos that hate Tinubu. Forget what you are seeing on TV. What you're seeing right now is forget Tinubu, forget Badebo, forget Sanwo-Olu. This is Tinubu against his political enemies in Lagos. That is the real battle.
Led by Bode George.
Yeah, that is the real battle. But even Afenifere, that they are also trying to issue Lagos from him. So
that guy has accumulated enemies, though.
Yeah,
Wow.
so it's not really it's not really Sanwo-Olu against Gbadebo at this time.
Babati, as Bode George move from Lagos.
But Bode he's just being himself.
It's meant to be in Togo now, according to him. It's meant to be in Togo.
Baba, with due respect, Baba, if you don't move out of Lagos, I will be disappointed. I will be disappointed. Yeah.
I'm not sure you were here yesterday or 2 days ago. I think I called him from work yesterday. And I felt like the best person that could have defeated Sanwo-Olu would have been Ambode, because he checks all the boxes. That would have been the perfect candidate that nobody will have issues with. Even Tinubu's political enemies will galvanize behind him. Even
but Babati, he had to move to PDP to defeat Sanwo-Olu now.
Does it though? So Babati, let me take you then off the back of what Thomas said to the elections on the 18th. You would not imagine that there are 28 elections taking place. You think it's only Lagos State that is up for grabs, but all the focus on Lagos State. So who do you think is going to win through? I'm sure you are not of the thought that Gbadebo will win through. But do you expect Sanwo-Olu to just blow him out, just wipe out? So do you expect that, one? And then after the elections, when the dust has settled, is it your expectation that, I think you've already said it, that Labour Party would dissipate? But where I was really taking you to is that after the elections, do you expect and anticipate that APC would headhunt this Gbadebo?
Okay, so I think Sanwo-Olu will win, but maybe about 200,000-300,000 votes. It will be very competitive, but I think it squeezed that it will win, because I've been hearing some. So I've been listening to some people in Nigeria. I have family members that are from Shomolu. That are very offended with that Lagos is no man land rhetoric. All these areas in Lagos, those traditional areas, and they are going to come out en masse, one man. They are going to vote. They're going to vote for a Yoruba person. This has turned tribal, so it will be very competitive. Sanwo-Olu will win, and for the future of Gbadebo, they will not do anything to Gbadebo. They don't seem as a threat. I think they just see him riding the wave of.
You don't see them headhunting him because it's a talent now. Why would they not? It's too big a talent to be left to the opposition. Is what I'm suggesting.
No, because if you look at that Tinubu tree, for him to trust you with any political post or to bring you in, he must have trained you and raised you up. He has a system. So if you look at the system, you must grow in the system for it to put you in any position at all. Gbadebo is not. He didn't grow up in the Tinubu system. He has too many. Most of his friends are political godfathers are anti-Tinubu. I mean, if your godfather and your auntie and friends are like Bokna, Kedele, and there's no way you will be allowed in. So, and to become this of a threat, I mean, you can hunt him, but I don't think they will absorb him into their own movement. He didn't grow up in that tree, so I don't think they will bring him in to do anything in the APC or to work for Tinubu in any way, shape, or form. They just watch him wither away with that movement. So you probably will not hear about him again until 2027 if he tries to fight for PDP again. But for them to bring him in or hand hunting to bring him into the PDP, into the APC, sorry, to use him or to promote him. No, you have people. See, that Tinubu tree is like a hierarchy. Like I told you, after Sanwo-Olu, Amzat is already waiting to become a governor. They already know who's going to be governor after this guy. They already know. So
I thought it was Sheyi Tinubu after Sanwo-Olu.
Remember, it was between Amzat and Sanwo-Olu. when Ambode was removed. But the deal was Amza was going to be the VP. And then when Sanwo-Olu is more of is a candidate of not it was not Tinubu's first choice. So it was the choice of the people that Tinubu listens to in Lagos. Yeah, Tinubu still has people that listen to in Lagos. His guy was Amza, that is Tinubu's dude. So that was a deal. Okay, you have someone to go first. Then my guy will go after Sanwo-Olu. Forget he's not going any after Sanwo-Olu. He's going to be Amzat. So they already have a system. This guy did not grow up in that system. He was not raised in that system. So they're not going to trust him enough after doing this much damage to their party, to their system. It's a threat. They're not going to no. So I'm sorry, it's not going to be put in. But once again, it will just wither away with the momentum Obi has. And in the next 4 years, he can build up again. Hopefully, let's see what he does in 2027. He will be back. I expect him to be back in the PDP, though. By the ball, he'll be back in the PDP. But the question is, for the next 4 years, how can he improve? Is what I don't know. What can he do to? I mean, because now it's a known commodity now, right? Oman is a known figure in Lagos. So will he be?
If it goes back to the PDP, because there is only one slot, because the space that he's likely to occupy is already being occupied by Jandor. So who will have to subordinate to the other?
Jandor is done politically after this. It's not gonna because look at who's backing Badebo now. They are PDP big wigs. That tells you where he's from. And if he comes out, let's say he gets about 50,000 votes, but he loses, PDP will find him more attractive. Let's say he comes second and he defeats Jandor. What do you think they will want next time? This is the guy they will tell you, okay, we can build around this guy. So him going back to PDP gives him more credibility now, because I don't see him staying in Labour. Labour is just something that he had to use for the meantime. So he goes back to PDP. Let's see if he builds from there. Jandor is not nobody's putting Jandor back on the ticket again in PDP. He's done. Because if he comes third, there's no way they're gonna put him on a ticket. So what he has to, I don't know if he could, because his resume is not. That's my thing with him, with Badebo. His resume is not strong enough to run a state. We've said that. What can he then do in the next 4 years that go back to work? I don't know how we can improve his resume. So that is where he needs to figure out what to do. So, but if he comes a close second, I think he goes back to the PDP and builds from there. Hopefully, he becomes a very formidable candidate, and he can contest again. This time around, Avon studies his Yoruba. This time, like he said, like he promised. Let's see how he starts to adapt back to his father's side. I think one thing that we didn't even discuss is his mom must be regretting not exposing him to his father's side now, because that thing will be part of the reason why he's going to lose. Taking him away from his dad's side and not exposing him to the Yoruba culture of his dad's side really, really did the number on his campaign. So I think if he spoke Yoruba fluently and it was, I think it would have given someone a tougher time, a tougher run. So he needs to brush up on his Yoruba skills. And I have an advice for him, by the way. I'll probably tell one of his friends as well on Clubhouse when I meet them again next week or so. He needs a couple of chieftaincy titles in Yoruba land. Yeah, so just
yes, that always goes down well.
Yeah, you need some chieftaincy titles. They always ask me for this stuff. I just give it to them for free. So don't call me a political genius. Thank you, welcome. But
no, they actually does, because they like that in Yoruba land. They like the gravitas of
just like I even have an idea for him. Tayeshi of Lagos. Tayeshi, those good sounding names. You need those titles on your name. That gives that credibility, that gravitas. Yeah. Get a couple of
how much of a role do you think that Jagaban title played in Atinobu's
a lot.
Jagaban.
Remember when he met the Sokoto Sultan and the guy said, Mr. President said no, they call me Jagaban. That's the way he did himself to the emir, to the Sultan. So that thing helped him in the north. I'm telling you, that name really helped him. So So Gbadebo needs that credibility. Something that screams Yoruba in his name. Start doing charity work. Something Yoruba related. Show up at expose yourself to Yoruba movies, those Nollywood, whatever. Go to their parties, whatever. So that way, when you run in the next 4 years, they know okay, because Kosokwe is one of us. That's the issue. Nobody sees him as one of us. He's having that issue. But
no, that was how I tried to prod at him when I went on that platform. That
that one was too aggressive. One man, I don't know.
What was it? Did you see it?
I'm like, what is going on with one man? 10 in 10 seconds.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw him. I'm like, what is one man doing? Like, one man came like one Balogun that was at war. Like,
yes.
Yes.
I think maybe I was trying to restrain myself from all of this. I just stay within my own space for the future.
I think he got overly excited to get out.
Yes. I think that was it. Yeah.
Because if you listen to his response, he had to pause because I look at body language. The guy paused and fell back a little bit, like, let me soak this in, because it was too much for him to even get.
Yes.
He was like, wait a minute, who is this guy? So I think his Yorubaness is still in question, and I'm sorry, it's yet to prove to me that he's one of us. And I think he needs to make some few moves for the next 4 years, then come back stronger than ever. At that point, it'll be like 43 years old, right? 43 or 44, 43 years old. Yeah, more season this time. And for God's sake, one man, get a better VP. My God, you think Better Boy is bad? That woman is terrible. That VP he picked, one man. Oh my!
I don't even know his VP. Let me check.
Holy crap! Go and watch the interview she got on Arise. And Rufai was grilling this woman. Like she said, we're going to change Lagos. And I said, okay, how, madam? Rufai asked her how 5 times. She couldn't answer. How would you change Lagos? You see Godfatherism in Lagos. We know. How? I'm like, this is horrible. Who is this woman? She's terrible. She is terrible.
I'm trying to find her, but yeah, probably
watch her on. She's on. She came on Arise, and watch her with
Princess Oyefusi. Princess Oyefusi.
Just watch her getting grilled by Rufai, because I was surprised. I'm like, Rufai usually is like a labor guy. She must really hate this woman though. The way she was just ransacking and ragdolling her, it was bad. It was bad, because I know usually when Peter Obi is asked the same question and he does the Singapore and China, you don't hear Rufai go back and forth with him. You just let him say whatever. But this woman, oh my God, she's like, no, tell me how. Tell me. She couldn't answer. She couldn't answer the question. It was terrible. So I mean, I wish the guy the best, but I just don't. I don't know what he can do more. I mean, he can get some titles, like I said, to help him in that area. But in terms of his resume, I don't know what else he can do because now, forget Sanwo-Olu, Amzat is also he's a very well educated man. That Lagos deputy governor is also a very smart individual. So I mean, it's what? So yeah, so I don't. And he's very young. He's 58 now, so 58 years old. Yeah.
Well, what do you think the ideal age should be for a Lagos State governor?
It has to be somebody in that 40 plus, like above 45.
Yeah, late 40s, early 50s.
So because you need that energy, because that thing ages you. Look at the way Fashola was now when it got in. That thing, you can tell this is a very stressful position. It's a very stressful position. So you must be in your late 40s, early 50s, at least 10 to 15 years of work experience. And you must be able to communicate with people. That leadership skill has to be there. Very important. Very, very important. And if you've hired anybody before, one man, you know that anytime you see somebody's resume, and they have internship as part of their resume, that's a red flag. that means they've not worked enough. Once you've worked long enough, you don't include your internship anymore. That kind of goes away. You want that job experience. So I don't know if he's going to go back to work again. I don't know what he has to do to improve that. That part of his resume is just a big hole.
You know, I've always wondered how that guy generates wealth because he's not done anything. So is he one of those still living off daddy's family wealth?
Yeah, they have all this. Because I mean, you worked in the UK. What has he designed in Nigeria? This major, like a significant. You can say, this is the guy that built this. So nobody knows, because if he does, it will have showed us like, oh, this is what I built. This is what I designed. He's here to show you what he's done. I mean, if I work for a big company running for office, I'll be promoting my work now. Oh, this is what I did for the company. This is what I built. We built this and that. Like if this guy was running for office now, what is his name? He might even run in the future. This Suji now, Suji Motors in Nigeria.
Yeah.
If he's running for office, what do you think he'll be doing? I was when I built this one, I built that. You know how he does with all this anyway. You'll be doing all that stuff like you built something. But this guy is not even proud of his work. He's yet to show me one thing he built with his architectural whatever degree he got from MIT. I'm yet to see one thing. So
it's such a waste, to have an MIT because that's a great expense to acquire one of those and not be able to show any body of work to what's the point of an MIT education?
But woman, you know what? Let me just let me go back on my word for a second. If they can find a way to bring this guy into governance, into APC and work for Lagos. That I love that woman that worked for Lamata. I mean, I love her. She was part of the people that built that designed that new Queen's subway you have in London. That the one you have now. What's the name of that new subway in the UK? The one in the UK.
Is it the Queen Elizabeth line? Yeah.
She was one of the people that designed that thing for them in the UK before she came to Lagos. So Lagos, they really hire experts. They really find them across the world. So she's the head of Lamata. Everything you're seeing at the real whatever, she's the one. She's the one managing all this construction. And since our friend has experience in went to MIT and is an architect, it would be a good asset, I guess, if they want to use him. That would be a field, and he's very keen into developing rails. And since Lagos is really also keen into expanding the rail system, they might use him in that department to help out. So that would be a way. If they find a way, I don't see it, but if they find a way, that would be a good area that they can work in for Lagos, because he's a very smart guy. He went to MIT for God's sake. So yeah, he's a very smart guy.
All right, I'm going to take you to the MC Oluomo space next, but before I do that, since you mentioned Gbadebo's running mate, for the benefit of the audience who may not know who she is, I certainly did not, so I've looked her up. So let's just take a couple of seconds. She speaks in Yoruba, I think, in this space, but just to get a feel of her texture.
Ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, ẹ̀yin àbúrò mi. Ìkúnlẹ̀ mi rè, ìkúnlẹ̀ adé ló ń bẹ̀ yín. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ọmọ Èkó náà ṣe. Èkó kì í ṣe irú ẹnìkan. Ẹ dìde, ẹ gbárùkù tiwa. Ọmọ Èkó làwa náà. Ọmọ Àyángúnrẹ̀ ti ìlú Ìkòròdú ni mí. Ọmọ Ìsàlẹ̀ Èkó ni gómìnà mi. Òun dẹ̀ ló rán mi sí yín. Ipe ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ kí ọmọ Èkó náà ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ètò ta ní fún ìyàwó òwò ìjọba wa ò ní bá yín jà, ìjọba wa ò ní wá láti gba ìjẹ lọ́wọ́ èèyàn kankan, ìjọba wa wá láti jẹ́ kí a gbé Èkó dìde, ìjọba wa wá láti jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ wa kàn níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́, kàn yé ṣàgbèrò lójú títì, gbárùkù tiwa ká bá lè ṣèrànlọ́wọ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Èkó gidi, fún àwọn ọmọ Èkó, àtẹni tó ń san táàsì ní bíbáyìí, àtẹni tó ti kọ́lé sí bíbáyìí, àtẹni tó ní bísínẹ̀sì ní bíbáyìí, gbogbo wa lọ́mọ Èkó. Ìjọba ti wá ó máa fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lẹ́yìn mi pẹ̀lú gbogbo ará Èkó láti tún Èkó ṣe. Ìjọba ti wá gbogbo owó Èkó lẹ máa.
She's not that terrible. I like that music, by the way. I'm not sure if that's Akala or something.
That is one of my favorites. That is Yusuf Olatunji.
All right.
Yeah, these are oldies, but.
It's almost a sacrilege. Yeah. What was it? Shakara.
Yes, that's Shakara music.
Yes, it's almost a sacrilege not to be drinking palm wine as you are listening to that.
But man, you see how beautiful that. Imagine by the board doing the same thing, and it's just different now. He spoke Yoruba elegantly, and you had the backdrop of those oldies, and she knows what he's doing clearly. She never come on. You have traditional Yoruba song in the backdrop. You're on your knees speaking your Yoruba.
But she's not that bad though. She seems okay to me.
She just didn't do well in that interview at all. I mean, this one is okay, but the interview thing was too much.
You mean she wasn't speaking English to your level of question?
No, she's well spoken. But I'm saying she couldn't answer the questions that was asked. When Rufai was asking the question, she just was not able to. She didn't understand the why. You can say I'm against Tinubu, but why are you against Tinubu? Like the guy was saying, like it's not enough to say, okay, we don't like Tinubu. Tell me what you would do when you remove the alphabet or whatever. She couldn't say. That's the issue I had with her during that conversation with Rufai on her eyes. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And give us a brief feel, Babati, of your take on MC Oluomo. So Agbero back, and the timing is always perfect. They just come at the very last minute to intimidate. So that fear is in your heart, just as the event takes place. So MC Oluomo back in play, everything changes but remains the same. The Igbos must not come out if they are not voting for Tinubu or whatever.
People are missing the point. Back in this, it was. Let me say in Yoruba. Agbára test now they have federal Agbára Nielsen, so that is his level of confidence. Yeah, forget it now. We are in Abuja now. Agbára federal they load this. So that's the way it's called. Like it's more of the confidence level is over 200% at this point. So it's unfortunate that this is where we've come to, but we understand
because what can they do to him, really, MC Oluomo? They can't kill him, and if they arrest him on the 29th of May, he's out of the prison in the Rolls Royce.
That is now the president now. So, yes. By me, the president, I can do and undo this thing. So I don't like it, but I understand it. I don't like it, but I understand it. It's not something that I encourage or I enjoy seeing. But it's part of the political culture in Lagos. That Agberoism is just part of their way of life, which it's not something I enjoy seeing. It's an ugly side to watch sometimes, but it's part of their culture, across that area. So I don't like it. I think it's wrong for him to have said that. But at the same time, I understand it. So that's my take.
All right, brilliant. But a necessary evil. He could not have been acting in isolation, could he? Because of course, there would have been a tacit nod from higher up before he's able to do this sort of thing.
I'm saying one man now. I got a federal on anything for on. It's not anymore. It's federal might now. Federal might that is to say, if we kill you, man,
Babati, is it not concerning that this federal might that will be in the hands of Tinubu is it not something?
That what I agree. Remember, maybe a few weeks ago, I was saying that he needs Tinubu needs a very strong chief of staff that will curtail that Agberoism in him. He still has that thing. He needs someone that can reel that thing part of him, because is 70 plus year old man. That part of him is still there.
Well, so what I'm saying is what I'm driving at is this. You see, if you look at his antecedent in Lagos, how he hold Lagos down and all of that, and the seeming, like I've said on this platform, you hardly hear that anybody, not even the councillor or chairman, has ever been arrested by EFCC and prosecuted in Lagos, within Lagos. Are you telling me these people are just that saints that they don't even have any fraud allegation? So it's like they are covering themselves. So Now, if this guy, now I've often referred to this guy as an immoral person. Immoral in the sense that we've seen how he run Lagos and made it a kind of like a criminal organization, kind of. Are we not going to expect to see the same thing if this guy has the key to the treasury, the national treasury, and he has the means to violence under his control?
Yeah, on steroids. Yeah, I agree. But this is the thing. See, nothing is perfect. This is the way I see it. At least it gets things done. That I know it's not the best response. We want the perfect scenario, but his own brand of godfatherism, at least it does something. No matter how minimal or how small, something still gets done. So that's, I'm saying that compared to what we have in other places where you have different versions of his own godfatherism in other areas where nothing gets done, people just steal and nothing happens. At least I can still say, okay, his own form of godfatherism, we can still benefit a thing or two. Once again, that's the reason why I said he needs a very strong chief of staff at the federal level. In my opinion, Fashola is. I don't want the House of Rep clerical bueno for House of Rep speaker. That one is a yes man. You need somebody that can challenge. I can say no, but we can't do this. Fashola will be the best chief of staff for Tinubu. That we get the best out of him and can control that Agberoism, that part of him that can bring that a little bit. But that part will always be there. It's a normal cool boy. That's this part who he is. But to this this guy that woman was asking me about earlier. No, that one is a yes person, Gary. That one we cannot do anything.
I like it.
I'm saying you know what? Alaki also will be a very good chief of staff, but
you know this session was meant to be wrapped around Alaki, but I carry on, yeah.
Yeah, Alaki, the guy should replace Lai Mohammed. I mean, I like the way I like the way he defends.
Is that not another Lai Mohammed on steroid?
I'm not saying that they are right or wrong. I'm saying they're the most effective. Like the way I'm responding, like if I were Tinubu. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. If I were Tinubu, for instance, that's what I would pick. So it's not about finding the perfect candidate. It's about finding who is the most effective.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be another cheap propagandist.
I mean,
that's what I like. It does better.
That is their job, anyway. So that position. Look at the boy on the rise now. Ruben Abati when it was not fit. Wasn't it that way? Now it's all oli now. That is their job. It's a job that you have to do. It's a line. It's a line. That's just it's a job. But this guy has to be very careful in Lagos. This thug, don't overexpose your Tinubu. But be very he has to calm it down because if he does too much in Lagos,
he has to retire him, really, shouldn't he? Because what more does he need him for? He doesn't need him anymore.
But do you know what happens to that guy though? That guy went too far because remember, maybe people forget though. This idiot was actually trying to become a king in Oshodi, even though it was not.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, you know, he's not even in Nigeria. No, I think it's from Benin Republic. That's the rumor.
Like you want to become a king that you don't even have anybody from because you think you have money.
What are you talking about? Who's from
MC Oluomo.
It was vying for.
No, it's from Ogun State now. Is he not a Jebu guy?
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No, the guy was trying to become a king in Oshodi, like show more banner. We don't know you are Bole in who are you? It's like because you think you have money. So I think he's power drunk, obviously. I have met him in person. I didn't even know. I met him at a wedding in Houston. A friend of mine got married, and he came with all these Hollywood people, and it was very nice. I didn't even know, but people like, oh my god, do you know what? I'm like, who is this guy? They're like, yeah. It was there with K1, the Ultimate was there. Shina Peters was there. All these top guys came there, so I met him there. I even met Sunday Go. I didn't even know who Sunday Go was at the time. They were there together. I think they're very close. So, I mean, he's a powerful individual. He has influence. So in that environment, he's a very influential individual. So hopefully, just bring it down a notch for the sake of Tinubu. Don't make him look bad because now it's in Abuja now. Anything you do in Lagos reflects badly on him. So he needs to be very careful. But in person,
are you expecting Saturday's elections? Are you expecting it to be ugly?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. People will come out, but I think that we should look out for the Korodu, Epe, all those areas. I think they will troop out to vote Yoruba. I think that Lagos thing, no man's land, I think that thing really got to them. I've listened to a lot of audio clips online, and I've never seen a Lagosian this passionate about elections before. One man, the way those people from Korodu were, the way they were speaking, like I'm from the rear, from actually somebody call my friend. I mean, the way they were talking, the anger they had about that. Oh my God, I've never, because they are very liberal Lagos, they are very open to everybody. But those people, the way they were talking, one man. I might agree with you that I said it would be very close, but the way they were sounding, man, it might be a blowout though. The way they were like, man, you want to come here and do? Oh my God, they were so the anger in their voice, the way they were upset about the way people claiming their land from other part of the country. So they Sanwo-Olu will win. I think he wins. He wins the election, woman. I think he wins.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. Stay with us. So, Babati, let's go on, move the conversation on to Dewale, who hopefully is still there. He's been very quiet, so maybe he's nodded off. It's just the waiting around sometimes. Dewale, are you still there? Yeah. If I unmute him now, you probably hear snoring. He never snores, though, Enigmatic Hondi. So, Enigmatic, hopefully you're still there. And radio silence. So radio silence from Enigmatic Hondi, but never radio silence from Patoski. Normally under Patrick, now under Patoski. So Patoski, are you still there? And there it is. So, but Ola certainly will still. Can anybody hear me, by the way? Maybe I'm the one that is not on.
Oh, we can hear you.
All right, brilliant. So Ola, to you then. So let's come to you, Ola, and take you then back to the Roads Viva Promise list. So we took it up to we took it up to number 10 with Babati. So let's take it up from number 11 with you. So the 11th promise, 100 days to achieve. Invite bids for the design and construction of 100 kilometers of rail across Lagos. So yes, yay or nay on that?
Well, what is that rail supposed to serve? Because I don't understand what happened to the rail that they have presently. So why new rail?
I think in addition to, it's in addition to.
They have the green line that runs from mainland into the Ekpe area. They have the orange line that runs behind into E4. They have the purple line. They have the brown line. That they already have all these maps there. So they want to make Lagos like into like a New York, where you can live in Lagos without needing a car, just going using a rail system. That's the whole goal.
Such thing is very easy to say because naturally I have listened to that guy, but I'm not sure if I'm convinced because within 100 days to call for bid. So when it calls for bid, how is it going to fund the project? Because we seem to exaggerate what Lagos is making. We seem to exaggerate because constructing new rail, well, it's a good idea, but one thing is to do some kind of exercise, and another thing is just to make sure that exercise, you look at the practicality of it and you're able to bring it to fruition. So to me, well, it's good to do that, but can he achieve that? I'm interested because I've been saying that thing frequently these days. Lagos State, as a state, can we see Lagos State make up to $2 billion in a year? $2 billion for a state of probably about 20 million people. When we even have some country, some city of 1 million that are even making like revenue of So to me, if you want to have spin, I will say no. Look for something else to do. You can invite, was it Babati that was suggesting the other time that you can invite some private people to invest more, to put some kind of investment in the public transport transit, and use that BRT so that you can move people faster. So that's what I suggest. Then you can think of how to expand rail in the future, because the one on ground, the ongoing one, they've not even completed them. They've just completed some stage of all those projects. So to me, is I don't really see the feasibility the way the guy has been talking. You know, I listened to the guy talking about.
So, Ola, if you respond to just the list, and then we go to the wider conversation later. But let me take you to number 12. It says, host an education summit with all stakeholders to get buy-in to GRV's plan for partnership to upscale public schools to standards of the best private schools. So it's always loaded in just all this heavy management speak. It says, host an education summit with all stakeholders to get buy-in into GRV's plan for partnerships to upscale public schools to standard of best private schools. So I suppose, what do you think? What do you make of that?
Because I'm struggling to understand what he wants to do there. You want to partner with who? With you want to do PPP with a public school. So if you do PPP, you know, then what happens? How cheap will the school be for the student? Because when you want the private people to partner with you, so what will be the benefit of those private people? Or is he looking for those people that will just donate and they are not going to get anything? Because
No, I don't think it's asking for a donation. What I think is wanting to do is to hold a summit of the education space to then get a standardized bar which mirrors the best the best private schools, and then have that be the standard for the public schools. So essentially upscaling the public schools to the best private school standards.
Just okay. What was the ceremony of having some kind of meeting with the stakeholder meant for? When you can actually plan this and let the word of mouth and what the students are experiencing tell the story. So why do you need to create activities? Okay, now you want to upgrade. Let's say you want to pick let me pick a school in Lagos and you want to upgrade. Why not upgrade? Because see, there's nothing hidden in that Lagos if you are doing, if you really want to do such a huge project. All you just need is just to make it public, or maybe CITV8 or what's the name of that Lagos State TV. You only need to do just like about 2 or 3 of those. People will know. People will know. If people want to start moving their students to those schools, they will do. You don't need those meetings. If you want to do this, put the plan in place. Just commission some people from Lagos State Civil Service and let them go. Let them come out with a report or whatever they want to do. Then you can embark on that project. So what meetings do you want to have? I'm confused, President, because to me, I see that as activities. Yes, if you can upscale, good. I don't have any problem with that. But the activities around those, the ceremony and activities around that project is what I can't understand. It is good, upgrade, but those activities, it doesn't make sense to me personally. I don't know if it makes sense to someone. It's a good project. I agree.
All right, brilliant. And the same thing goes on to number 13 as well. I think it's somewhat a repetition, but this time for the health sector. Host a health summit with all stakeholders so it's the same system, but for the health sector. So let's take that response for that as well. Let's go to number 14. A summit for various artisan associations, such as bricklayers, plumbers, mechanics, welders, carpenters, tailors, and other technicians, with the objective of creating a process for their certification and access to small-scale loans. So this is now cooperating that artisanal space which has always been a black market, yes, a black market economy, but now bringing them up to a standardized space. Is that a good or bad idea?
Without even missing my word, as that's a very great idea. So straight away, it's a great idea. You know, you need to standardize. You need to know the right code, not the one that everybody just does anyhow. You know, you want to build instead of setting some meters back just because of lack of understanding of what the city code is talking about or state code is talking about. So you just do whatever you like. So if you can do that, I think it is the right step in the right direction. So brilliant one for me, brilliant one. I agree because that system we have I'm sure that system we have we have some kind of mechanism of retraining them, and you know some of these are our jobs that are going to neighboring country just because our people are not skilled enough. So that means the thing can be retained within.
You know, they used to go and import bricklayers, and especially when you want to do POP, they do go to Togo and Benin to go and get these people because we don't have the skills.
One man, it's not even POP alone, even plastering the wall. You know, if you see where all those imported people where they plaster building or where they lay ties, you will know that those guys they have better skill than our people. You know, this guy will just lay some, you know, they tie some kind of rope lines just to make sure that the plastering is straight. But our people, they just plaster the way they like, and at the end of the day, you will see how rough the building, you know. So we bend there, we just have some contour. So the same way, when they want to do ties, the way they compact everything, they follow the right process for them to achieve. So far away, I have to be honest with you, from what I know, they are better than our people. And do you know one thing I realized about some of these guys too? They are more straightforward than our people. I give an example. As far back as 2009, if these guys were going to set 100 blocks, they will tell you 100 blocks, this is what we are going to take for the main bricklayer. This is what we are going to take for the laborer that work with us. So assuming you are paying, let's say, 2,500 for the main bricklayer, you are paying like 1,200 for the laborer. You know, when you are setting 1,000 blocks, you already know that you are spending about 37,000. Now, but our people, the same job, they can charge you like say, oh, it's 300, and they will tell you story that oh, when rain fall, they can store it. Also, it's better to get contract. So those guys, even though they are importing them, even they do better than more better job, they still have some kind of nice pricing that we know that okay, these guys arrangement pretty straightforward. So to me, all those type of professionalism they need some kind of arrangement whereby they can instill those things into our people and make them to be more professional instead of trying to take advantage of everyone that is on project. So to me, I appreciate that this idea. I agree with it. So it's a good idea. Great one.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And number 15, working with my party, the Labour Party, working with my party, the Labour Party, appoint first-class caretaker chairman for each local government, each appointee being skilled enough to be a potential governor. So I'm not quite sure if Lagos State has a problem with holding local government elections and all that, but that's part of his campaign promise. Thought on that?
Well, like you fairly said, if the constitution makes provision for local government chairman, why caretaker? Because if we are talking of caretaker, it sounds like someone that is even breaking the constitution before getting to the office. Well, why caretaker? Except it's saying that other than the chairman that is going to have caretaker. If that's what it's saying, then the question we now is this: why trying to double the effort? You know, you are repeating the same effort. Why do you want to have redundancy? What the chairman can do, why do you want to appoint caretaker? Or are you telling us that you are not going to conduct election? So I don't really understand
One more, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Let's go ahead.
I think this caretaker thing that he's saying, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the way I look at it is, you see, because by the time he gets in there, the people that he will be working with, for the most part, will be APC people. Excuse me, and most of you, I mean, some of you might know here that most governors in Nigeria, when they come in, and local government is one thing they see that is a means by which they can establish themselves. They will just cancel the whole whatever election that was done previously. They will just remove all the. I think is it Tinubu? Somebody did that too. When they came in 1999, he had to. I think he had to cancel. I don't know. Let me not say too. I can't remember. But I know one governor. Some governors have done it a lot in Nigeria. They'll just remove all the local government chairman, and they'll set up a caretaker committee, and then after they'll conduct fresh election. So I think maybe what he's trying to say, because it would be wrong for him to say he's going to work with caretakers all through. I mean, what's the ball? Why does the constitution make provisions for chairmen and councillors there? If you're not going to have them. So I think what he's trying to do is maybe he's going to get rid of those people who have been in the system from the previous previous administration, just to ease off to bring in a new kind of people that will, like he said, with potentials for governors. So I think that's what he's trying to do, and I hope that is what he's trying to do. If it's not what he's trying to do, then that will be a violation of the constitution. If he doesn't want to hold any election, he wants to run the state by local government through what's it called, caretaker. But caretaker is one of those things that many governors do. Yes, Lagos. I mean, in Nigeria.
So to me, that's a major issue already, because all this idea of people not being able to work with the structure they meet on ground, that they just have to manipulate it. So he's simply saying that if this guy were to be president of Nigeria today, so probably he's going to choose some kind of caretaker for state and run. So to me, I think that's it. To me, I think that's a terrible idea, though. It's a terrible idea to me. So irrespective of how he wants to go through it, whether he doesn't trust those people or he just wants his own people, you should still try to manage those guys and let's see how they respond, because even local government are supposed to be another level of level of government on their own. So it doesn't mean that you have to harness them, because those are the kind of the structural deficiency we have in that country. Why can't the local government have their own autonomy and run according to the power given to them by the constitution? Why must the state governor oversee them? Why must the state governor oversee them? Why can't you face your own at the level of state and let the local government face their own? There, you can find a way of monitoring them in sense of way. Maybe you want to hold them accountable in case maybe someone that needs to do something and is investing, or you can find a way to deal with that. But why must you dictate? So if you can't have your way with the APC elected the local government chairman, so the next thing is to double the effort, to create unnecessary redundancy. No, those are the kind of red flag. To me, that's the kind of red flag that you start having in this guy, that okay, it appears that Lagos State is very easy to govern, right? Some of these things you don't get to know until you are there, because you have limited resources, and those resources, you want to balance those resources before you can do whatever you want to do. And don't think investors you are inviting will just jump at you like that when you are just in the office. Some of them need time to understand exactly what you are doing. They want to see the confidence, and they want to be very sure that, oh, we can really work with this guy. Maybe before those people start trusting him, maybe you'll be talking of like a year or 2 years already gone. So you have 2 years to complete some other programs. So when we talk that Lagos State is not some kind of toy that you just joke with. Otherwise, you may find some situation of Buhari again, that when we push Nigeria to a better place in 2015, he said, oh, you are moving fast. Let me take you back 57 years. Let me take you 57 years backward. So to me, that statement is a red flag. I don't agree with it.
No, all right, brilliant. Let me take you next to the Oba of Lagos space. But before I take you to the Oba of Lagos space, let me acknowledge Ayos by the coffee. I'm not sure that I've had the chance to do that. So Ayo maintains consistency with that space, just as he always does. He does again. So that's Ayo. If you look all the way through that this chain, actually, you'll see that Ayo pretty much sustains that coffee space. There he is. Sometimes you have a rogue intrusion like a DOG a week or so ago. But really, Ayo consistently the only consistency in that space. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So let me take you then, Ola, to the Oba of Lagos space, where he, of course, frontally rejected Rose Vivor in a very confrontational sort of way. So let me take you to that space and invite your commentaries on that space. But on my way, let me use that as my way to hand over to Thomas and as the conversation carries on. So to the Oba of Lagos space, Ola, as Thomas takes over.
Okay. That of Oba of Lagos space where I do expect something different from him because, like someone said here, he's just an APC guy, and unfortunately, some of these Obas, once they are already partisan, it is difficult for them to not to take a side. You know, maybe it won't be wrong for me to say APC help him to that place, even though he's entitled to that throne. But then you have to be very careful with politicians because politicians can mess those others up. So you have to align yourself to that power that be. So the only thing that can be dangerous for that Oba now is if Gbadebo now becomes the governor tomorrow. So that's a miscalculation. But as it is now, he has to calculate properly. So the right calculation now is just to support Tinubu. So to me, well, it's so difficult for him. So I don't envy him. So he has to, because he can't just keep quiet. That's one funny thing. In a situation now, he can't keep quiet because he's already so deep in politics. He can't keep quiet. So but one thing that we say when we talk of Oba of Lagos sometimes is that we only refer to this Oba in Lagos Island. But what happened to all those Oba in Agege, Oba in Ikeja, and Oba in all those areas? Because this is why some people say Lagos is no man's land. Because when you talk of Lagos Federal, it's different from all those Lagos state that, like Ikeja, that used to be part of Western region, like all those in Lupeju that used to be part of Western region, Ikorodu. So to me, I don't pity all this Oba, but it's only that this Oba of Lagos is the only person that is vocal among them. What are other Oba saying? Simply means that maybe they agree with the same thing. So to me, I don't expect him to say anything differently. So
Oh
he
yes,
may make.
yeah. But Ola, is it good that is truthful to him, that is not deceiving him, than to be deceiving him? Everybody know about Lagos. We know his politics. It's APC. So is it not good to be truthful? Don't you think it's much better to be truthful to him? You just pray for him and wish him success in the nearest future.
Being truthful. So yeah, we can call it truthful, but at the same time, he has to declare his allegiance publicly too. So he's not necessarily being truthful to Badebo, because if he didn't say anything, for example, the APC then they may start doubting the Oba, and it doesn't take time before you can see some kind of rift between the power that be and Oba of Lagos. So not necessarily being truthful to Badebo, but at least making declaration to APC that, see, I'm backing you. So I will tell this guy just to get out. So everybody to know that I'm supporting you. So the other thing I want to talk about this Gbadebo the other time is this. You see, to me, good luck if he's able to make it, but I've seen a lot of red flag in this guy personally. I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. You know,
What is the red flag?
okay, this guy, for example, was saying that the railway that they spent 1 point something billion on that, whereas in somewhere they constructed the longer railway for 450. I was just looking like this guy is supposed to be an architect. If he's not playing I believe he knows that he was just playing politics for those people that would like to that would like to listen to him. So you don't even know whether the one they constructed in Ethiopia, whatever you are saying, whether it's just a very good ground and they just lay the pipe. But we are talking of Lagos, whereby they will do some piling. When they do some piling alone, they demolish some buildings. Now we have electricity plants that will supply the rail line. We are going to do some fencing. We are going to build some new facility where they will be maintaining all those stuff. So the one you are trying to compare with are all these facilities included in that project? So probably if they are just constructing the railway line only, maybe Lagos State will have just spent like 200 million, if that's straightforward. But people may not even be aware of what it takes to do piling alone in Lagos. And we are even talking of piling now for every machinery. So when people talk about politics, sometimes I'm surprised. Now, when you now get to that place now, the way you are bragging that you want to do this thing, I keep repeating this thing. How much revenues are available to you to even do all these projects? Now, if these revenues are so low, then how are you going to even increase the revenue before you talk about projects? So you speak about your projects. Maybe someone should educate me. How is he going to raise money? Because anything you can theorize, you can give everything in theory. But when you want to catch someone that really knows what he's doing, ask for the budget. Ask for how he's going to fund all those budgets. I'm saying
what budget are you talking about?
Okay, look at this. This guy is talking of 100 kilometers rail. You know, you are talking of 100 kilometers rail, and you are talking about so many beautiful initiatives. What budget do you have available to you? How much do you spend to pay Lagos workers? When you pay Lagos workers, how much do you have left? How much are you spending currently to service your debt? And you are not even making up to $2 billion a year, if I get the figure right.
Ola, let me say something to you. Just right here off the bat, even though I'm not a politician, if I'm a governor, that 50 billion that Lagos State is generating, Lagos State will generate more than that in the month. I guarantee you that. There are many ways.
At least we are not the governor. You give me an example of how you are going to generate more than 50 billion.
You see, one of the things I would do is, okay, you see, I'm not the one running. This is the guy running. I'm just trying to make you understand that I can generate more than 50 billion. And I'm sure Lagos State generates more than 50 billion every month. But that's what
no rational mind. I can see the air too and tell you that I can generate 200 billion. The question now will now be how. Tell me, what are you going to do special that will make you generate that money?
We know the alpha beta thing. They said they help them. The template, whatever template they have on ground. And if they don't want to sell it with me to do it, I mean, there are other ways I can do that. You see, that's you see those motorists alone, that money they generate from there, from the ticket they give to those people, that one in itself, in a day, I can tell you all across Lagos, if those guys don't generate more than those guys don't generate more than 500 million naira a day, it will be at least I'll be surprised if they don't generate less than 500 million naira a day.
Rational mind. All
hold on. That is one. Don't worry. I mean, you see, it's all about. I can't just go ahead and start
rational mind. If these people generate 500 million a day, you are simply saying those people they generate 2 billion, 1 billion in 2 days. So then, by that implication, you are saying those guys alone, those guys now generate like 15 billion a month. So based on what? How many commercial vehicles do we really have in Lagos? And what are the taxation? So now you are assuming there are no costs to generating those money. That's what we're missing. We just say
there are costs, of course, there are costs. That's what I'm saying. You can make it seamless. You can make it whereby you don't even want to employ those number of touts that they have to be pilfering and stealing from the money they stole. You can make it in a whereby that money goes directly into the bank. People pay from now that Nigeria is going cashless. Now we're going this cashless on your app. Like you and I, we live in this. Some of us don't even see cash from my phone. Now I can go on maybe PayPal or whatever thing. I can just go to buy stuff online. I won't even use physical cash. So also these people, they can be connected to some kind of app whereby they can make payment, daily payments. Or they just need to.
So, you believe those things we do that thing?
This is what we do every time when we give out.
Rational mind. I will nullify that your claim immediately. You know when you want to park in your city. Let's say you are in that city. When you have some parking infrastructure, you know there are some kind of barrier you put there. That barrier will be what to control you. If you don't put that barrier there, even in this Western nation, people still don't want to pay. Many people, they will still park by the roadside. They even see the payment machine there. They will still not pay.
What I'm saying to you, hold on. What I'm saying to you is that it's not okay, go on, please. Go on.
Now, when you are talking of this now, when you chase all those agbero away, you have to put some kind of infrastructure that will help you enforce, that will help you make those people comply with whatever directive you want to put in place. So now it's just between taking agbero away or putting an infrastructure there that infrastructure too will attract its own cost at the end of the day. So we have to balance. Okay, when those infrastructure now attract their own cost, the agbero people you are sending back to the street, what will they be eating? What will be the implication? What will be the consequences of you sending them back to the streets? You see, so there are so many things you have to balance when we talk of this thing. See, rational mind, I keep telling people, it's what I encourage people to do. Lagos State financial statement, even though we may have our opinion that maybe they are not saying the truth or say whatever, anybody can download that statement and you look at this revenue these people are generating, and now look at the cost, and now look at the ongoing project. When you look at this thing, you will truly understand what is really happening in Lagos State. Because as far as I'm concerned, why I'm not saying these people are saints, most things we say are just speculations. We don't even have idea of what they generate other than some kind of rumor. It may be true, some kind of rumor that, oh, Alpha Beta is taking 20%. How? What's that 20% supposed to be meant for? Is this some kind of service charges? That, okay, these people, maybe they have some infrastructure in place they use. Now, can we evaluate the cost of Alpha Beta even generating that money for Lagos State? So we need to know a lot of things. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying Tinubu is a saint here, but we should not necessarily exaggerate. That's exactly what I'm talking about. As someone that have knowledge of electronic payment, electronic EFT, electronic fund transfer, I know that for every transaction you switch, or the volume of transaction you switch, then you have some cost that you pay to the processor. So it's not as if so when bank are charging $100 or charging card, you think they are charging for the front of it. Because they are paying for processing fee too to the processors. So
we understand how all this works. What is it you're talking about? We don't understand how it works. But the point is this, that we can start from somewhere. And like I said, all this thing we're talking about, this guy will do this, will remove Agbero. I'm sure he won't do that just brisk. I mean, just like that. He just come and just remove everybody. Definitely, it's going to. Except he wants to be foolish. And I just want to believe that it's not that too foolish. To all this thing that he's saying, that we just go in there and remove and tell the Alpha Beta to stop and remove our Agbero like that. I know for some time he's going to ease them off gradually, because no wise person will do that. You don't want a total collapse in the system, and you don't want the system to fight back at you. There are ways you do that. You gradually ease them out of work. You can't just say, okay, everybody has stopped. Yeah, better stop working. You are going to stop working. No. And it's for the first few months or whatever. All these 100 days things that is always people are, that's why I like you, right? When it doesn't talk about 100 days. Just let me do my work. So the thing is, just fixing the time frame, 100 days thing, for me, it's stupid. So just go in there, do whatever you have to do. If you have to like fight against the system, do it more in a subtle way, whereby you won't even know or make them understand that you're there to fight them or you're fighting them. So ease them off gradually. So like I'm trying to say, I'm not expecting him to just go there and say, I'm going to stop. But gradually you ease them off by implementing things stage by stage, by phase. Put in place a platform where people can pay. And even the same guys we're talking about, in his manifesto, he says he's going to train them, not just in one area of occupation or profession. Some could be tilers, some could be carpenters, some could be this, some could even be brought back into the system. And then they work as the same NUWRT, but in a more professional way, whereby they will be working and they'll be more dressed or more well refined in the attitude and the manners, the way they approach, they talk to this motorist. And I mean, they could even have some kind of handheld device whereby they can even just scan and even issue tickets, and then voila, everything is the money goes straight into the coffers of the federal government, I mean to the state government or the local government, or however they structure it. That way, it doesn't mean that they will have to get the money directly from the hand. So that's just what I'm trying to say. I know
you see one thing during the presidential debate. If you see notice what I used to say, when these guys are telling you they want to do this, they want to do that, I was one of those that say, okay, forget about all this, how they shake. Ask them about their program. You don't only ask them about their program, how they are going to do it. Sincerely speaking, do you think what this guy, Gbadebo, is listening for someone that has managed an enterprise or that has managed a team? Are you telling me that some of the what this Gbadebo is saying, are they coherent? Are they really actionable? Because, like I keep saying, before you do this thing, you must know your budget first of all. You must know your resources. Out of those your resources, you must know the one that is going on the capex. So your recurrent expenditure, you must know. But when someone is talking in vacuum without even the knowledge of what it's going to do, have we forgotten what Buhari did in 2015? All those braggadocious, so who is paying who in subsidy? Who is paying who? I will do this. I will do that. I think today we know better. See, for someone that is not within the system, it's even going to take you more than 100 days to even understand that system on its own. So when you take 100 days to understand the system, that is when you start tweaking your plan.
Good evening, Ola. Good evening.
Hey,
how are you?
Josie, I greet you.
How are you tonight?
I'm good.
I hope you're good.
Yeah, I'm trying to be good.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello, Dupsy. How are you? We miss you. How are you?
Dupsy baby.
Too. Please.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Dupsy bye. How are you?
Thomas, I've been filming.
How are you?
In my house since. This boy. Every time I hear him speak, I don't know. I just get so annoyed. Just listen to me. See the way you and Ola has been talking intelligently. Ola now put a question to you. But how are you going to raise the money? Anyway, money. Because you take to raise the work for personally, like a laptop for her. It was actually a very important question. You didn't answer that question, I noticed. How are you going to raise the money?
Goodness.
You know what is so funny to me about this
now, arigo to boy show you go I know why. Show arigo no why.
Every time the man baro.
Oh, ariwo,
rational man.
Let's speak English. Let's speak English, please. Let's speak English.
Is Rational Mind Yoruba?
He is not a Yoruba guy. See the way he abused Akiolu the other time. I was filming. I didn't come in because of a woman. Woman won't allow me to talk to Rational Mind. That's why I don't usually come in when one man is around. Because he won't give me that space. Torí boy mo lè fẹ́ bùjẹ́ kí n fẹ́ nà pa. Káwọn orí ẹ̀ máa pọ̀ tó ojú ẹ̀. I swear to you, my
Wàá gbé mi fẹ́ kún fàájẹ́.
máa pọ̀ tó ojú ẹ̀ Rational Mind. Just take it.
Ọmọbìnrin yìí ò fọ́ nìkan.
How can you say that to Akiolu? Kí ló lè tó bẹ̀ Rational Mind? What is the problem now? Take things easy. Take things easy for crying out
Let me ask
loud.
you the same question. What is your problem too now? Why you have
What
to
is
come here
your
and start?
problem? Rational Mind, take it
Let
easy.
Let
me talk. Let me talk.
Dupsy, let me just say this. I was pissed off.
Seriously,
I was pissed off. If the strangers, we don't let us deceive ourselves. We hear don't let me mention name. We know them.
Yeah.
We listen to platform. They call this man useless man. Those are not Yoruba, but I don't expect any Yoruba
to say that.
to insult a king. A king of
Fulani ni bobo no, Thomas.
No, you can't do that. We are not, Dupsy, we are not raised like that. You know what I mean?
We are not at all. We are
not.
You know what the problem
èmi náà mo tún ara mi bí fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ ni màá sọ̀rọ̀ fún lálẹ́.
Something. Mayego is using that to make a lot of money. That's one thing Rational Mind is forgetting. The guy is a very smart guy. He's using that to make a lot of money. So you can't copy him. You can't. He's a smart guy. You will all the stories to make money. Mayego ló copy you. Ní substance kankan mo ti gbé ẹyẹ wo. Ní substance kankan. Mayego ló copy mi gbé ṣe tèmi náà ní substance.
Mayego ló copy.
Ẹ̀sọ́ òyìnbó káwọn
audience lè gbọ́.
For the audience lè gbọ́.
So let me
help me, please. Help me. Help me. English,
because,
please.
So I want to say this, Ola. You said this boy, MC Oluomo, that they're always condemning. You know, is the one that came up with that initiative, the one that they usually sell tickets every morning. That they now give government some of the money and they keep some of the money. He came up with the initiative. I think primary 6 local. That guy in Oluomo, as you're looking at him, very smart guy. And they were asking, Ola was asking Rational Mind that question: that how are you going to make the money? This guy couldn't answer. He couldn't even answer.
This now.
No. Let me even add another one. This guy said he's going to employ
Rational Mind English now, please. English, please.
Okay, let me address.
But Badebo said he's going to employ 50,000 teachers immediately.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to pay a graduate, a university graduate teacher? Even assuming it's just 50K a month, which is small, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, that's 500 million. Wait, that's 500 million in payroll.
Did you say immediately? Did you say this immediately? Did you say that?
Is that not part of his 100 days in office program?
I think 100 days,
I don't
yes.
understand why people are just always hammering on.
No, is it not part of his 100 days? So I'm even just taking it. I'm even being conservative.
You know how these politicians, how they word their language, how they word their manifesto. So all this thing is saying, how can they achieve all this thing in 100 days?
So why do we have to accept? Why do we have to accept something that is not actionable and would not realistic?
Hold on. Well, the thing is, I don't know what to tell you, but you and I know it's not feasible in 100 days for him to achieve all of this.
So if it's not feasible, then it means I will not trust you.
Well, the point is, you see, like I said, I'm using the word. His ultimate goal is it's the focus is that at the end of his tenure, whatever tenure, 4 years, this is what he wants to accomplish. That's what he's trying to tell us. So you see, I understand you guys.
A guy that is an intern. He doesn't have any experience.
Intern in what now?
Is this guy
intern in what?
Should vote for?
Let me even add one. Let me even add one to Rational Mind. He said he's going to put down toll gate. please, when you put down toll gate, how do you service the debt in building that road? That's another thing. So
you don't even know the meaning of toll gate.
So I don't know
the rationale behind toll gate.
Costs.
He doesn't know.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Listen, am I bad boy?
Learn how to keep your mouth shut.
Rational man. You know every toll gate is a contract with a company, is a private company.
Okay.
That they have to raise money to offset that bills. Then after finishing the deal, then they can open it up. It's not, state government doesn't have any say on it. So if you cancel the toll gate, how are you going to pay for the debt you have incurred with the company you liaise with that toll gate?
Hold on. One man was here.
Mayegun explain that to him, so he doesn't know. Mayegun has to explain that to him first.
Yeah. Yes, let's hear from Rational Man, Dupsy, yeah? So how do we pay that?
Well, one man was here. One man was reading that agenda or whatever I call it, manifesto of this guy. I think he kind of explained how he's going to do that. How he's going to I don't know. I think he read something like that. How he's going to do that. So I'm not the one who wrote it. He should know what he was talking about. He should have. I think he's a well-trained, well-read person. He should know what he's talking about. All these things he's going to do in 100 days. I just think it's just political language he's just using. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to achieve that.
So he's trying to trick. He's trying to trick the Lagosians.
It's not trick. I don't think it's trick. It's simply telling you that this is what I'm going to achieve.
But Rational Man, wait. If you can't actualize something, then so what is that? Is that not tricking?
I wonder.
Well, if you want to say tricking, well, it's up to you. If you want to put it that language.
So how do you call it? How do you call it?
Hold on. You won't put the word in my mouth, and I will never give you what you are asking me for. But simply what I will say to you is that you need to bring him in here and question him on that and grill him on that, what he meant by that. But my point is this, that Lagos can still
what do you think he meant by that?
Lagos can still work outside of Tinubu's master plan or whatever crap that he calls it, that he has. Lagos State can still function. Somebody else can still govern Lagos better than what Tinubu is currently doing through his stooges that
and I agree with you totally, Rational Mind. But please bring somebody that is superior to Tinubu.
Who is going to be superior to Tinubu?
Then let's just hold on
and
wait for that
when
person.
Somebody has a state captured, and you're telling me somebody's going to be superior to him in that sense.
Let's just hold on and wait for that person.
Hold on. It is you and I.
What is wrong with you? That you want to support an intern. Somebody that doesn't have any experience.
But you might pay there, you man by me, Larry.
Jọgbẹ́nu ẹ sọ̀hún.
Kí mi gẹ́gẹ́ sọ̀hún? Wọ́n gbọ́ ọmọbìnrin yìí jà. Èmi ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe. Ó dàgbọ́ fẹ́ máa rí mi fi wájú àwọn ọmọ mi. Àbí?
Please see now, guys.
English.
Please now,
you want to
help
start,
me now.
Disrespecting me in front of my my grandkids.
Dupsy, please calm it down, please. Yeah, Rational Mind. Yes. How do you want to pay? How do you want to pay for the debt?
For now.
How do you want to pay for the debt?
What debt? I mean, like I said to you, that was why I said if you can bring that manifesto up, therein he explains how he's going to do that. He talks about some kind of he's going to bring in some private investors and whatever. Maybe he's going to pay it off through and then write off the debt and I don't know.
Is that not another Bula Balu narrative?
But because you've not read it, it's easy for us to start because I'm busy right here because it was because of Dupsy when I heard that voice. I could not resist that voice.
Okay, Rational Mind. Look at this thing now. Look at this one now. Tinubu or Fashola whosoever brought Lekki, all those Lekki toll gate with the road they construct. Through the toll gate, they can offset the debt. Now, the Lekki Deep Sea, through the revenue they are generating from there, they can offset the debt. Now, you are saying you are going to bring investors. But part of what you are doing now is you are taking revenue away. You want to demolish anything, and you want to demolish toll gates. You want to, at the same time, you want to employ 10,000 teachers. So you want to keep creating liability, but you are not discussing how you are going to create the capital project that will bring revenues. So those are the things I'm saying. Let us talk about how realistic this project that this guy.
Ola, the great mistake Lagosians will do is to vote Sanwo-Olu out and vote this guy that doesn't even have any brain. To me,
Thomas,
that is the worst thing that will happen to Lagos State.
Hold on, Madam, Mr. Moderator, with your bias leaning. The great mistake. Hold on. The great mistake that Lagosians have been making over these years is to have Tinubu have that hegemony on Lagos, and he's going to repeat that same mistake, and they will regret it again if they ever vote that same Tinubu stooge, the person of what's his name? This guy that is there currently right now.
Sanwo-Olu.
So they're going to do the same great mistake. They will regret it again the way they regretted it over the years. They'll be regretting it. That's it.
What are you regretting?
Ola, please wait. Rational man, when last have you been in Lagos? I'm sorry to ask that question. It's a question now.
If I go Lagos, will I tell you? Do you know what I do?
Answer the question.
When last have you been in Lagos? In Lagos.
I was in Lagos about 3-4 months ago.
3-4 months ago.
3-4 months ago, I was in Lagos. Yeah,
I was 3-4 months ago.
Yeah.
So you don't see any development. You don't see any changes. I'm just asking you. So you don't see any development?
Thomas, don't forget, rational mind is a pathological liar. Don't forget that. He's been lying to us on this program. Remember, he's a Hausa guy, Fulani guy. At the same time, he's related to southeastern part of Nigeria. He's a Yoruba guy. He's married to a non-Nigeria. He's married to a Nigeria. He has grandchildren. A pathological liar.
So I lie a lot, right? You know me?
A lot.
Tell me what I don't know.
A lot. Remember one day, Thomas, if you can remember, he said he understands Hausa or one language. I can't remember. So they said the engineer should come and speak the language.
You are so fixated on me. You can't read that now.
He couldn't answer.
You can't read that. Ola, can you connect us?
Why should I connect you? Because
connect us now.
I can't connect you now.
You meet your
right? Category, all right? I'm not in that category, right?
Do you know what I always think?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Can you have never make any conversation on this platform without putting Tinubu? You remember one day let me speak, please. Okay. You remember one day I asked one question. I said, did Tinubu really hurt you personally? Did you know this man personally? Has he ever hurt you or hurt your family? Because
you have to when you're repeating yourself like sounding like a broken record, Thomas. You asked me this question. I've answered your question.
Because you have to convince me. You know me, I'm not a Tinubu man.
If I tell you and if you don't accept it, that is your own. It's up to you. I've given you, I don't know how many times, I can't be sounding like a broken record every time. Where people will be asking me, why do you hate this guy? Why do you do this? Look, dude, I don't hate him. I said it. I've just given you many reasons why I don't just go with his politics. Any politics that is not for the people.
So there is nothing good about him at all.
Don't get me wrong.
In your opinion.
He has his own good that he has done, but his own good is done to his own benefit and to some few
people. Come on.
And he gave a facade of he gave an appearance of
rational mind. I give up. Give up. I give up.
The BRT, even though it looks like it's for the mass people, the mass transportation of people in Lagos, but we know who are the people benefiting from it. So that's just it.
What is it not benefiting? Lagosians are not benefiting from it.
There you go. But who makes the money? Who does the money?
Dupsy, let me tell you something. Dupsy, let me quickly say this. Please, I'm very sorry. Let me say this. I was in Lagos November to December last year. It's still fresh. When I'm going to what they call it, to Oshodi to buy something there. Somebody tell me, don't disturb yourself, drop your car. I dropped my car from Iyanopaja, I enter BRT lane. It was smooth ride to Oshodi. No stress. I saved my fuel. I saved my time. I saved the cost. I saved everything. BRT is something. No, people drop their car now. They go with BRT. So you don't see anything good about BRT?
Wow.
I don't know. I don't understand. I
Thomas,
experienced it.
don't convince this guy that is full of hate. Don't convince him. Grandfather, don't convince him. Let him just stay with his ignorance.
Good morning.
Adeyemi, how are you?
Because you see, rational mind. I'm so surprised, honestly.
Oh my God!
Honestly,
because
me, I live in Lagos. I live in Lagos. I work in Lagos. In fact, when you even come to the area of transportation, if not the initiative of Lagos State government, a lot of people will be suffering in terms of transportation when it comes to the population. You look at that BRT. In fact, a lot of people in Lagos don't even like taking the red bus again, the normal bus. They take the BRT. And when it comes to the issue of the price, very, very convenient. It's even more cheaper than taking this thing. Very convenient, cheaper.
My brother, I'm just
surprised.
Adeyemi, please attest to this. And now you can't even pay cash anymore. It's electronic now.
Oh, it's electronic now.
It's electronic with card, like card that we use in abroad. You tap.
See, let me say something. Looking
all
at this
the money is
issue
going
of
to
this,
the government.
Look at this
to their purse.
You know the problem we are having. Let me say something.
I witnessed this, Adeyemi.
People doesn't understand the secret of Lagos. You know when they were asking Tinubu that what was your source of income when you went to Chatham House? Where was your source of income that you made so money and all this stuff? See, let me tell you, Tinubu is a man who believes in investments. He believes in investing. And that has been the secret of Lagos. Most of the projects you see in Lagos, they are not solely done by the government. It is done by both government and private individuals. And that is why Lagos is moving faster than any other state. The BRT you are talking about, it is not done by Lagos state government. How much do you think Lagos state government has to be able to fill? You know the number of BRT they have in Lagos. The number of that BRT they have in Lagos. It has to do with private individuals. And that is how you can move an economy forward. That is how you can move a state forward. If other states are adopting what Lagos State is doing, they will have gone forward. They will have gone forward. And now, you see, if I as an investor, I invest, are you telling me I should not make profits? Maybe I should make profits. One way or the other. The government is making profits. Individuals are also making profits. Then why should we now begin to look and begin to say, somebody is taking the state resources? It sounds so funny. It sounds so funny.
When the person I went to greet, he told me, drop your car. And he brought out a card, gave me the card. Said, what is this card for? He said, when you get there, they will put money on this card. And lo and behold, I was there. They put money on the card. I touch. There is no intermediary. The money is going straight.
It's going straight
to
now.
The government.
It's going straight.
Straight to the government.
Because this
there is no intermediary. There's no third party.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Okay, what's the question?
All right. I have so many things I wanted to ask you, Ade. But I'll just ask you one of this question based on what you just said. Because I was in Lagos, I saw this so-called card you're talking about. It's not like what we experience here, whereby you want to go enter a bus or a train and just swipe your card on a device. It's not like that. It's not like that. You just have to buy the card, you load it. I think the last time I was in Lagos, I saw people who sell the card. You just give them the money. They'll give you a card. They will load. It already is loaded, or however they do it. I don't see any cashless there. As long as you're still handling cash to give to some people.
No, you don't. No, you don't need to. See, let me explain something. To buy the card, let me explain. The card.
Let him finish his point.
Card.
What's his point actually? He doesn't have any point. What's his point?
He don't say baby, you know.
Let him finish his point.
The card.
This guy doesn't have anything to offer us.
See the card. Do you realize that it's not even only card? That is the mistake you are making. I can even use my phone. You can use your phone.
I know.
What you need to do, what you need to do is just to download the app. In fact, to download the app, when you download the app, I can load money without cash. Just transfer into my account.
I know.
I have an account, and you scan, you call me.
Hold on, my friend. Just don't come here and start telling us like as if we don't know what is going on. We didn't see how they do it in Lagos. You can do that, like you just said. Yeah, that's another way. But not everybody does that. Some people, they'll go and make those agents by the BRT bus stop there and buy the card from them, give them cash, isn't it?
Yes, but when you want to buy card, is it not once you buy card? Is it not just once you buy card? How much is the card? Card of 300 naira? 300 naira card?
Can last you for how many days? How many trips?
No, you don't change the card. You when you buy card,
once can last you for how many?
You need.
I get you.
Okay, now let me explain something.
I understand.
Let me explain something. Let me explain. Let me bust your mind.
Quickly chip this in for you. This guy you're discussing with, let me warn you in advance, is ignorantly, is arrogantly ignorant. You are arrogantly ignorant.
Please, English. I'm sorry, please, English.
English now. You know me very well.
Let me say something. Let me say something concerning the Labour candidate. See, it will even be a great mistake. It will be a great mistake if Lagos, I'm telling you, it will be a disaster if Lagos decided to go for that guy. In fact, the English will never make that mistake. Because this is a guy without experience. You don't have any public experience. No public experience. You to manage Lagos. What do you mean now? What are you talking about? Why you?
I'm asking you a question.
When you look at Jagaban has been following. Do you know when Jagaban has been playing politics? Do you know when Jagaban has been following politicians? Do you know when Jagaban has been learning from politicians? This is just a guy who just came from abroad and say you want to become a governor. You have no experience, no public experience. No, even
let me answer him, please.
What experience did your Tinubu brought in?
Do you know what it means to be a treasurer? To be a treasurer.
I beg you, forget that thing. When a treasurer, just throw into our face. What is stupid treasurer is all about?
A treasurer in a multinational company
is a security guard.
It's like when you are talking of. It's like when you are talking of the finance minister. Rational mind. A treasurer in a multinational company like
I beg, don't give me this story. I've heard this story so many times. It's so annoying.
Okay. Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means to work for a consulting firm? Do you know?
Yeah, it's something on his resume. Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Do you know what it means?
Alright, are you listening to me? Are you hearing me? I said,
somebody that has never worked a white collar job before. You don't understand. You don't get
it. Rational mind, please. English, please. I don't want to hear that Yoruba, please.
Please. I would never want to like. You people that say somebody is not speaking Yoruba very well. Now you don't want to speak in Yoruba on the Nigerian platform, right?
No. This is not the Yoruba platform. No,
it's not Yoruba on the Nigerian platform. I said.
Yes. Let's speak English so everybody can hear us.
When you people are not proud of your language, you see, you want to be speaking somebody's else.
Forget about that one. That's another story for another day.
So, but then now you can attack somebody for not speaking Yoruba, and he wants to run for governor. You people are just.
No, this is a different. This is
Oh, Adeyemi, please come back. Oh, I need to ask you some questions. I think Adeyemi, we need.
Adewale is he hasn't spoken today.
You know, I've been here for almost 3 hours.
Yes,
Let me quickly
what
say
is
this.
Adewale.
Ola, you know you are a professional now. You know you are a professional, Ola. You know now, so you can appreciate Bola Tinubu. But somebody that is a security guard.
Dupsy, Dupsy, come on now, come on now.
Don't worry, leave her alone. She can say anything to me. Only for Bamiloju, because you know where we know where we're going to.
Do we have Adewale? Ola, hold on.
I'm here very much
also,
around.
yeah. I think let me just give you some couple of questions. Yeah. What do you think about this guy now? Rose Vivo is still coming up every time. I think I try to avoid him, but I think it's unavoidable. One man always brought stories about him every time. I can't even wait. Tomorrow is the election. I can't even wait. They just do that election.
Tomorrow is Friday.
We are already in Friday.
No, you live in
we
heaven,
are in Friday
bro. You
evening.
live in a different continent. This is come back to the earth. This is a different planet. You live in Pluto.
This is 5:04. This is 5:04 in the evening, Friday evening. So, what do you think about this guy? Still resurfacing. Yeah, what do you think about him?
Look, let me say it one more time.
Obajeti.
Look, there's this way Yoruba used to put this, and they put it in a very succinct way. They said, what I see is this. Somebody is going to win that election come Saturday. This time around, I'm publicly declaring to support Sanwo-Olu, and I'm also supporting Seyi Makinde in your state. These two candidates, we need them around. Road Viber, when you add flavor to a soup you're cooking, that's the way I see Road Viber. He's a Lagosian, no doubt. I heard the argument about, he's bringing the different perspective when it comes to Lagos state governors. I mean, that's not bad, but if you look at it, you have to have a pedigree. You have to have something, that people can trace to you. But, we cannot say that the current administration is not doing very well. He's doing very, very well. And I heard someone later this afternoon at different platforms saying that Sanwo-Olu will be an extension of Tinubu's administration. Yes, they belong to the same party, but
But Adewale, please hold on, please. Sorry for cutting you. Why is Sanwo-Olu now? Is acting ridiculous now, going to the church, shaking people, is eating ice cream, or he doesn't have to do that.
My brother, you know what they call
to me is berating himself.
The fear of bad boy is the beginning of wisdom, right?
Look, my brother, there's something called all means necessary. Whichever way it is, you need to grab it. So him going to the religion houses and appreciate the God, the appointed God themselves, called pastors. If that is what it takes to appease them, let him go there. But you know one thing, he'll win.
What?
He'll win. Sanwo-Olu will win in Lagos. And
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Let me tell you why I'm throwing my weight publicly, behind this guy this time around. I didn't declare for his principle, but I'm declaring for Sanwo-Olu. No doubt. Sanwo-Olu has always been, present, except that people are now trying to bring the sin of Tinubu, for him to be able to bear that the repercussion, because the hatred towards Tinubu is so palpable. You can tell by the vote that took place in February. But this time around, it's going to be a different ball game, because Sanwo-Olu we see around. Nobody is going to be seeing Tinubu very much. The reason why people are jostling for this position to capture Lagos by all means necessary is because Tinubu's political career is winding down. He's now not president-elect. Whether Lagos like it or not, he's going to Abuja and he's not coming back. Once he retire, he stepped down from presidency. Guess what? It's not coming to be involved in state politics anymore. That vacuum is what you see different interests fighting for now. When you hear people say we are fighting for the soul of Lagos, it's a lie. They want to hold the block, the power block in Lagos State. That is what it means. All right? Because once he leaves, he's going to leave a vacuum, and somebody needs to step into that vacuum. And unfortunately, I see Bajambe Amila. I haven't seen much of Fashola lately doing that. But Bajambe Amila is kind of like stepping into that role. And, but even when Tinubu was in Lagos, he wasn't the only person that is in charge of Lagos State APC party. There are some lot of, when you have different wood behind the barn, Igile
Yes,
Yogba.
yes,
There are a lot
yeah.
of them, but they put him there to be the Ashoju of the APC, to be the Ashiwaju of APC. So that
Somebody mentioned some name sometimes. Say some maybe Koforola, something. They mentioned some name.
it
I
can't be
forgot those names.
it can't be buff
Yes.
now because they are sworn enemy. But the thing is this: there are a lot of Lagosians that you and I were not really, we don't hear their name on a daily basis. But these are the ones that make APC party
Adewale, when
in
you people
Lagos
come
State.
here and start talking like this, like as if we maybe some of us are here.
It depends the way you take it, my brother. But I'm telling you my
Hold
opinion.
on.
No. Look. Let me tell you something. You can't go, man. I will tell you what I feel. Okay. Look, this is the way I feel. Okay. If
Yeah,
you
well,
feel
we understand
differently,
that's how
my
you
brother,
feel.
that's
But
different.
mind
But
you are talking to other.
look,
Hold
listen.
on
I'm
now.
not attacking anybody. Neither am I calling anybody's name progressive. But one thing I know for a fact is this: Sanwo-Olu will win that. Sanwo-Olu will win that election whether they
No
like it or not.
problem.
All means
We'll be here
necessary.
now. We'll be here. We shall see it now.
Hold on. All means necessary.
Mm.
Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu will win. Reason why I said it will win is this. The
Adewale, please
election
hold
of
on. Adewale, please help me to ask rational mind. I don't want to ask him. Did he want Lagos to fail?
No, he want different person to be the governor. That's fine. There's no crime in that. I to be personally, I want someone to win the election simply because he has started a project and it's transfer. When I was living in Lagos 15 years ago, there was no rail line, right? When I was living in Lagos, well, last bus or one last bus was there, but I never rode it for one day. But that's the transformation that I'm saying because we are moving from, regular road transportation to rail transportation, which is a very huge leap. And I give credit to whom credit is due. Sanwo-Olu does not have a hair of arrogance around him. He listened. This guy was at the Hand SARS protest. He was there people having, been in the midst of these protests, and then turn around and say, well, he's the one that turned up against the youth. Well, we can debate on that for forever. But one thing I know
Yeah.
for a fact is that there's never a time Lagos has ever been governed by mediocre. It has always been a seasoned administrator. But now it seems that the vote of February 25th is a vote of protest against candidacy of Tinubu. But now Tinubu is no longer in the ballot on the ballot. It's now Sanwo-Olu. And I can assure you that Lagosian, no matter what.
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. Zita normally call it anger voters.
No, I mean this time around it's not going to
angry
be
voters.
because this is the vote the vote in February was a vote squarely on a religion and ethnic line. People voted, and a lot of Yoruba voted because they can't stand the fact that Tinubu is picking Muslim, and the fact that they want Tinubu to be retired. Some of them want Tinubu to be retired, and some of them this time around because the Peter Obi did not win that election, will be discouraged one way or the other. The same thing with APC. Not every one of them will come out. I mean, I won't be surprised if we see a new voters coming out this time around to vote. Rather than voting for somebody else, instead of voting for Tinubu, some people might decide to hold their PVC and stay at home. But this time around, Sanwo-Olu, there's no way that you can look at Sanwo-Olu and say, no, this guy, no, this is not the guy that we want for Lagos. Come to think of it, He has been working tirelessly. He has been working, except you want to deny simply because it belongs to APC. But you cannot use the same yardstick to judge his, his performance in Lagos, because it is so obvious that, when I hear people saying Lagos, there's no much transformation. They want somewhere to look like Dubai's and co. Look, it is easier to think that way because Dubai is what you can call a one-party state. There's no democracy there. All right, the practice is the oligarch or something like that, where you have the king, the sheikh, that determine how things goes. Right now, in that situation, there's no second opinion. It's what the king says. All right,
Yes.
that people
Yeah.
have to toe the line. And in that situation, what is the population of uh, Emirates, the entire United Arab Emirates? But we want that rapid developmental growth, like having the skyscrapers, buildings, and all that. Even with that skyscraper building, how many people can afford it? Right? They build those buildings because they want investors to come in, to start occupying those buildings and commerce and everything taking place. But we're talking about different, continent, different region, different culture. Yes, that can happen in Nigeria, but you know what? And I give you an
Adewale,
example that is
Adewale,
happening in the co-Atlantic.
Adewale,
Yeah.
population of UAE 10 million.
Okay, so it's like a half of Lagos, or let's say, few numbers from Lagos. So apart from the landmass, you talk about how many people they need to take care of. They have oil, and that's what they're using to their advantage. Now, population that have been an advantage to Nigerians as well, but unfortunately, it's not. So, in terms of growth and development, we may say it's not as the rapid as the way it is in Arab Emirates, but then we are growing. I'll give you an example. I went home uh, briefly in 2018 and I passed through Oshodi. My brother, I marveled at the transformation of Oshodi. Oshodi of 2005, Oshodi of 2003. My brother, I know what happens in that Ojurin junction where you buy, those Katangwa, you buy all those Sole, and you see all those people doing their trading by the roadside. I know what happens at the Oshodi under bridge. I know, all those things. Now, when the car that we drove past Oshodi, I was first and foremost, there's no way I would find my way in that Oshodi. Somebody else that lives there need to drive me, and I begins to look around. Even though I've seen some of
Adewale,
the
Adewale, please
foundation.
give me 5 seconds. Theophilus, your computer is not connecting. If you can go out and come back, that would be better. Thank you. Adewale, continue.
Okay. So the foundation was already building at 2014 when I went home. Then 2018, it was very rapid because I was beginning to see different things. Even the gigantic edifice in Oshodi. I'm talking about the rail, what do you call it? Bus stop or whatever station. I was looking at that.
Adewale, can I mention 5 things that I saw in Lagos
I
that
mean,
amazed me?
I used to work in
Oshodi,
Marina.
Oshodi Park.
Yeah.
I was marvel. I go to Agege Pen Cinema. I didn't know my way. Agege Pen Cinema. You know that police station in Agege Pen Cinema? That place, people coming from Ikeja going to Ijushaga, Fagba. There is bridge, overhead bridge. If you want to go under the bridge, you can go under the bridge. People going to Yanapaja. It's just,
You
I
know,
was marvel.
there was
Is
a
this
time we were
Lagos?
talking about. There was a time we were talking about this railway, uh, introduction to Lagos, and Lagos has a very small landmass, right? But then, if we started extending it to Ogun State all the way to Ekpe and Badagry and Korodu all the way to Jebu, then you now begin to have people moving away from the main city, and that expands, and decongest the city itself. Every daily basis, you see people migrating to that city every day. I'm a stakeholder, just as every one of us too, also a stakeholder in Lagos. If you live in Lagos, definitely you imbibe the culture of Lagos. That means one way or the other, Lagos State transform you, or some of us, live in Lagos before we traveled abroad. So now we are indebted to that city because that city built us, just like you have your alma mater. The school that you went through also transform your life. So forever and ever, you always be identified with that school. The same way with Lagos State. Lagos State is more or less like a catalyst that offshoot us to where we are today. Some of us. And if you even have property in Lagos State, you have family member living in Lagos State, that makes you automatically, you know what, as a stakeholders. And that is why I pray for it so that my family, myself will benefit from it. So that's the reason why I get involved personally, and I wish someone will continue with this. Yes, corruption is everywhere. Corruption is everywhere in Nigeria, but you still can't compare, the performance of Sanwo-Olu to some of those mediocre governors. Not even in Ogun. I didn't mention Ogun State governor because I didn't support. I haven't seen any transformational project that has been put in place. A blueprint, something that could live longer than him. I haven't seen. Maybe this second time. That's why I'm not, asking for people to vote him. But if you live in Lagos and you're watching this show and you have the opportunity to have your privacy, please consider voting for Sanwo-Olu because he has done well. He has done well. Whether it belongs to APC or not, he has done very well. Yes, others want to come in.
I don't even know why anybody won't vote for Sanwo-Olu. I can't even think about it. The only person that I've seen that it's more qualified from his CV is that guy called Doherty. I can't remember the first name. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
One of my former co-worker drew my attention to it, and I was like, I've seen this guy interview on Arise News. You see, the youth that knows what they're doing probably would have assessed that guy and throw their weight behind him. But no, they want someone who is more or less like in your face, riding on the momentums and all that. I mean,
no, anybody that is not Tinubu's enemy, you have to vote for Tinubu's enemy. That's how it goes. So if you're not Tinubu's enemy, you won't be appealing to the youth.
Tinubu is gone. Tinubu is already gone. Tinubu is no longer in charge.
But people like rational mind can't comprehend that. They don't understand.
Well, rational mind has his own mind, and he will vote for whoever he wants to vote for. But the bottom line is that at least Tinubu is no longer in charge of Lagos. That's one I know for a fact. He has gone.
But they
has
don't
gone
understand
to the
that part.
So now people want to grab that power because they want. Because whoever get that power now will hold Lagos State down. Tinubu is not coming, and if he comes back to Lagos, just coming back, after his tenure ends. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
And you could tell.
Adewale, because we are rounding up, let me take you to another topic.
When I come out online.
No, I'm taking you to another topic now. I'm not running away. I just took the section from one man. One man did 5 hours. So just to take you to another topic. What do you think about the Rose Vivo that went to Oba of Lagos, and Oba just pray for him, and he's been truthful, in my opinion. I think he's been truthful, telling me that he's supporting the what they call it, Sanwo-Olu. What do you think he doesn't do the right thing? He's supposed to be deceiving him that I'm supporting you, but what do you think in that angle? Yeah.
I will tell you the way it is. I'm a true son of my father, and there's no way hiding behind one finger, Thomas. Look, Gbadebo did the right thing. As a typical Omoluabi, he went to the father to say, Dad, this is what I'm about to do. And it's a good thing. I saw the picture. His father also went with him. This is a Lagosian, and I'm glad that he did. There's nothing wrong in getting blessing from your father. Any typical Yoruba person would do that, even if you're not even a Yoruba person. I'm glad he did it, which is kudos to him. But also, it's about optic. You want to see that, hey, you know what? Look, I'm still son of the soil. I need to go see the king, which is not bad. It's a good thing. And I'm glad he did it. Now, as far as the Oluomo is concerned, there's something that I'm not going to lie to you, Thomas. There's something I found very, very repulsive. There's some position you occupy at a stage in your life or in our life that we realize that you cannot be partisan anymore. You're a father to all. Even
Are you
sometimes
sure?
you have your preference, you hold it to
But
yourself.
Badewale, people know his politics.
No, look,
He can't deceive people. People knew.
Thomas,
We know.
the position of Obership is not just like Ijoye. It's not just about a councillor or somebody talking about the father of all. The father of all. All right. So there's a way you cannot wish that away. You are the king. Even though you have that, I will tell you this. Obakiolu has a very thin skin. He's not the type that he will give it to you the way, like a regular person, but it's not a regular person. He's the king. He's the Oluomo. He's the father of all. All right. And sometimes you have your opinion. You bite your tongue and you hold it. Even though you are working underground for the success of your preferred candidate. Sometimes you just hold it to yourself so that you can continue to maintain that respect. That is my grievance against him. He shouldn't have been so partisan to the point that all the water has been collecting from all those people in Lagos. Sometimes people calling him names. To me, it's not the right thing. As a king, sometimes you hold yourself and you bite your tongue because you cannot be biased to one of your child and despite the other one. You are the father to all. You see what I'm talking about? You can
I get,
get,
I, I get you,
you can get
but
in touch with the stakeholders and work for your preferred candidate. But when you started making it public, you started, like in your face type of. That is why what I despise. I wouldn't want that as a king. If I'm a king today, I will call all the participants that are Lagosian, advise them and pray for them. But then, if I have a preferred candidate, I'll put him in and say, look, this is what I want you to do, this and that. And sometimes that's the way it should be. Can you imagine on
about
your
Adewale, being truthful is it a crime? It's being
but you
truthful.
are Oba, you are not Adewale, you are an Oba. You are the king. You are the king. Just like when you have your children, as it is right now, you can't show preference to one child or to the other. You have to, treat them equally. But even though you may have preference among your children, but
Yeah,
you still have
yeah,
to treat them equally, right?
equally. Yes, you're
So
right.
that
Yeah.
is where I see the position the Oluomo is occupying. You cannot treat one as if the other person doesn't belong to the family. I'm glad that young man did what he did by going to the source for the prayer. What if eventually, let's just say he becomes Lagos State governor tomorrow by accident? He was, chosen by the Lagosian tomorrow on Saturday. Is he going to say that, Gbadebo is not my son anymore? You see what I'm talking about? That's the way
Yeah,
even
yeah.
though Gbadebo himself and his father and his supporters know that Abarili one is fine, but at the same time, he's still the king of Lagos, right? So to me, I'm glad he also welcomed him. I'm glad he gave him
How
reception.
about Adewale? How about if this guy becomes like you said, hypothetically, I think I asked Ajele Koko this question earlier, but I think he just did not really answer that part. It becomes the governor, and we knowing his exposure towards him, and this guy gives him some kind of maltreatment, and maybe possibly use his influence to dethrone him. What would people be saying at that time?
To dethrone Oluweko,
Yeah.
he won't die with that.
No, don't say that. He can do that. He can do that.
Look, my brother.
He can do that.
See, look, nobody can fool
Don't
it.
forget this thing. We know how he became. We know how he became.
We know,
How he
but
became the
we know, but you know
Oba
one
of
thing, my
Eko.
brother.
They also
This is not canon. Okay,
forget that thing. This is not canon. Forget that thing. He will dethrone him. He will remove him. You know who the governor is?
my brother. Let me repeat this
You know
once
who the
again.
governor is?
Let me repeat this once again. This is
I
not
beg
canon.
you.
My
I
brother,
understand. I understand it's not canon.
this is not canon. This
I
is
know. I know it's not.
Yoruba
I know it's
land.
not canon. Yeah.
Except that child want to die.
He could have. I beg you. Forget that thing. Forget that thing.
Let me give you an example.
Let
me give you an example.
Forget JT.
You see,
Forget it.
look,
Awolowo
Look, that was the era of Awolowo.
Yeah, you go.
You
Yeah,
know,
you remember it was the era.
wait, let me give you an example. The former governor of Ekiti State summoned all the Ekiti Obas and started, querying them that they would not been attending meetings and all that. And he sent memo to them for them to respond within 24 hours why disciplinary action will be taken against them for not, attending the Obership Council meeting and all that. So the way of Ado and the other first class Oba, because I think there were three of them in Ekiti State that are rotating that um, uh, permanent
Kingship.
the permanent chairmanship among them. So I think three or four, I can't remember. However, so I don't know what kind of confidence Fayemi had. He summoned all of them and gave them letters. So they didn't respond to the letter. Eventually, I think it was Afe Babalola that called him to other and I said, "Look, man, young man, you are just a governor serving 8 years, 2 times in office. Tread softly." He gave them query. Those people did not respond. They summoned him to come and meet them at the palace of Adowi. And they began to tell him in his own story. Look, there are some things that you can do and get away with in other parts of the country. In Yoruba land,
You put too much importance to this.
I'm telling you, my brother,
I
except if you want to
understand.
waste his life, he cannot
Hold
even
on.
try it.
So nothing will happen.
Adewale, you know I don't
It can't
support
happen
you
in
when
Lagos.
it comes to things.
Let me
Wait,
just
Adewale, let me just talk. Adewale, you know I wouldn't support you. You know I wouldn't support you. You know this Olowo Eko, this very Olowo Eko, they carried his crown from his house and they chased him out of the house, if you can remember. And they came to tell us afterwards that after 7 days, all the guys that carried the crown, they're going to return it. They come back to the palace to beg with the crown. Dollar mewa. They did not return the crown to the palace. So Adewale, I've told you, Mama, get there and people.
You know one thing, right?
They don't have any power.
You know the
we
funniest thing.
should always respect them.
Yes.
I'm not in support of Rational Mabele.
The respect is there, but you know one thing, my sister. You know one thing.
You are supporting me.
All the issue, they are now, it's between them now. Thomas Lewis, they put me in the middle. See, anyway.
For you, you know that. I'm your friend now. You know I'm your friend.
I see what the rational mind and
you know we'll be arguing about this. That's why I said no, I don't support that.
We'll
be arguing about
Thomas,
this. I can never support rational mind.
You be the judge of this now. See? Okay. Anyway, now you guys agree on this one. But I'll tell you this, out of respect and the fact that that too meant something to the culture of Yoruba land. The governor can't do nothing. They will find a way to broker peace between, the constitutional authority and the king. But I've never seen in Yoruba land where the elected officials are disrespecting the king, even though they are paying them salaries and all that. Not the first class. Can you imagine on your office being, what, you are fired? That means that governor is about to lose his position. That we respect our king.
But I just told you that Awolowo did it now, and you're telling me that
where is Awolowo today? What is his position in Ghana? Did he become president?
Where is Awolowo today?
I'm not saying I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Did Awolowo sheku?
I'm not saying
now.
Look, wait.
He lives now. He lives through now.
No, wait.
Is that at the right age?
Look. And that era is different from now as well.
I hear you. I hear you.
Look, that era is different from now. That was when people were just doing some barbaric stuff. Look, even at that time, our kings are well respected. But when you think that you are more important than the traditional institution, sometimes what will happen after that is just kilo imboete at table bed. And nobody wants to do that. But as far as I'm concerned, there's no king in Yoruba land in any of the states in Yoruba land that will want to do that. Kwata, you will not talk to that person.
Adewale. You see, what I'm trying to point is here is this. If you know who this Oba of Eko is when it comes to this APC matter, how staunch a supporter he is of Jimbo and all his APC minions in Lagos, you understand the threat that would pose if Gbadebo hypothetically wins that election, because it tells you that he cannot work with him.
And he will. He will have no choice.
He will have no choice, right?
He will just make his life miserable.
So how stupid does that sound? I mean, does that look? You've already given your support to a previous governor, like you said, you could have been neutral.
Exactly.
It's a father for all. Just be neutral, whatever your political.
But even if Gbadebo wins, he will have no choice than to work with him. But then it depends on the interest.
But then if he continues his posture of this resistance, do you think the guy does not have the right to just dethrone him?
Oluomo cannot be dethroned.
He can. The governor has actually.
I know the governor.
Rational man, where are you getting that notion from? Where are you getting the notion from?
Like I said, this is not Kano. You know the era of
the constitution gives. Hold on now, the constitution gives the governor the right
of
course traditional rulers.
But like I said, this is not Kano State.
Kano.
Yeah, you go again. This is not Kano State. I hear you. Go on.
Well, you know one thing, rational man. There are some things that you can do in other parts of the country and you get away with, but in Yoruba land, it's easier said than done. I'm telling you the fact. Yoruba are not like that, and that's one thing about Yorubas. You can't disrespect the our cultural institution and you think you can get away with it. It's not possible.
But Adewale, why are you telling rational man about Yorubas?
Rational man is by proxy is a Yoruba man. He knows a little bit about Yoruba, but he may not be.
He's a Fulani guy.
By proxy, by proxy.
Are you not by proxy? Your Yoruba is
where
like.
He's from. He's a confused man to become.
Your Yoruba
but
is.
Adewale, he claimed to be Yoruba now. He claimed to be Yoruba.
Yeah, my brother, you ain't know Yoruba. Yoruba is
It means son of the soil. I'm son of the soil.
Identity crisis ló bá ìjà bó ṣe wà yẹn. Kò mọ ibi tó ti wá. Tó bá yá, ó máa wá láti Fulani. After a while, it will be from Fulani Hausa. And if they tell him to speak Hausa, he won't be able to speak Hausa.
Well, in all honesty, the man, the king himself, shot himself in the foot, and there's some things you don't need to say, and it's unfortunate that he has to do that. So
but Adewale has still insist he's being truthful.
No, truthfulness does not mean that you have to disrespect your stool. Look, you are a custodian. Like I said, he's the father to all. And as a father, you can't show any preference to any of your subjects. You have to be balanced. And to me, he didn't do that by publicly endorsing Tinubu. To me, it's not. It's not. I mean, have you seen on your FIFA saying he supports Tinubu? Despite that, he supports Tinubu, covertly, but at the same time, he's the king. As a matter of fact, what is his name? Obadiah is seen as the custodian of the culture in Yoruba land. But despite that, I mean, he took an editorial to congratulate him in the Daily. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it speaks volume. So
imagine, Adewale, imagine when Obi went to see Ooni of Ife, and right then to his face, he's telling him that, look, Tinubu is my person. I will support him. No, but look at how he handled the situation. He welcomed him. He listened to him. He gave him audience and all of that. And
by the way, this is Lagos State. Look, a typical Lagosian is an Agbero man, okay? Whether it's a king or it's not a king.
But
All of
we're
them
talking
are.
about even the son of the soil in the person
Yeah,
of
but like I said,
their own very kid, their own very son.
Ooni of Ife is different from Oluomo Eko. Oluomo Eko is just a baale. He just get upgraded to position of first class Oba. By position of the state that the city that he occupied. Other than that, he should have been one of the baales. So, but Ooni of Ife is different. Okay, it's different.
Oh, Oba of Lagos is first class Oba.
Look, by the tradition of Yoruba, Olowo Eko is nobody.
No, you won't say that. You won't say that. Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying compared to
Yeah.
Ooni of Ife and the rest of
Oh
them.
yeah.
Maybe, but then he's still one of those first class Obas. Yeah.
So well,
But the quarrel between him and Ooni of Ife. I mean, that guy is just. I mean, just to buttress what you said. I mean, this guy is. Look at the
he has a
disrespect.
thin skin. He doesn't know how to do like Agbalagba to
Exactly.
langa. So me, he should have been.
Adewale, the comment that they said that he would throw the Igbos in the lagoon, did he make the comment?
He didn't make it. It was just attributed to him, right?
Yeah, did he make the comment?
No, he made it though. He made the comments. He made the comment. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he did. He did. He did.
You know one thing. Man, that man is capable of saying that, but I won't. Since I haven't heard it personally that he said that, but I think he's capable of doing that. I mean, saying that. That man has a very thin skin, and sometimes as Oba, you're supposed to, you have to respect yourself a little bit, at least to some extent, or else people won't respect you. Just like Ooni of Ife, that's always going to party every weekend. All those things.
Oh, that thing threw me off of that thing. No. Nah, you
Have
don't.
you seen Oba of Benin going to party every day?
No, you remember Shijuade now? Okwade Shijuade.
He too was going to party when he was younger. No, Shijuade was a party animal when he even before he became Oba, he was a party animal. I'm talking about.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was a socialite before he became Oba of Ooni of Ife. It was a socialite, even though he reached. Yeah, I'm with you.
No. It threw me off. Anytime I saw him in Paris, I get angry. Why don't go to all you? You must carry yourself with some
His predecessor, right? His predecessor was like that too when he was younger, in his younger year. Even though when he was after some time, I mean a while, he was now, just calming down a little bit when he started getting old. But it was a really, it was a party, and it was the life of the party when he nearly became over.
Wow. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was. It was a socialite. It was a socialite kind of a person. But then, after he became king, he was still attending party, but old age kind of slows him down. But then the current king was just attending parties, all kind of public functions. It just doesn't bring any prestige.
Eating in the public. A
Huh?
king.
Really
You will be
what?
eating in
Na Agbero. Everybody na Agbero for Lagos. Typical Lagosians are Agbero. Real talk. Have you seen him talking even as a DIG? Was he AIG or DIG?
Oh man. Oh
But
my
to me,
God.
you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. But he's in your face kind of a person. So I'm glad that he welcomed him. I'm really, really happy that he did. It's sometimes you have to do what you have to do, but telling him that you can't win, and Gbadebo is still thinking that he's gonna ride the obese momentum to win the election. Somebody need to remind him that Obi is special. He is not special. Okay, Obi is a special beast.
He rejected Obi now.
Huh?
Oba of Lagos rejected Obi.
No, I'm not even talking about move on from above Lagos.
No. Yes, I'm just reminding you that he rejected Obi. Why did he welcome Rose Vivo?
But Obi didn't visit him. I guess maybe he got wind that he's not going to. Obi was. I mean, he's not going to welcome him. I don't know because Obi never visited him for one. So, but then he probably will say the same thing that he's a candidate to win.
He was turned down. He was turned down.
Yeah, Obi wanted to go, but
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't allow him to.
You see, that speak volume. That speak volume of him. But he's still the king. So I mean, I won't say bad thing about him in terms of, but let's call a spade a spade. Okudia Kato, like Yoruba always say.
The guy stood his ground. There's no big deal in it.
But
we shouldn't overlabor it.
But as a king, it's different. The ordinary person,
Juicy, send me your number now.
Boy, you got share.
What is this all about? What is this? Bala blue.
What's going on here?
I have no idea.
Is that laptop still available?
So all this still available.
I would have given him my number. He doesn't have money. He's so,
so because I have money now, you won't coordinate with me, right?
But now, what should you don't have money. You are not intelligent. You are too arrogant. You are too arrogant.
Lucy, even though if I don't have money, but I have arrogance now. At least that should surprise me.
Because you're not intelligent with the arrogance.
Okay, so at least
that's the problem.
At least Timbate Lopolo. At least money arrogance in here. Money swag.
Bring it down, please.
It's okay. No, Thomas, it's okay. I'm used to her now, so I know how she talks.
Come with intelligence. So somebody like Adewale now can be arrogant. Adewale is a very intelligent guy.
You see, I'm so.
The only problem Adewale, you can get that.
You will never consider me as but I have swag now.
I'm not a Babalawo, no, but I just know that there are all those things they are in existence. They are real.
They are not. Adewale, we still talk about that some other day. They are not. Don't let us start tonight.
And then you don't believe in all these things.
I don't.
Yeah, you see. So you want it don't share Lara Ewuni.
No, Buhari himself has people with Tira. Other people played in
what I'm thinking is after the election we have to open that space. I will speak with one man. If we can open that, I think we have to.
You know what one man did? He cut that section where we were, discussing this topic.
Yes, I listened to it. I saw it.
I was like, what?
It was interesting, though. It was interesting.
Okay, maybe we should talk to one man so that we can discuss more on that.
Yes, he's willing to do that. Yes, we have to. We have to. Remember,
we can never. Me and Babati, me and Adewale can never agree on that. Babati and Adewale,
Dupsy doesn't believe in all those.
I do.
Seems like it's just things that are not real. Look, well, you don't have to believe it, but I'll tell you.
I'm too factual to believe in things like that. I'm an evidence-based woman. I've told you guys. I don't believe in something that doesn't have evidence. So,
earlier today, I was discussing another platform about the Oro festival that the Legush is trying to introduce, and I was like, look, Whoever doesn't believe in Oro should just go outside and watch it and see what happened after.
But there's nothing in that now. What happens during Oro? Nothing now.
Well, that's what they say until somebody goes blind.
This life, you have to guide human beings with fear and laws.
Fear.
You don't understand that.
No,
it's just with fear and laws. That's the way we can cooperate in a particular society or a community. There should be some guidelines for human beings.
People
it's the same. It's the same thing now. If you do this, you're going to see this. It's just about fear. And that's why I don't talk about religion. Christianity, Islam, it's all about fear. I don't subscribe to any of those things.
Well,
it's just for you to be able to, to compare, just to be able to obey the rules and the regulation of the society.
I was
It's the same way that Moses went to Mount Sinai to collect the 10 Commandments for the Israelites. It's just the same. It's not as if God gave him that.
Christianity.
It's the same.
Why is Christianity
on Saturday? After the
Yeah.
election might have been, I think it's on Friday. It's today, right?
Okay.
The Oro is today, not Saturday.
Okay.
It's today, and it ends I think 5 a.m. in the morning.
On Saturday morning.
Yeah. So I don't see any political connotation in what it's all about. But the people said it's the Oro politics. To me, it might be, it may or it may not. But then, whoever doesn't believe in it can come out.
A baller like that guy, that handsome boy, Elegushi. See that boy now.
He's a custodian of the.
Fine boy like that.
He's a custodian of that culture.
I'm a handsome man now. I mean, ask Thomas. Thomas will tell you I'm very handsome.
Okay, please
send me your number now. Give me your number.
Okay, I will drop it for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's a custodian of culture in Catalan. So he has no choice when it comes to all those traditions. You have to fulfill that. You have to, even though if you don't participate, but you still have to do it. Unfortunately for him.
What benefit?
But the question is, why at this time? Why this time?
On top waiting. I don't understand. See the land now. See Nigeria. I don't understand.
But the question is, why Oro at this time? Why Oro at this time when there's an election?
I was making an argument earlier. In Yoruba land, they have a timeline, the season, and the period that certain rituals and certain celebration has to be carried out. Now, is it possible to postpone it? Yes. But at the same time, we were told that the move it was supposed to be last week. Now, I wasn't sure if the postponement was after the INEC had announced the postponement of the election or before. So I can't actually judge that if it's politically motivated. However, what
Oro is today, election is tomorrow. So what is the bone of contention?
That that the king will call for the Oro festival, Oro celebration at this time when the election is about to be held. That's the reason why people are thinking it's.
Yeah, I think the problem is that a lot of the obedient they sleep at the polling units. So.
What is the purpose of sleeping at the polling?
I don't even get it. Those people are not that okay mentally, so I just speak to them.
It doesn't make any sense.
So, why are people making this thing up? Like they're sleeping at the polling station. What the crap are you talking about?
No, that's the truth now.
I mean, there's no truth in what you just said. I mean, come on. Come on. There's no truth to what you're saying. They don't sleep at the polling. Where? What are you talking about, guys? What are you people talking about? Where are you getting your stories from? They're sleeping at the polling station for what?
Yes.
Hold on.
Actually, I saw some pictures online that shows people were sleeping the polling unit in February.
What happened was that when they said they will continue the voting till the next day,
And voting was continuing up to like midnight in some places. Some people had to stay behind so that they could be sure of that the accounting of those votes till the next day. Since they said, Mahmoud said they should continue the voting. That one is different because people want to defend their vote. That was the ones maybe probably you saw online that people were still voting up to the night, to the next morning. So people were still there laying vigil over their votes. To a big count. But that before the day of the vote, like one would have happened last time, that they were sleeping at the polling station till the next day so that they can start to open the vote. So I don't think there was anything like that.
But well, the picture surface online shows people were sleeping at the polling booth. So
and that was when they said they had to continue to the next day. When Mahmoud says they should continue to the next day. Have you forgotten that Mahmoud said it
before the election actually started? I mean,
I don't know of that. I don't know of that. I don't believe that.
It was the eve of the election. I was on a Dr. Damage's show, and there was a particular lady.
Why would they go and sleep there now? I mean,
I mean, it's dedication. They really devoted to the
I don't
cause.
believe all those things. I don't know.
I mean, they were there. There was pictures online for real.
Okay.
People really, were the polling booth, and they really wanted to vote. I guess they were trying to see, if the line would be too long during the day, so they want to get it done and over with and go home. I guess I'm not so sure, but I mean that speaks to the dedications and the patriotism in them. So,
but at least I don't think that happened in Lagos. That did not happen.
No,
in Lagos.
not just in Lagos. There's some places, not just in Lagos.
But what I'm saying,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Huh?
I would say yes.
No, but I would say most of them are obedient. Majority of them are obedient.
So what is the result at the end of the day?
Well, I mean, there's no hard in crime in trying. One
Did you see PDP's tally for that election for Lagos State? They have over 900 million. I mean 900,000. Sorry, is it 900,000?
So
yeah, 900,000 votes.
You know what, rational mind? If number 2 and number 3 candidate are both saying that they won the election, how did they arrive at that? Because someone has to lose, someone has to win. So
exactly.
How come 2 of them are now jostling for that position? How come?
I'll tell you.
What we're going to do is that we're going to collect the mandate from Bola Tinubu and
hold on now. Let me explain that. Let me explain.
We give Article 1 part and it'll be the other parts.
Yeah. Let me explain now. Let me explain what Adewale was asking. Thomas, can I say something? You sound muffled.
Yeah.
All right. So why this guy is number 2 is contesting that he won it is because it's number 2. He believed that number 1 rigged the election.
He rigged the election.
That's what number 2 believed, that they rigged the election. Those numbers were not actual numbers. There were some irregularities and all of that. Then number 3 also believed he won the election. He was not even talking about being number 2 now. He said he won the election. Why? Is because like I said, the tabulation that PDP had, they have over 900,000 votes for Labour. Labour had almost like 1 million vote for themselves. So if PDP is corroborating what Labour has, and INEC and APC comes with a different figure, tells you that there's something somewhere. And PDP said they had 100 and something votes, 147,000 votes. APC had 160 something or 70,000 votes, but Labour had over 900,000. And that tells you that yes. And what Labour had also is almost the same figure, maybe a little bit higher than that of PDP. That tells you that yes, Labour had the majority. They won landslide in Lagos. But then we saw what APC brought up, and even we saw some videos of somebody who was saying that yes, I don't know how that video is, but who that man is, it looks like a northerner. It says 900,000 votes was what Labour had. Well, we shall see how that is what APC. I mean, Labour is talking about. If they can have that 900,000 votes added to the 500, I mean, they can have like 400,000 votes added to the already number they have, margin they have, which is the 500 something thousand that they give them. That will swell them up. Then also in River State, they said in River State they were robbed. They were robbed in River State. Also in Plateau State and in other parts of maybe Cross River State. Cross River State, Akwa Ibom, other areas. That if they could get all their votes there, that they stole from them. And I don't know if you listen to Atedo Peter side when he brought up some is it in Bauchi State or is it Bordeaux or Bauchi State, where just one single polling booth, they had 190 or maybe 179 votes. And then when they declared the total vote for that local government, it was 150 something votes. So we're not talking about in that local government, maybe they have like 50 polling centers. Only one polling center is recording 179 votes. And the totality of the votes in that area is saying that at the end of the day, it says 150. So even below what just one polling vote gave them, even though PDP and APC won landslide in that local government, in that polling vote. But what I'm trying to say is that these are discrepancies that he brought up. Also in Imo State, something was uploaded, and there was no appendage of the not even APC, not even PDP, not even any of the what's it called agents. But at the end of the day, they uploaded that what's it called the results like that. And in Rivers, so all these discrepancies are something that to put into consideration. By the time they tabulate all these figures that we were up from, if they can get like 1.5 million votes, recover it back.
Do you think they'll be able to achieve that, to get that?
Well, that's where the problem is. I mean, I know we know that a lot of things have been tampered with the evidence since they've been denying them this access to the.
But Ratonama, do you know margin between Tinubu and this guy, Peter Obi? Do you remember the margin?
Between who? Who and who?
Between Tinubu and Peter Obi?
I know the margin. I know the margin is about 2 million, right? So
2.7 million votes.
2 point what?
2.7 million votes.
Okay, yeah, no problem. But about
so if they got let me say this, if they got down 1,500,000 votes, so they are not still winning.
So they will deduct it now. They will deduct it from what APC had.
If they deduct it,
yeah,
let me say if they deduct it, they gave it to Peter Obi. Tinubu is still winning.
Hold on, they cannot have it. No, if they deduct it, it will bring Tinubu down.
Thomas, let me say this. Even when I was younger than they say, I can't give my number to somebody that thinks like Rational Man. You understand? When I was younger, when I was younger than this, somebody that thinks like you and talks like you, I can't even give you my number. When I was younger, Neil, somebody that talks like Rational Mind, because me, I don't look at anything. The only thing that trips me in a man is intelligence. Intelligent, only that person is intelligent. I'm telling you the fact. If a man is intelligent, let me talk. Let me talk now. That's why I don't talk when one man is here. You won't allow me to talk. Thomas, you're my friend. Let me talk. So, if somebody like Rational Mind, I can't. When I was younger, like 21, I'm talking about 21, 20, Timothy, I can't give you my number. Grandmother. Yes, I'm listening. No, I'm listening.
Hello, Duxi. No, let your number enter one chance. So, Duxi, no, let your number enter one chance.
Raise up your hand and give me 5. That's fair. That's fair.
Chief, the number is in there. They are I don't want to finish. When I was 21 years old, what's that supposed to mean?
My number when I was younger than this.
Drop your number. They can coordinate, Joe. They can sort of. So are you Sapio? Are you okay? Let me not be. I don't want to. Are you Sapio? Whatever. I mean, let me call it Sapio.
No, forget that. No, let's discuss intelligent here. Say the way you just analyze that. I don't like it, Rational Mind. Joe. Let's be more intelligent. Analytical in our discussion.
Even though I'm unintelligent like you said, but then I have swag now, right?
That's what you
swag
mean.
Right?
Swag.
Almighty God. I swear.
Oh my God. Let's leave that side. Let's leave that side. Yeah. Fatai coming.
Àná
Do we have Fatai?
mo fẹ́ ní pé Dupsy àpéjọ mẹ́ta ẹ kú gbádùn o.
Oh.
I come after hours with Thomas. I usually come after hours with Thomas. With one man. I usually come at this time. Yeah. So that's why.
Ó dàgbà ni. Àá máa ti lọ sùn gbà yẹn.
Every time this our hater is here. I always come for him too.
This is Getuma security in Canada. So about
national mind
àwọn tó rí wa àwa náà rí wọn o àwọn tó ń bú wa kọ́ máa bú wa lọ o kọ́ máa bú wa lọ o
Adewale,
it's your call, brother. Yeah, it's your call this time.
English because of Thomas. Okay, Fatai, you want to tell us, educate us, Jerry, Fatai. Intelligence.
No, èmi wá sọ fún national mind pé èbú òun so ni. Wá sọ fún national mind pé èbú òun so. Kí national mind kọ́ lọ bọ́ àwọn obedient ẹjọ́ lọ máa ṣe party àwa máa lọ ṣe party ní Aso Rock. Wọ́n lọ mú a máa ṣe bí Wike a máa mú whiskey ní Aso Rock.
K1 the ultimate is coming to pay for us. K1 the ultimate. Kí ló ń ṣe é?
A máa mú whiskey ní Aso Rock.
National mind ṣe yamayama.
Dupsy, leave that mind. National mind consequential. What do you think, guys? Let me ask you that.
Okay, Thomas, I'm listening, darling. Yes, I'm listening to you.
Oh, Dupsy, let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
Wọ́n ní pé onílù òní fílù ẹ̀ kó bàjẹ́. Wọ́n ní pé onílù òní fílù ẹ̀ lọ́kọ̀ onílù. Mò ń gbọ́ ayẹyẹ ẹ̀.
No, I don't want Yoruba. I don't want Yoruba.
Onílù òní fílù ẹ̀ kó bàjẹ́. So
come on.
Ẹni ẹlẹ́ni sọ òjò tí ń pa igún ọjọ́ ti pẹ́. Ọgbà tí Ọbásanjọ́ ń lé Tinubu àti ọba of Lagos kiri. So àwọn ọbẹ̀ ti dùn tán sí àwọn kan wá. Ọbẹ̀ ti dùn tán sí àwọn kan wá fẹ́ jẹ. Àwọn abẹ́ kò jẹ kó wá máa wò kó máa wò.
Where was revival in June 12th?
Where was Bode George?
He was wearing diapers.
Bode George, the godfather of revival. Ṣebí wọn àgbàlagbà ṣáà ni wọn. Why tí wọn ṣe tún Èkó ṣe? Káwọn èèyàn kẹ́yìn kan tó wá pawó ìyẹn wá pawó sílẹ̀ sí ẹ wá ń bínú ẹni pé ó dá ń kówó jẹ ó dá ń kówó sápò ẹ̀yin ò ṣe pawó yẹn fún Èkó.
Everybody should hold on. Please, I don't want to hear any Yoruba again. Please, I'm very sorry. Please, anyone want to say, speak in English, please. Please go on, Fatai.
Oh yeah, my brother. I didn't hear you when I think my internet issue.
Yeah, you see, Fatai, I don't understand what you mean by Obedi Dileton. I mean, whatever you're talking about.
Obedi Dileton now. But when Lagos was making 500-600 million, even less, they were paying salary. I want ghost everybody, go salary there. Nobody want to take over Lagos. Now he's making 60 billion every month. They want to take over Lagos. Lagos is no man's land. Lagos is no man's land. Why was Lagos not no man's land before?
Hold on. Why do you have to come here and tell us that nobody wants to take over Lagos?
It's all about Lagos now. It's all about Lagos now. What do you commit to? It's all about Lekki Deep. It's all about a lot of things now.
Lagos is somebody's land.
It's all about a lot of things now. Let them go and let another state be no man's land. Let
people in swap. Am I again exit Chrome by lane because I'm getting tired of this conversation?
let them go plateau and tell them it's no man's land.
What are you talking about? Who is talking about Lagos being no man's land here now? Who is telling you that now?
That is the issue. Whether we like it or not, that is the issue on
You
ground.
once said Lagos is no man's land.
Who said that?
You.
Me?
Yeah, you once said that.
Me in Lagos is no man's land.
Yeah, you said
where you hear that? Where did you hear that in my mouth?
This is you. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Simple. Simple. They say 3 people go fish. Dupsy, only pay 3 people go fish. 3 people go fish. They can't catch 3 fish. Somebody can't talk say, how we go share this thing? Which kind of question be that? Nobody say that we 3. God don't share and well now. We get north, we get southeast, we get southwest. Why somebody is coming here to tell us somewhere is no man's land? God don't share and well now. Which kind?
Thomas, good night. Let me leave you because this conversation is getting ugly here. I don't know. What you're talking about.
Rational mind. Wait, don't go.
I don't know where this Lagos State no man's land. Who is talking about it? Who have ever been? I mean, Adewale said I said it. Where did he hear me say that?
You said that.
Rational mind. Nobody can put anything.
Are you confusing me with somebody else, Adewale?
Nobody can put anything past you because your man jam talk. No, that's why. Yes, now.
Who may know if you know my leg,
oh,
not me. I don't think it's me. Maybe you're
really? Okay, else. Maybe somebody else.
No, I didn't hear it from rational mind, but that is the issue on ground. I didn't hear it from rational, but that's the issue on ground.
Rational mind. Somebody is talking to you in the comment section. He said, "Oh, laughing. Who is rational mind supplier? I need to have a taste."
Repeat that.
Oh, he's in the comment section. He wanted to know who is the supplier of rational mind. I don't know what supplier he was.
Supplier of what?
What are they supplying?
Supplier of Pami.
This
supplier of Orishirishi.
And is it the same whiskey and Wiki has been drinking all the Maybe rational might tell us. Have you been drinking?
I can show you my
40 years old
my small bar here. I have all kinds of liquor. So I have let me see here.
Maybe you
show us.
I mean, my device here.
Rational mind would not want to show his face. He doesn't want to show his face.
Rational mind, show your face. Let Dipsy see it. Maybe you can get number.
What I know over time, please don't associate with this guy. Why would I beg you?
No, this year, mo ti sọ tèmi o. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí nọ́mbà wọn one chance o. Mo ti sọ tèmi tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ mo kàn ń ṣeré sí ni o.
One chance.
One chance o.
Oh my God! That's what I'm like.
Thomas, you have no control tonight.
One shot.
You don't meet your match, yo.
Comrade, don't meet your mic.
You see, anyone is on the show.
Vodka.
To abuse Bola Tinubu.
I want to drink one shot right now.
National mind, you can let somebody's blood pressure shoot over the roof. I can't even stand it.
I'm pouring myself some vodka right now.
But I can't stand it. Please stop it, please. I'm begging you. Stop it.
Slandering Omolodo de. Omolodo de. Ọmọ ayé aṣíwájú tí ẹ ń wò yẹn ọmọ ayé mi ọmọ ayé mi o ọmọ ayé mi.
Orí lágbèrò.
I think we need to shut down now. Then we go to private talk. We need to shut down.
Gang of rational Doopsy, gang of rational mind and irrational mind and Thomas Rio. The gang of you, there's no private person.
Please always come for after hours, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please always come for
Let me ask you a question before we shut down.
Okay.
What do you see about this guy that went to Akiolu and is being stormed down?
Okay, I'm listening. Okay, Thomas.
Don't worry, I know rational mind. Don't worry, I know rational mind. He's a handsome guy. He's an handsome guy.
Okay, just hold on. I've never seen him before.
Oh, Lagbara.
What is that?
That's right. Ṣé jígo nìyẹn náà báwo?
Agbójedi.
Vodka ni.
Okay.
Social loss advantages tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá mú gbogbo àwọn.
Ẹbí ò mú eléyìí tí mo ṣe bó ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ sí farabalẹ̀ náà bó ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ sí mo ní all kinds of wine and everything here. Just because you mentioned it, that was why I said, okay, let me go even have a shot before I go to bed. I rarely drink. I rarely drink. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not an alcoholic. I rarely drink. So I just have it there because when I have friends that comes around and
okay, that's better. Yeah. That's an occasional drinker. That's better.
Yeah,
okay,
bro. Thomas, those people that are telling us that America should come and take over Nigeria because somebody we cannot mention his name didn't win. That America should come and colonize Nigeria because somebody we cannot mention his name didn't win. If he didn't win, something they worry them. America should do that.
Come and colonize Nigeria.
And that is the point. What is the meaning of what they are saying?
Thomas, I think I have to go.
America should do something. What should America do? Should America come and colonize Nigeria? What should America do?
Hold on.
We are a sovereign country. We had an election. Anything know about doing Kolosi court? Anybody will know about letting make him go court.
Fatai. If America is not that important, why is your Tinubu lobbying?
No, we are important.
So why is Tinubu lobbying for validation, for legitimacy?
How did you know? How did you know he lobbying?
You people don't know this.
No. Doopsy. Rational mind doesn't know he's lobbying for he's lobbying now. How did you know he lobbied for validation? Did he call you and tell you I'm lobbying for validation?
You guys don't know.
Because Fanika make a tweet.
No, not that. Not because of Fanika they made the tweet. That's not the reason.
So why? What is the reason? Behind the scene,
behind the scene, there are people who know who have heard about it and they are saying it.
Okay, you know about you were in the behind the scene.
Can you imagine?
Well, you might not know. You might not know if I know.
Knows what's going on behind the scene.
You might not know.
I watched the video where the Department of State was congratulating.
We are not saying. Listen. Biden has not called every world leader.
The Department of State. Biden will call Tinubu for where?
No, they do.
Trump is still challenging Biden's win. Trump is still challenging Biden's win. So we don't need any.
The Secretary of State, Department of State already congratulated. What else do you want them to do?
My brother, it doesn't even matter. So today, Trump is still challenging Biden's win. So it happens in democracy. People challenge people's win.
Apart from that, we also have
so anybody that is not happy should go to court.
We were talking about the world power now. We're talking about some, European countries. Some of their foreign department already congratulated him. So,
but Richie Sunak reached out to him. He tweeted.
Sunak is a family. It belongs to Commonwealth. We can't compare that with.
Forget that thing.
Okay.
Forget that thing.
Right.
Many world leaders. Okay. Well, how about
did Yaradua receive call from Obama when Buhari when he won this election?
I can't remember.
So that is what we are going to base the argument upon.
All right. We shall find out then if your legitimacy.
All these people. all these people are saying this and saying that. Were they not alive in 20? What is it? When Yaradua, when Obasanjo do or die,
it
it's
is
not
apparent
Yaradua.
that the American wanted
You people just like to
Peter
justify
Obi.
everything with anything. Yeah, I don't just know why people
What
use.
justify? Were they not
I
alive
believe
when
it is insignificant.
Obasanjo is not
However,
Yaradua?
we have a long-standing relationship with America. We have long-standing with Canada. We have long-standing relationship with.
And we shall see how that pans out when this guy is
No. See, every administration have the tone of their foreign diplomatic relationship.
We shall
So,
see.
no, wait now. I mean,
So,
after all, Jonathan's relationship with America went
some
sour.
people rig and win 97%, and therefore we cannot hear again. We will not
That will
sleep.
not even
We will
stop the
not.
interest
America
of
should
those
come and
countries.
colonize
As
us.
long as there's a government in place, they are ready to, discuss with the government of
So
the day.
we go throw away our country because somebody that won
Even if it's
97%
Atiku
somewhere.
that wins the election, they will still do what they're going to do anyway. So, you know what, we should not even see. But
So
attach too much importance to that anyway.
These people they won. So okay, so Peter Obi won 97% in Anambra. Then they came again and said Peter Obi also won 90% in Lagos and Tinubu won 10%. And that is the kind of mentality they want to use to tell us that America should come and colonize us. What is even all these jokes? That is when I tuned out. I said, oh, is this a joke? Peter Obi won 900, like almost 1 million in Lagos, but Tinubu got 100,000. And they even say it with a straight face. But Peter Obi, you won 90%.
But don't you think these kind of people that talks like this, they need some kind of colonization? If you can say that Asiwaju got 10%, they need colonization. They still need the Americans to come and colonize them. If you can still be thinking like that Asiwaju got 10% in Lagos and Obi got 90, and still Obi got 97 in Anambra.
But Tinubu got 10% in Lagos.
Imagine that.
I will like more. I want like more. Now them only them like their Peking give them 97%. We our own house, we don't like our Peking. We can't give them 10%. We give Peter Obi 90%. I think is that even believable? What is this? And we are supposed to be debating that. We are supposed to be debating it.
Imagine that. And somebody like Rational Mind asking for my number in the private chat. For what?
I don't for Rational Mind go fún ìkànnì lásán má fún un. Ọjọ́ tí National Mind bá ti yí padà ọ̀rọ̀ má fún Rational Mind wá ti yí padà.
Talk intelligently like my brother Fatai, like I'll give you my number. But for now, I'm sorry. I can't give you my number.
Vote me one. I give my vote for that.
I like
They're going to remove that number. They're going to add some numbers to Obi's number. So no. It's not fair.
Obi number one, your phone number Obi abi. Tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí your number, ṣé Obi number máa wà intact? Wọ́n ní your phone tòun ká pé wọ́n ní kó máa yọ number ni.
We shall see
now. Wọ́n kàn máa yọ ní gbogbo. Wọ́n máa yọ ní gbogbo àní ara pípẹ́.
They said they have additional 1.5 million. I even told them, if they remove 1.5 million from Tinubu, give it to Obi, Tinubu is still winning.
My brother, Shebi Anoni, is not yesterday, one man was showing all that form. In Lagos, where they sign form, one signature all throughout. Is a party agent that's supposed to sign, no. It is a PO. From bottom to top. That Obi won it. He won that polling unit. And they are talking like we are talking about some one angel like that. So that one they will not remove. That one they will not remove it, Abi. Do you know how many Peter Obi's number they will remove?
We shall see now. You people with your propaganda and you people with your lies and everything, fabrication.
Yeah, it is the obedient that don't lie.
In Lagos,
we shall see. Tinubu will not get to the primary. He got to the primary. We shall see.
Tinubu will not get the ticket. He got the ticket. We shall see. We shall see. Tinubu will not win the election. He won the election. We shall see. We shall see. He will not be swearing. Are you still on that track? We shall see. We shall see.
What is it supposed to mean? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé aṣíwájú tí ẹ̀ ń wo yìí ọmọ ayé ni nǹkan tó bá ń wí ni ká máa sọ òrùka ti dọ́wọ́ ná fún bàbá ẹni tó máa gé.
Tó bá wù kójọ ọmọ ilẹ̀.
Ọmọ ayé
ni.
You guys, all right, I think I have to shut down this section. Let's go to private talk. Now we are family talk. Fast is here. Hello, Fast.
No, Fast, we are not shutting down.
Okay, Fast is here. Okay.
Fast is there. Fast just came in. We are Fast.
Dupe, I'm going to bed. Tó bá di fún mi number yẹn, gbàgbé ẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn.
Okay, jàre, rational mind.
Láyé. Please don't give him your number.
Dupe, tí n bá ti bè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
Èmi náà ní àlá o. Èmi náà ní àlá o. Mi ò àlá o.
Àwọn èèyàn tèmi ò sọ pé kí n fún ẹ nọ́mbà so kò má bínú.
Yes. Majority carry the vote. Majority carry the vote.
Mọ̀ pé we are from the same Ondo State, èmi àti ẹ̀. Ẹ̀rẹ̀ kó fún mi nọ́mbà ẹ̀.
Nǹkan tó fọ́ ní jù àwọn obìnrin kì í láìpẹ́ tó bá láti state.
From the creeks of Ondo State.
Really?
Yeah, àfọwọ́kí tí ó pa.
Kò dífá o.
You don't know?
Kò dífá o. Ṣówó rẹ́ náà mo Ondo ni rational mind ò láìkì ẹ̀. So kò dífá.
Mo àparọ́ báyìí náà. Mo láìkì ìṣòwò rẹ̀. Ibo ló ti gbọ́ pé mo láìkì ìṣòwò rẹ̀.
Na Peter Obi you like rational mind. You don't like Showore.
I said Showore is not getting traction. So because Peter Obi is getting that was why I had to switch to Peter Obi.
Wọ́n jí gbogbo traction ẹ̀ ní. Olè làwọn people yẹn, wọ́n jí gbogbo traction ọmọlọ́mọ. Traction ọmọlọ́mọ ti ń bí ọdúnmọ́dún. Wọ́n wá jí gbogbo ẹ̀. Wọ́n wá ń sọ pé kìíní.
Everybody hold on. Please. Showore should be that guy should just pack it in. 14,000 from 33,000. Is it depreciation or allocation?
Allocation. Allocation.
Did he win his bowling boat? His bowling boat. Did he even win it?
No, he doesn't win. He didn't win the bowling boat.
I don't know.
14,000 from 33,000 to 14,000. The guy should just give him his passport and go back to his wife and the family in America. He's just forgetting about Nigerian president. He's just forgetting. He's just joking. The guy is a joke. The guy is a joke. Obi. Yeah.
Lọ yíwà padà.
That laptop is there. Do this that laptop.
Rational mind tó máa ń gbọ́ jẹun sókè.
Jẹun sókè sí wa náà tó ti rí. Ṣó ń bọ̀ láti kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀. Fàtáì ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀. Dúkì ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀. Fáṣì ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀.
Hello, everybody.
Àti ẹ̀fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá rational mind ò sí lẹ́yìn yẹn kò kàn wá rárá o.
I'm muting everybody. We are shutting down now. We go to our private talk. To our listeners, now we are going to family talk. We have after section. Thank you, everybody. To the super chatters, to our lovers, those that doesn't like us. We appreciate everyone. We love you. See you in the next section. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Yes, I say peace, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.